Chapter 51. Looking at the Krieg Death Cavalry soldiers not far away, Nyonyo turned to look at her father. Everyone understood that look. Nyonyo wanted her father to agree with what she just said. This is a nice little girl. Nyonyo's parents looked at each other and nodded silently without saying anything. On the other hand, Tang Si couldn't bear it anymore. For such a young girl, at Blue Star, I am afraid that she would officially go to elementary school without any worries. When she was most naive, Nyonyo had already experienced an extremely cruel life and death. Although Nyonyo has not seen the true face of the Krieg soldier, nor does she know the name of the other party. The only bond between the two was the dark red garland that kept slipping from Nyonyo's wrist. However, Nyonyo bluntly stated her ideal of becoming a strong warrior like Wei Shumi. Perhaps for the young, ignorant Nyonyo, she did not understand the weight contained in her words. But that's enough, isn't it? It's amazing for a young girl to say this. Nyonyo, if you want to become a powerful warrior like Wei Shumi, you need to grow up first. Tang Si looked at Nyonyo and said with a smile, otherwise, people won't want you. Nyo nodded heavily. Mom, Nyonyo will eat well every day from now on. Nyonyo will grow up quickly. The little girl's innocent words attracted good-natured laughter from the crowd. The eyes of everyone looking at Nyonyo are also full of love. Such a cute, sensible, and grateful little girl, who doesn't like it? The parents of the little girl also nodded with smiles on their faces. Seeing her parents nod, Nyonyo turned her head and looked at Tang Si. Sister, are you a very big official? Although Nyonyo is small, it can be seen that Tang Si's identity is unusual. Tang Si didn't know why Nyonyo asked that. But when it comes to high officials, she is. She is the queen of the dwarves, and she is a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship with Lu Ming, so there is nothing wrong with saying that. Yes, my sister is very powerful. Then sister, can't you let those geeks teach Nyonyo the bad guys? Nyonyo wants to be as powerful as geeks. Nyonyo stretched out her chubby hand, pointed to the Krieg Death Cavalry warrior who was being groomed not far away, and said expectantly, Tang Si was speechless when she heard Nyonyo's words. Let the Krieg soldiers guide Nyonyo, and Tang Si can naturally do it. Although she is not the direct boss of Krieg's Death Cavalry, the other party will not refuse her words. However, the problem is not this, but Nyonyo. This little girl was so young that Tang Si was worried that she would break herself when she ran a few steps. Such a little girl, how could she bear to let her learn from Krieg soldiers? Behind Nyonyo, her parents were also worried. Nyonyo, if you want to be a strong warrior, you must first exercise. You should start with running. Speaking, Tang Si pointed to the tent area where the crowd was, and said with a smile, don't stay in bed. Nyonyo, run around this area every morning. When Nyonyo grows up, she will definitely become a glorious warrior like Wei Shumi. Nyonyo looked in the direction of Tang Si's finger. Nyonyo, remember. The little girl nodded and agreed. After finally coaxing Nyonyo, the little girl fell asleep in her mother's arms after a while. No wonder, the little girl has been crying since just now. Tired already. This time I relaxed, my body couldn't hold it anymore, and I fell asleep. It's just that even if she fell asleep, Nyonyo's little hand was still holding the garland on her wrist tightly, as if she was afraid that the garland would leave her. Nyonyo's mother put the little girl into the tent. Tang Si looked at the crowd and saw that many people were holding candles in their hands, so she couldn't help being curious. What kind of ceremony are you holding? It's daytime, and so many people are holding white candles. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a grand ceremony is being held. Facing Tang Si's doubts, Nyonyo's father stood up and said, My lord, we are sending off those soldiers who died in battle and praying that their souls will return to the arms of the great emperor. The man's words silenced everyone present. The 100,000 Krieg soldiers stationed at the military fortress in the 3rd sector were up to the moment the reinforcements arrived. All killed. Even the soldiers of the Krieg Mixed Regiment who were responsible for defending the capital city of the 3rd District launched their last charge at the moment when the reinforcements arrived. They held on until reinforcements reached the 3rd sector, successfully completing the task given by the Great Emperor. From the moment reinforcements arrive, their mission is complete. Like the Krieg soldiers who died in the 3rd District military fortress, they ended their lives in the most loyal way. The capital city of the 3rd District, the residents of the Empire who were protected by Krieg soldiers with their lives. They sent these soldiers off in their own way. Yes, their souls will surely return to the arms of the Emperor. Inexplicably, Tang Si felt a little sad. Lu Ming told her about Krieger. Although they were dubbed the Krieg Death Corps by Lu Ming, they never betrayed them. Tang Si couldn't understand. Why are Krieg soldiers so obsessed with redeeming themselves? Tang Si did not stop the prayer ceremony of these imperial residents. There's no reason, isn't it? Blackstone, if you were given another chance, would you still be stationed with the Krieg soldiers? Tang Si turned to look at General Blackstone beside him and asked meaningfully. Blackstone was silent for a moment, then shook his head decisively. I don't want to. But Blackstone admits that he has changed his mind about Krieger. Also admit that it is a group of powerful warriors worthy of respect. But that didn't mean Blackstone could endure Krieg's silence. That hellish, embarrassing scene, he didn't want to experience it a second time. But what? But I, Blackstone, admire them. As a general of the dwarves, Blackstone bluntly said what was in his heart. The dwarves are arrogant, and as a dwarf general, Blackstone is naturally more arrogant. But the Krieg Corps had conquered Blackstone's arrogance, and he had to develop a sincere admiration. The Krieg Death Corps is a warband worthy of all respect, except for their enemies. Chapter 52. In the capital city of the Empire's 3rd District, the sound of artillery on the outermost defensive front has never been interrupted. Since Tang Si led the troops to the battlefield, the heavy firepower of the Empire has been in full swing. Successfully suppressed the advance of the Ripper army. It stands to reason that Tang Si should be happy in such an optimistic situation. After all, she managed to stop the Ripper army. However, Tang Si was not happy. Her family knows her own affairs. Don't look at the fact that her dwarf army has a feeling of overwhelming the Ripper army. But the truth is this is an illusion. This suppression is exchanged for massive logistical baggage. The weapons and baggage she brought were being consumed like running water every minute and every second. At this rate, those heavy firepower ammunition will soon be exhausted. Once the weapons are out of ammunition, it's time for the Ripper to counterattack. Blackstone, according to the current firepower suppression, how long can our logistics last? In the tent, Tang Si sat on the seat and rubbed her swollen forehead. The pressure on her from this battle was too great. It's not on the same level as her own planetary defense battle. At most until tomorrow morning. Blackstone's face was also serious. Tang Si, the general of the dwarves, knows the truth the most. In fact, Blackstone has noticed this from the very beginning. It's just that in the face of the massive army of Rippers, apart from heavy fire bombing and suppression, he has no good way. If there is no capital city in the 3rd District, Blackstone can also use tactics flexibly to entangle the Ripper army. But behind them are nearly 600 million inhabitants of the Empire. This huge number nailed them here. Whether they like it or not, they can't retreat, they can only defend. In the city capital of the 3rd District, the only people who can take the initiative are the Krieg Death Cavalry, who come and go like the wind. For 2 days, the Krieg Death Troopers were completely robotic. Charge, resupply, recharge, resupply. Aside from the necessary grooming time, the Krieg Death Riders are either charging or on their way. Thanks to the efficient cleaning of the battlefield by the Krieg Death Cavalry, Tang Si will let the dwarf soldiers go to the battlefield that was briefly swept to bury a large number of hot melt mines after each Krieg Death Cavalry charge. The hot melt mine, combined with the heavy firepower she brought, perfectly suppressed the advance of the Ripper army. It's just the same problem just now. Once the logistics is exhausted, it will be another scene. Tang Si leaned back in the chair and dialed Lu Ming's communication. When will you be here, Xiao Luzi? I can't hold it anymore. In Tang Si's voice, there was a kind of exhaustion that could not be hidden. After she arrived in the 3rd District, she began the intense deployment work. After 2 days, she hardly rested. On the other hand, Lu Ming was also a little uncomfortable. As a human being, Lu Ming never imagined that one day he would die from motion sickness. In the car, Lu Ming turned pale due to the discomfort of motion sickness. But on the whole, except for some discomfort and confusion, there is not much problem. How is the situation now? After receiving Tang Si's communication, Lu Ming was not surprised. In fact, this communication has hardly been interrupted since Tang Si felt the 3rd District. If there is any trouble, Tang Xi will report to Lu Ming. Lest Lu Ming worry too much about the situation in the 3rd district. The situation is not bad for the time being. Relying on your heavy firepower, it can barely suppress the progress of the Ripper. But you have to hurry. The ammunition supply I brought won't last long, and the consumption is too high. Hearing Tang Xi's words, Lu Ming also smiled bitterly. He could understand what Tang Xi meant. In particular, the consumption of Macarius Vulcan is terrifying. According to the terrifying rate of fire of the Vulcan bomber, you really can't play without a certain amount of savings. Lu Ming looked at Mio, who held out a finger. I feel like it's about a day away from District 3. On their way to the 3rd district, Lu Ming and Hannah joined the Krieg Death Corps in other districts one after another. The 900,000 Krieg Death Corps rushed towards the 3rd sector together. This is still the well-disciplined Krieg Death Corps. If it is replaced by other conventional regiments, I am afraid that the marching speed will be much slower. Then you have to hurry up. The ammunition on my side should last until you arrive. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he could. After that, Lu Ming asked Tang Xi a few words like, pay attention to safety, and ended the communication. Thinking of the 3rd district, Lu Ming's heart bleeds. 100,000 Kriegers. Everything today is the life of the Krieg Death Corps in the 3rd sector. Life is the Emperor's currency. Use them wisely. What a familiar sentence, but how many people really understand the meaning of this sentence? Using life as currency is a helpless choice in itself. As a person who uses these currencies, how much psychological pressure will he have? How thick shoulders do you need to be able to carry this burden? In his previous life, Lu Ming was no stranger to this sentence, but only after experiencing it himself in this life can he better understand the heaviness of it. Mio, what do you think of the 3rd district? Lu Ming leaned on the backrest and closed his eyes. This will make him feel better. The 3rd district? Mio thought for a while about Lu Ming's question. The battle in the 3rd district is already clear to me. As soon as your Majesty's reinforcements arrive, it's time to clear them up. For Mio, any creature that dares to offend the majesty of the Empire must be punished by the Empire. The majesty of the Empire cannot be trampled on. Mio never worried about the invasion of the Ripper army. From Mio's point of view, there is no doubt that the Empire will destroy them sooner or later. The only difference is how long it takes and how much the Empire's population is lost. Compared with the war in the 3rd district, Mio was more concerned about one thing that Tang Xi reported earlier. Your Majesty, do you remember what Your Excellency Tang Xi told you about the residents praying for the fallen soldiers? Remember what happened? Of course Lu Ming remembered that, but he didn't know how to say it. Lu Ming felt like he was being a myth. Your Majesty, this is an opportunity to establish the state religion of the Empire. In the car, Mio's words made Lu Ming ponder. Chapter 53. Of course, Lu Ming is no stranger to the state religion of the Empire. The state religion of the Empire, formerly known as the Temple of the Emperor's Salvation, was established in the 30th millennium of the Empire and is located on the planet Terra. The original purpose of the establishment of the Empire State Church was actually to provide guidance and faith for the people of the Empire in that darkest age. After the Emperor's supreme sacrifice in the Dark Ages, worship and admiration for the Emperor swept across the Empire, reaching a climax. The preachers of the Holy See were widely active in all corners of the Empire at this time, and claimed that the Emperor still protects his people. Under the propaganda of the Holy See, and people's spontaneous love for the Emperor, the fanatical believers soon spread throughout the Empire. The Temple of the Salvation Emperor was a member of these Holy Sees, and it rose rapidly during this period to unify the other sections. However, as hundreds of millions of imperial residents continued to join the worship of the Emperor, in the 32nd millennium, almost 2/3 of the Empire followed the creed of the Holy See. Then, thanks to the huge influence of the Holy See, it was officially recognized by the Empire as the state religion of the Empire and was identified as the official religion of the Empire. However, the expansion of the Holy See eventually led to bad results. In the 36th millennium, the Empire ushered in the age of apostasy. Countless people died in times of apostasy. For this reason, the age of apostasy is also known as the Blood Dynasty. It means that this period is an era of sin forged with blood. The most well-known state religion of the empire is actually the state religion of the empire after the Reconstruction. In order to prevent the tragedy from happening again, the state religion of the empire at this time, through reform, completely divided the power of the Holy See. Mio, does Holy Terra really need spiritual belief? To be honest, as a transmigrator, Lu Ming was born with some disgust towards the Holy See beliefs and the like. It may also be because he had no religious beliefs in his previous life, and he always felt that the so-called creeds of those people were an alternative version of pyramid schemes for brainwashing ignorant people. But at the same time, Lu Ming had to admit, faith can really be a force that no one can ignore sometimes, especially in times when the world is tough and people can't see hope. Human beings, when they are in despair, will long for something that can place their hopes on them. And the Holy See played this role very well. Your Majesty, a common belief can enhance the cohesion of an empire. Mio didn't say anything. Whether the imperial state religion is established or not depends on what Lu Ming means. The reason why Mio mentioned the matter of the state religion of the empire was that Mio thought of it by accident after listening to Tang Xi's remarks. It is her duty to remind Lu Ming. As for whether Lu Ming does or not, it is Lu Ming's own business. In this kind of decision, Mio would never interfere with Lu Ming's decision. Improve cohesion? For this, Lu Ming certainly knew. But at the same time, the state religion of the empire will also mythology the emperor himself and derive the concept of personality cult. Personality cult is not a good phenomenon. If the object of worship is the emperor who is wise and martial, it will be fine. It can indeed make the empire develop rapidly. But what if the person being admired is a mediocrity? No one can imagine what it will be like at that time. But then again, Lu Ming didn't dare to say how smart and how evil he was. But I don't consider myself a mediocrity. What's more, there is a talented person like Mio by his side. So he doesn't need to worry about the so-called personality cult. Moreover, he can also avoid the apostasy era experienced in the development stage of the imperial state religion. For Lu Ming, the imperial state religion is to provide faith for the people of the empire and enhance the cohesion of the empire. But put aside these appearances, deep analysis will reveal. In fact, the imperial state religion is essentially a tool to help the emperor better control the empire. There are two aspects to ruling a country. One is the macroscopic material aspect, and the other is the spiritual aspect. And the state religion is the tool that helps the emperor to inform the spiritual dimension of the empire. Thinking of this, Lu Ming felt a little moved. In addition to the human race, there are many other races in endless Xingyu. You must know that except for the native race, which is 100% loyal to the Star Master, other races are not like this. To conquer a planet, either wipe out all the creatures on that planet or adopt a colonization strategy. For the latter, the necessary surveillance means are indispensable. At this time, the importance of the Imperial State Church Inquisition can be highlighted. There are three great inquisitions of the Empire State Church: the Heresy Inquisition, the Alien Inquisition, and the final Demonic Inquisition. As the saying goes, the Inquisition of Heresy brings out heresies, the Inquisition of Alien has aliens, and the Inquisition of Demons summons demons. Cough, cough. Among them, the Heresy Tribunal is somewhat similar to the role of the Monitor. The Inquisition of Heresy will clean up the deepest sins of the Empire, and some institutions are similar to Jinui. The famous Battle Sisters is an armed organization under the Inquisition of Heresy. So, leave everything else aside. The Empire State religion is an armed force that should not be underestimated for the Empire. After thinking about this, Lu Ming knew that he actually had a decision. It's just that now is not the time to deal with this matter. After all, his planetary defense battle is not over yet. If you really want to establish an imperial state religion, it is definitely not a trivial matter. This requires a detailed plan. Lu Ming intends to discuss this matter with Mio in the future and come up with a specific charter. This matter will not be disclosed to the public for the time being, and we will plan in detail later. In the car, Mio nodded. From Lu Ming's words, Mio already knew the answer. The Krieg Death Corps supported the main force and quickly approached the 3rd sector. The battle in the 3rd district was fraught, and neither Lu Ming nor Hannah knew this all too well. So the march of reinforcements was very fast. On the other side, the capital city periphery of the 3rd district, Tang Si looked at the army of rippers not far away, her voice almost hoarse. Is the Vulcan cannon still good? Load faster, haven't you eaten yet? And give the old lady a hard shot. The battery compartment is enough. In the simple fortifications, Tang Si shouted loudly. Blackstone didn't know what to say about the almost 360-degree turn in his queen's personality. Is this old lady person really the most respected queen by their dwarves? Chapter 54. Report to Her Majesty the Queen. Vulcan bomber is insufficiently supplied with ammunition and can shoot at most 2 rounds. The number of hot melt mines is urgent. The right-wing corps is requesting to supply the battery compartment. The explosive spears used by the Krieg Death Cavalry are also gone. Outside the tent, a dwarf soldier hurried to Tang Si to report the situation. The house leak happens to rain overnight, and bad news gathers here. Make Tang Si worried. Without heavy firepower suppression, only with 200,000 dwarf legions and Krieg Death Cavalry. She really didn't know how long she could hold on. What's more, without the explosive touch spear, the threat posed by the Krieg Death Cavalry to the Ripper plummeted. Little Lucy, if you come later, you can only collect the corpse for my mother. Tang Si was anxious and prayed that Lu Ming could reach the frontal battlefield sooner. Pull out all the firepower that can be used and blow it up for my mother. Break up. Blow up those ugly monsters. Tang Si didn't have a good way. This large-scale corps melee, the two sides have invested far more than 1 million troops. Any intrigue in this battle is futile. The application of tactics may be able to wipe out 10,000, 50,000, or even 100,000 enemies. But this still can't hurt the whole army of rippers. What's more, Tang Si didn't have the opportunity to divide his troops, but played with so-called tactics. The pressure of the frontal battlefield alone is enough for her to drink a pot, and there is still excess energy to arrange tactics. The defensive front of the third area is for Tang Si. At this time, the fight is hard power. The fight is logistical supplies. If she can hold out until Lu Ming leads someone to the battlefield, then she will win. If it can't hold up, then this battle will be declared a complete failure. The Ghost knows which direction the Ripper army will flow after breaking through the 3rd district. At that time, Lu Ming will fall into absolute passive. With the Krieg Death Corps in all areas together, the defense of other areas can be said to be almost non-existent. Other capital cities are simply lambs to be slaughtered to the Ripper. And at that point, Lu Ming could only eat ashes behind the buttocks of the Shredder army, tired of running around. Tang Si understood the seriousness of the matter, so she had to persevere. Woo! The familiar Vulcan cannon roared again, briefly suppressing the advance of the Ripper army. This short time is really short, only half a minute. No way, the fire rate of the Vulcan cannon is too fast. Your Majesty, now we have to make plans early. Blackstone came to Tang Si's side and said in a serious tone, this battle is already in a very unfavorable situation for them. Once the heavy firepower is misfired, they will face the frontal counterattack of the Ripper army. General Blackstone, if you tell me to retire, don't say anything, my mother won't leave. Tang Si waved her hand, her face a little impatient. She thought that Blackstone was here to persuade her to withdraw. From Blackstone's point of view, there is nothing wrong with this statement. As the general of the Dwarf Legion, Blackstone has little to do with them in this planetary defense battle. There is nothing unreasonable about preserving the strength of their own legion. It's human nature to do the same for other people. Your Majesty, you misunderstood me. Blackstone smiled wryly. He did have the idea of persuading Tang Si to leave before. But if you think about the relationship between your queen and Lu Ming, there is no need to say more. And take 10,000 steps back. If Tang Si wanted to leave, I'm afraid she would have left long ago. Then what do you mean? Tang Si looked at Haishi with a puzzled expression. It's all this time. What else do you want her to prepare? Your Majesty, the heavy firepower will not last long. Once the heavy firepower bombing is stopped, the army of Rippers will inevitably be overwhelming. We will definitely be exhausted by then. So I propose to use the ancient method of 3-stage shooting and let the soldiers take turns to fire to suppress the army of Rippers. This way we can buy more time to wait for rescue. Blackstone's words made Tang Si's eyes light up. But will this not have enough firepower? Tang Si's concerns are also justified. After all, Her dwarf army was only 200,000 people at full capacity. This is using a 3-stage shooting. Will it give the Ripper army a chance? Your Majesty, there is no other way. Blackstone smiled helplessly. The Ripper army is not an intelligent life at all, and it does not know what to fear at all. They will only rush forward without giving the opponent any time to react. Although the 3-stage shooting will make the firepower of each shot insufficient, but the frequency is faster. Not to mention that when the soldiers replace the battery compartment, let the army of Tyrus advance in a big way. Don't underestimate the time it takes to replace the battery compartment. For the Tyrus, these few seconds are enough for them to advance a distance of tens of meters. Once the suppression of heavy firepower is lost, any trivial mistakes on the battlefield will be multiplied. After listening to Blackstone's suggestion, Tang Si thought it over carefully. Okay, then arrange it as you said. Tang Si agreed with Blackstone's suggestion. Although she is the queen of the dwarves, she is far inferior to Blackstone, the dwarf general, in terms of combat. Aside from Xingyu's identity, she is just a fresh graduate. A student Danzi who has not faded away from the green. Can you expect her to have such clever tactics? Obviously not possible. Let the professional do it, and all she can do herself is to trust her subordinates. And believe that Lu Ming can reach the battlefield in time. Terran calendar, January 7th at 9 o'clock in the morning. The frequency of heavy fire in the capital cities of the 3rd District has decreased significantly. Large weapons, including the Macarius Vulcan main battle tank, quadruple-mounted heavy artillery, and ground-shaking cannons, were misfired due to ammunition. Only Macarius the Conqueror persisted. With Tang Si's approval, the Macarius Vulcan main battle tank without ammunition was sent to the front line. Act as a fortification against the Ripper. After the Vulcan main battle tank, there is a fully armed dwarf army. Without the support of heavy firepower, the Tyrus advanced at a terrifying speed. The ferocious monster roared in the sky and quickly approached the outer defense line of the capital city of the 3rd District. In just over half an hour, the Ripper had broken through the firepower network of the Dwarf Legion and broke into the defensive line of the 3rd Sector. Chapter 55. As the Ripper broke through the firepower network of the Dwarf Legion, the residents of the 3rd District saw the terrifying monster face of the Ripper once again. Although the crowd inevitably panicked and rioted, it was generally stable. It did not hinder the battle of the Dwarf Legion. Even some able-bodied young people took the initiative to request to participate in the defense battle. These young men were distributed some of the equipment of the Krieg soldiers who had died before and joined the line of defense against the Ripper army. At the beginning, Tang Si was a little worried about whether the dwarf army under her command would be able to block the Ripper army head-on. After all, an average of about 2.3 meters tall and big, an average of about 1.2 meters short stature. In terms of body shape alone, the two sides are not on the same level at all. But soon Tang Si completely discarded this worry. Although the dwarves are short in stature, their strength is not weak at all. The adult dwarf Wui is not muscular, like steel bars. In terms of strength, a dwarf is much stronger than an adult man. Even if it is hard steel with the Tyrer, the strength is not lost at all. This is the fighting power of the dwarves. The dwarves are the most popular professions in endless Xingyu, although a large part of the reason is because of their terrifying productivity. But in combat, the dwarves also left most of the races behind. And in the face of Tyrers, dwarves still have an absolute advantage. That is height. Yes, the small size of the dwarves caused a lot of trouble for the Ripper. The Rippers are all over 2 meters tall and slender. This forced them to bend over when dealing with diminutive dwarven warriors. As a result, the Ripper's flexibility and mobility are greatly reduced. On the contrary, dwarven warriors on the battlefield are like a duck to water. Facing the sharp claws of the Ripper, dwarven warriors can easily avoid it by bending over or rolling. Tang Si's dwarf warriors are all equipped with alloy sapper shovels produced by the Imperial Military Factory. The sapper shovel is made of Imperial alloy material, and the hardness is naturally impossible to say. Because the sapper shovel resembles a double-sided battle axe, the dwarf warriors like it. Therefore, Tang Si's dwarf army is not equipped with bayonets, but the shovels that Krieg veterans love most. These sappers were shoveled in the hands of dwarf warriors and danced like battle axes. The dwarf warriors took full advantage of their height. When fighting head-on with the Ripper, the sapphire in his hand doesn't cut other places at all. Go specifically for the Ripper's calf or knee. This way of fighting is similar to the ancient infantry and cavalry fighting, breaking the enemy's horse's legs. It's a bit unsightly, but it's really useful. Those who had their legs cut off and fell to the ground were quickly swarmed by the dwarf warriors and shoveled to death. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have imagined that the terrifying Ripper would be restrained by dwarf warriors to death? However, Tang Si was not happy, because more and more Rippers broke through the defensive firepower net, rushed into the defensive line, and started a hand-to-hand battle with the dwarf warriors. As more and more Rippers joined, the casualties of the dwarven legions, as well as the casualties of the simply armed imperial residents, also skyrocketed. Although the morale of the dwarves is high, the decline on the battlefield is very obvious. Little Luzi, hurry up. Seeing his own casualties intensifying, Tang Si was also very anxious. Suddenly, a terror got rid of the dwarf warrior who was entangled in him, and went straight to Tang Si. Her Majesty, be careful. Seeing this scene, Blackstone's eyes were split. She shouted loudly to remind Tang Si to run away quickly. But Tang Si seemed to be frightened and stood motionless. Blackstone could not wait to give himself 2 slaps. Knowing that this is the most dangerous frontline battlefield, why should I obey Her Majesty the Queen and leave the Queen's side? If the Queen made a mistake, he would not be able to repay the sin he committed even if he apologized to death. Tang Si was indeed a little frightened. Looking at Ripper's hideous mouth parts and sharp claws stained with minced meat and blood, the whole person's brain went down. When she reacted and wanted to step back, she found that her legs were out of control at all. That's too late. Tang Si closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. If you are caught by these sharp claws, I am afraid that death will be ugly if possible. I really don't want Xiao Luzi to see such an ugly self-ding. Just as Tang Si was waiting for her death, a metallic symphony suddenly came from her ears. Opening her eyes, Tang Si saw a figure in a dark blue military coat blocking her way. Your Excellency Tang Si, please go back to the safe area and leave it to us here. Somebody used a sapphire shovel to hold off the Ripper's fatal blow. As he spoke, the other party bent down, and the sapper in his hand slashed towards the Ripper's abdomen fiercely. The sharp-edged white blade position of the engineer shovel simply slid across the Ripper's waist and split it in 2. Hearing this familiar voice, Tang Si looked at the back in front of her with some unresponsiveness. Hannah. Although there was a mask, the other party spoke in a husky voice. But Tang Si still heard Hannah's voice at once. Your Excellency, step back. His Majesty is waiting for you there. After speaking, Hannah ignored Tang Si and rushed straight into the battlefield. At this time, Tang Si realized that there were many Krieg soldiers wearing dark blue military coats and gas masks on the battlefield. Not far away, a considerable number of Krieg soldiers shot at the Ripper. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy firepower in the distance began to show its power, and outside the defense line, a large number of terrors were bombed into slag. Tang Si stepped back a little, staring blankly as a group of Krieg soldiers brushed past her and went straight to the battlefield. The line of defense, which had been shaky at first, gradually stabilized with the addition of reinforcements. Those who broke into the defense line were surrounded and suppressed. On the one hand, the Krieg soldiers shot outside, suppressing the advance of the Ripper army. On the one hand, sappers urgently built fortifications. Everything seems to be going in the right direction. Your Excellency Tang Si, are you all right? When Tang Si heard this voice, she turned her head and saw Mio's familiar and delicate face. Shaking her head, Tang Si signaled that she was fine. She was really okay, just a little too frightened. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. But fortunately, everything has passed without any danger. If it wasn't for Hannah's timely arrival, Tang Si felt that she would really have to explain it here today. For the first time, Tang Si felt that Hannah, who was always silent, was so cute. For Hannah, who always hides herself under military coats and gas masks, Tang Si is more than grateful. This feeling of the rest of her life really made Tang Si feel the urge to cry. By the way, Mio, what about Xiao Luzi? The first thing Tang Si did after reacting was to ask Lu Ming's whereabouts. Hannah, Mio, and a large group of Krieg soldiers joined the battle. That is to say, Lu Ming led the reinforcements to the third area at the critical moment. Now, Tang Si is eager to meet Lu Ming. Chapter 56. Zero brought Tang Si to Lu Ming. The moment she saw Lu Ming, Tang Si didn't care whether there were any outsiders present and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. "Little Lucy, I thought I would never see you again." Just now, the terror rushed in front of her and raised his claws high. Tang Si really felt that she was doomed. Even at that moment, fragments of previous memories flashed through her mind. Thinking about it now, Tang Si felt terrified. But do you regret it? The answer given by Tang Si was no regrets. Because in that frightening moment just now, the slide-like memories flashed in her mind were all bits and pieces of being with Lu Ming. If she was given another choice, she would still not give up the third district and evacuate alone. Tang Si's thoughts are very simple. For Lu Ming, the things that are important in 8 or 9E are equally important to her. Lu Ming's business is her business. This may be the love house and woo that people often say. You know you're afraid now. Lu Ming hugged Tang Si and looked at each other angrily. The battlefield is so chaotic, you won't hide behind. In the situation just now, not only Tang Si was scared, but even Lu Ming was scared enough. He rushed to the third district in a hurry, and as soon as he saw it, he saw the thrilling scene where Tang Si was almost killed by the terror. No one can stand this. Fortunately, Hannah reacted quickly and rushed over to help Tang Si block the fatal blow of the Ripper. After saving his life, Lu Ming found that his back was soaked in cold sweat. Facing Lu Ming's scolding, Tang Si did not refute anything. He just held Lu Ming quietly, buried his head in Lu Ming's arms, and enjoyed a moment of peace. Staying in Lu Ming's arms, as if this is not a battlefield. There is no need to worry about any problems at all, which makes Tang Si feel extra comfortable. The two hugged together for a long time, until the two overly frightened minds calmed down, and then they separated. "Little Lucy, why is your face so pale?" Standing up from Lu Ming's arms, Tang Si noticed something wrong with Lu Ming's face. Pale is a bit too much. In an instant, Tang Si's heart, which had just been relieved, twitched again. "I wasn't scared by you." The embarrassed look on Lu Ming's face disappeared in a flash. What can he do? Tell Tang Si directly that she is suffering from motion sickness? He Lu Ming shameless. Tang Si did not suspect him, and simply believed Lu Ming's nonsense. And also feel good at heart. What does this mean? This shows that Lu Ming really cares about her. Thinking of this, Tang Si stuck out her tongue and lowered her head in a playful and cute manner. A good attitude to admit mistakes. Rual on the side glanced at Lu Ming meaningfully. Although there was nothing invincible in those eyes, Lu Ming just felt uncomfortable. Cough, cough. Cough twice to ease the embarrassment. Lu Ming looked to the side of the bay and asked, "How is the situation ahead?" At present, the front line has been stabilized, the soldiers are deploying heavy firepower, and the terrors have absolutely no possibility of tearing the defense line. When Lu Ming arrived with his troops, the Ripper was fighting at close range with the soldiers of the Dwarf Legion. In this case, Hannah led the troops and rushed forward without saying a word. Those who broke into the defense line were quickly suppressed. At the same time, the heavy firepower brought by Lu Ming was also urgently deployed. At the same time, logistics such as ammunition supply have also been sent to heavy firepower positions such as the Vulcan cannon, quadruple-mounted artillery, and ground-shaking cannons that were previously misfired. At this time, the battlefield outside the 3rd District was like a grand concert. It's just that the musical instruments are not pianos, violins, etc., but heavy artillery and main battle tanks produced by the Empire. The performers are not musicians, but the greatest warriors of the Empire. With the stability of the defensive line, the Dwarf Army and Krieg Death Cavalry who fought for days can finally breathe. The defensive line in charge of the Dwarven Legion and the Krieg Death Riders was taken over by Hannah, and they hurry up to start replenishing and then rest. The tent where Tang Si used to be has now become Lu Ming's temporary marching tent. How are the casualties? Lu Ming was sitting on a chair with Zero standing beside him. As for Tang Si, Lu Ming had already forced her to go down to rest. Like the Dwarf Legion, Tang Si hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long time. As soon as he arrived in the capital city of the 3rd District, Lu Ming saw with his own eyes the residents of the Empire who were fighting with the Dwarf Legion. Although it was a sign of courage, It was not a good outcome for Lu Ming. War was originally a matter for the soldiers of the Empire, but now even the residents of the Empire are on the battlefield, so what this means is self-evident. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Fu was silent for a while. According to the existing statistics, as of February 3rd, the first year of the Terra calendar, at 11:27 noon, the 100,000 Krieg Death Corps stationed in the military fortress in the 3rd District of the Empire all died in action. As of February 7th, when His Majesty's troops arrived, the Krieg Death Corps had lost a total of 123,174 men. Tang Si, Your Excellency's dwarf army killed 51,468 dwarf warriors. There are more than 60,000 casualties among the residents of the Empire in the 3rd District. The exact number is still being counted. The consumption of Imperial heavy firepower and logistical ammunition supplies cannot be counted for the time being. Zero reported the situation in the 3rd District to Lu Ming in detail. Hearing this shocking number, Lu Ming fell silent. These numbers represent a fresh life, although it is said that if there is war, there will be death. But for the first time experiencing this, Lu Ming still feels a little worried. He played a lot of war games in his previous life, but it was just a game after all. For him, the characters in the game are just a string of codes, and if they are gone, they will be gone. 2.2 here. However, Lu Ming experienced the cruelty and ruthlessness of war for the first time. A total of 123,174 men were killed in the Krieg Death Corps. In addition to the 100,000 Krieg soldiers stationed in the 3rd District, that is to say, the 50,000 Krieg Death Cavalry brought by Tang Si, more than 20,000 people were killed in action. The battle loss rate is nearly half. There are also dwarven legions and the inhabitants of the Empire in the 3rd sector. Roughly calculated, the defense of the planet Terra has lost 250,000 people to the Empire. It's time to end. Such huge casualties and the countless logistical supplies that were consumed made Lu Ming impatient to drag on. It's time for this planetary defense war to end. Chapter 57. The capital city of the 3rd District. Hearing that Lu Ming was coming, Yang Siyuan, the highest consul of the 3rd District, rushed over in a hurry. Before that, Tang Si told Lu Ming about Yang Siyuan. Lu Ming was also a little helpless about the unwillingness of residents of the capital city of the 3rd District to evacuate. The 3rd District is home to nearly 600 million inhabitants of the Empire. If these people are unwilling to evacuate, Yang Siyuan really has nothing to do. This is not because Yang Siyuan did not act, and Lu Ming would not blame Yang Siyuan for this. After listening to Yang Siyuan's story, Lu Ming decided to visit the residents of the 3rd District. Under the protection of several Krieg soldiers, Lu Ming came to the gathering place of the crowd. This is not far from the front line of the 3rd District, only about a kilometer away. After all, the 3rd District has a huge population of 600 million, and almost every corner of the city is full. Even if Yang Siyuan had the intention to evacuate these people to a safer place, there was nothing he could do. Your Majesty is down. Lu Ming and others came, and no one in the crowd shouted. The residents of the Empire all stood up and saluted Lu Ming after 21. At this time, many people in the crowd were wrapped in bandages, and the little bit of crimson could still be vaguely seen in the bandages. These were the people who had been defending with the Dwarf Legion before, more or less wounded. In the open space behind the crowd, there were also many dead bodies covered with white cloths. Your Majesty, when will those monsters be eliminated? Your Majesty, we can also go to the battlefield. Please bless these soldiers fighting. Your Majesty, come on. Those damn monsters can't make waves anymore. Lu Ming sweeps the crowd in front of him. He found sadness, pity, tenacity, and unyielding in the eyes of these people, and the obvious fire of vengeance. For this planetary defense war, the 3rd sector has suffered too much. These people watched as terrifying monsters ripped apart their compatriots, and there was nothing they could do. He could only hide in the back far away and watch helplessly. The only thing they could do was pray to the great emperor that he could hold these soldiers. And now, here comes Lu Ming. The residents of the 3rd District finally have the backbone in their hearts, and the fire of revenge is burning. They are eager to destroy those monsters and take back their homeland. They desire revenge for their fellow men. Lu Ming exchanged a few words with the residents of the Empire, and then returned to the tent with a heavy heart. The desire of the residents of the empire for victory made him feel a little heavy. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. Maybe this is the truth. To be honest, Lu Ming has always regarded Terrastar's Terran as an important strategic material. After all, population is very important to the empire. But today, after seeing these people with my own eyes, Lu Ming found that these people are real people. They can also be angry, cry, and laugh. This discovery made Lu Ming more firm in his ideas. The empire must be strong. Think about the situation of other human race star masters in endless Xingyu, who rely on selling their planet's population to make a living. This scene made Lu Ming shudder. Perhaps those human race star masters are helpless, or there may be other reasons. But this kind of betrayal of the population and selling the native race to other star masters as coolies is tantamount to killing chickens and retrieving eggs. Lu Ming didn't want to be like those people. In the third area, the sound of artillery fire outside was so loud that it never stopped for a moment. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Lu Ming simply ate some supper to cushion his stomach, and then called Hannah, Tang Si, and others to the tent. There is a table and some seats in the tent. Lu Ming sat in the main seat and reached out his hand to signal to everyone. After everyone was seated, Lu Ming glanced around and said slowly, "I don't plan to delay the Star Defense War. I decided to launch a counterattack tomorrow." According to Minato's latest statistics, the casualties of the Ripper Army are not small. From the beginning of the Planetary Defense War, thanks to the powerful fire support of the Empire, the Terror Army also suffered heavy losses. Although Lu Ming killed more than 100,000 Krieg Death Corps, the results were brilliant. After layers of consumption, the army of Rippers has dropped sharply from the previous 1.5 million to about 1 million. Although there are still a large number of Rippers, the 900,000 Krieg Death Corps on Lu Ming's side is ready to go. There is Tang Si's dwarf army next to it, and there is a steady stream of logistical baggage that the Empire transports here. So Lu Ming decided to counterattack. Passive defense all the time. The ghost knows how long this planetary defense war will drag on. For the Empire, every day of delay consumes a huge supply of ammunition. And in the bottom of Lu Ming's heart, he didn't intend to continue to entangle. After the end of the planetary defense war, he has officially become a member of the many star masters of the endless Xingyu. At that time, Tian Gao will let the birds fly, Hai Gao leaps with fish, and a wider stage is waiting for him. With the blessing of black technology in Minato think tank, Lu Ming doesn't want to stay in Terrastar all day. The endless sea of stars outside is his ultimate goal. In the tent, everyone had no meaning for Lu Ming's decision. Everyone has long wanted to counterattack. It's just that because of the lack of troops, it can only be in the passive defense stage. 890 But now that the 900,000 Krieg Death Legion has assembled, it is time to annihilate the Rippers. Xiao Lu. Ahem, Lu Ming, do you have any battle plan? Tang Si just wanted to call little Luzi. After all, she was used to shouting this name since she was a child. But in the next second, I felt that this occasion was not suitable, so I temporarily changed my tune. Battle plan. Lu Ming shook his head. In the face of absolute strength, the so-called tactics are just the icing on the cake. Of course, it can't be said that there are no tactics, but Lu Ming's tactics are rather rough. The battle plan was simple, with heavy fire to wash the ground, and the Krieg Death Corps responsible for the finishing touches. A sneer appeared at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. I want to see if the worms are hard shells, or if my cannonballs are hard. If it is a conventional weapon, Lu Ming may really have to work hard to face these terrors. But unfortunately, he is not a traditional weapon. It is the black technology weapon in Zero Think Tank. Especially in front of the laser gun, the Ripper's intractable armor is like paper. Fragile. Chapter 58. At night, the inhabitants of the Empire of the 3rd District do not want to sleep. Because they heard it. Their great emperor will begin preparing the monster's counterattack early tomorrow morning. Everyone is holding a fire in their hearts, and everyone is looking forward to the next day. Poke Day, 5 o'clock in the morning. Under the organization of Yang Xiyuan, the residents of the Empire began to move toward the defense line of the 3rd District in groups. At this time, above the defense line of the 3rd Sector, the Krieg soldiers were still confronting the terrors, raising their guns and shooting. At this time, the residents of the Empire began to demolish those simple fortifications to make way for the follow-up counteroffensive. At 6 o'clock, the Imperial Heavy Fire Force began to move forward. Artillery positions such as quadruple-mounted heavy artillery and ground-shaking artillery were deployed at the forefront. Immediately after that, the Imperial Macarius main battle tank drove to the front. Buzz! With the roar of the engine, the behemoths produced by the Imperial Military Factory drove past the line of Krieg soldiers one by one. After these steel torrents crossed the defense line, they did not stop at all. Instead, it directly crushed the army of Rippers in the distance. Boom! The Conqueror's large-caliber artillery, which symbolized the glory of the Empire, was roaring, and the Vulcan bolter, which marked the Empire's strongest combat power, also began to pour out all its firepower. Facing the full firepower of the Empire, the army of Tirers in the distance suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Nothing could be seen except the explosion of fire and the smoke. In the center of the defensive front of the 3rd sector, on an infantry transport vehicle, Hannah watched the Macarius main battle tank advance steadily step by step, took out the communicator, and gave the Krieg Death Corps an order to attack. What? Above the defensive front, whistles came one after another. A whistle sounded, and Krieg soldiers checked for ammunition. 2 whistles sounded, and the bayonet was installed. With 3 whistle blows, the Krieg soldiers climbed directly out of the trench and launched a charge. In the trenches that were still full of soldiers just now, the building was already empty in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield outside the trench, a Krieg soldier wearing a dark blue military coat and a gas mask was squatting and charging forward without saying a word. Krieg soldiers held Lucius laser guns in their hands, and a serrated heavy bayonet produced by the Empire hung under the muzzle. The army boots stepped on the bloody mud mixed with blood and dust, making a sour chirp. Krieger's charge was silent, without sound. Except for the bombardment of the Macarius main battle tank and heavy artillery, there was no other sound in the entire battlefield. Silent charge, no hesitation, no fear. Some are just decisive and courageous. The Empire will win. Behind the defense line, the residents of the Empire who had just dismantled the fortifications cried out enthusiastically when they saw this scene. It takes time for the sound to spread farther and farther. By the end, the same voice reverberated throughout the capital city of the 3rd arrondissement. Empire will win. Rumble. At the same time, on the flanks of the battlefield, more than 20,000 Krieg Death cavalrymen who had received supplies also began to charge. The explosive spears of the Krieg Death cavalry were raised straight forward, their sharp tips flashing with an icy cold light. The improved warhorse stared at the scarlet bloodthirsty eyes and charged straight towards the Ripper army. Bang! Bang! The huge impact of the explosive spear made the Krieg Death cavalry pierce the opponent directly at the moment of contact with the Tirer. On the battlefield, Krieg soldiers, under the cover of the Macarius main battle tank, packed up some of the lone Rippers. Some of the Rippers, who were still struggling and screaming, were found by Krieg soldiers. Without hesitation, it is a headshot with a laser gun or a direct stab to death with a bayonet. Facing the enemy, the Krieg Death Corps is indifferent. This indifference is not only reflected in their disregard for their own lives, but also in their disregard for the lives of their enemies. Even any creatures that appear on the battlefield are within their annihilation range. The capital city of the 3rd district, the former defensive front. Lu Ming stood there quietly, looking at the Krieg Death Corps as they advanced. The battlefield that was run over by the Imperial Army turned into a purgatory on Earth, and the corpses spread all over the ground. The muddy cold of the entire battlefield is all mixed with blood and meat mud. On this battlefield, life is falling all the time. There are Rippers, and there are Krieg soldiers as well. However, Lu Ming knew it was necessary, and the victory of the Empire must be accompanied by sacrifice. And what he has to do is to minimize this sacrifice as much as possible. Consul Yang, lead someone to follow the Dwarf Legion and start cleaning the battlefield. Without looking back, Lu Ming gave orders to Yang Xiyuan not far behind. The battlefield must be cleaned up, otherwise so many corpses are exposed in the open air, it is very likely to cause plagues and diseases. The corpses of the enemy will be burned on the spot, and the corpses of Krieg soldiers should be collected as much as possible. Lu Ming's tone was a little low. Those Krieg soldiers who were killed by the Ripper had a hard time keeping their bodies intact. After all, the reason why the Rippers were named the Rippers was not their original name. But because of the sharp claws and the cruel means of tearing the enemy, it was added by people. There is no doubt that the Ripper is bloodthirsty, savage, and without intelligence, a monster through and through. But Krieg soldiers are not. Although they are indifferent, although they are not good at words, although they do not express their feelings, but they are real people. It is an insult to the soldiers of Krieg to let these soldiers who died fighting for the glory and victory of the Empire spark with those monsters. Shannons, Your Majesty, Her Excellency Hannah is here to report. As of 6:30 minutes, the Empire is advancing 20 kilometers to the southwest. Everything went according to plan. As of 7 o'clock, the Empire advanced 50 kilometers to the southwest. Heavy firepower began to supply, and the troops were temporarily rested. At 8 o'clock, the Krieg Death Corps recaptured the ruined 3rd District military fortress. Initial inspection, the 3rd District military fortress did not have Krieg soldiers alive. Lu Ming has been standing above the old defense line of the capital city of the 3rd District, quietly listening to Tao's report. At the same time, there will be special officials to quickly spread the latest battle report from the 3rd District to other areas of the Empire. For a time, the entire Empire was immersed in the joy and pride of victory. Chapter 59. The first year of the Terra calendar, February 10th. The battle to defend the planet that lasted for more than a week has come to an end. This planetary defense war was also the first foreign war of the Holy Terra Empire. The end result was victory at the expense of 200,000 Krieg Death Corps soldiers. As the battlefield area, the Empire's 3rd District, except for the capital city, was almost completely destroyed. According to Zero's calculation, the post-war reconstruction of the 3rd District will take 3 months to 6 months. There is no need for Lu Ming to worry about these, and Yang Xiyuan, the highest consul of the 3rd District, is naturally responsible. The 3rd area, as the most affected area in this planetary defense war. Its belief in Lu Ming is also the most fanatical. In the eyes of the residents of the 3rd District Empire who experienced this war firsthand, it was Lu Ming who brought them victory. It was Lu Ming who gave them hope in the shadow of war. The cult of Lu Ming by the imperial residents in the 3rd District can be said to have reached a terrifying height. This is something Lu Ming never expected. At least in Lu Ming's opinion, his role in this planetary defense battle is not large. The greatest credit should be attributed to the Krieg Death Corps, and then the Empire's munitions factories and research institutes. Without the bloody battle of the Krieg Death Corps and the last-minute battle of the Krieg soldiers in the 3rd sector, all his 893 arrangements would be in vain. The second is the imperial weapon that shines brightly in this planetary defense war. Whether it is heavy weapons and equipment such as Macarius or the Lucius laser gun, they have all made great contributions. Correspondingly, Lu Ming felt that there was nothing outstanding about himself. The fanatical worship of the residents of the Empire in the 3rd District made Lu Ming feel a little embarrassed. Of course, more is dark cool. After all, as a mortal, who doesn't enjoy being worshipped by hundreds of millions of people? Taking this opportunity, Lu Ming decided to establish the imperial state religion. The plan to establish the state religion is currently being carefully planned and arranged by Zero. On February 15th, Lu Ming led the Krieg Death Corps back to the city of Terra after a long absence. After this battle, the number of Krieg Death Corps dropped sharply to more than 700,000 and less than 800,000. The first thing Hannah did when she returned to Krieg Fortress was to recruit troops on the planet Terra again according to Lu Ming's order. In this way, it can supplement the vacant position of the Krieg Death Corps and meet the millions of establishments. Little Lucy, how is it? Does it feel good? Terra City, in the Imperial City. Lu Ming and Tang Si were sitting in the gazebo in the garden. Tang Si looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression. What? When you went back to Terra City that day, the people all over the city welcomed you. I don't believe you didn't have a good mood in your heart. Tang Si's face, you can admit it, expression. When Lu Ming returned to Terra City that day, it could be said to be a grand occasion. Almost all the residents of the imperial capital took the initiative to welcome Lu Ming's return. As Tang Si said, he was indeed a little dark. A little bit. Lu Ming made a little gesture with his finger, indicating that he was not too cool, just a little cool. Seeing Lu Ming's funny appearance, Tang Si rolled her eyes. After the end of the Star Defense War, Lu Ming and Tang Si both breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Tang Si. Her heart is even higher than Lu Ming. Before entering endless Xingyu, Tang Si felt that the sky was falling when she knew that Lu Ming chose the human race. Since that day, Tang Si has been worried that Lu Ming will fail in the planetary defense battle and then lose the qualification to become the Star Master. When she first heard that the invasive species that Terra Planet faced in the defense of the planet was the Ripper, Tang Si was desperate for a while. After all, the reputation of tearing CBCC people is too strong. But in the end, Tang Si found that she was just a false alarm. Lu Ming's native race, the human race, showed the fighting power that can be described as explosive. Take her own dwarves as an example. Without the blessing of imperial weapons, she would not dare to say that her dwarves could defeat the Ripper. So, Lu Ming completed the planet defense battle. To say who is the happiest, it must be Tang Si. In Tang Si's view, the two of them can continue to stay together in this endless star universe. By the way, Xiao Luzi, you have completed the planetary defense battle now. Let's form an alliance. The duration of the Star Defense War is uncertain, which depends on the strength of the respective Star Masters. However, most Star owners will end the defense battle within a month at the latest. In a month's time, either when the defense battle or the planet where he is located will be captured and he will be eliminated. There are very few deadlines that exceed 1 month. Even if the Star owner is willing to delay, those invasive species will not give you time. The end of the planetary defense war means that Lu Ming is now a Star Master officially recognized by Endless Xingyu. From the previous probationary employees to become regular employees. Naturally, options such as trade, declaration of war, and alliance in the planet control panel are also unlocked. Especially in the transaction house, the dazzling array of materials made Lu Ming drool. If he could, he really wanted to rob. It's okay to form an alliance, but have you considered it? The dwarves are a very popular and powerful race in the Endless Star universe, and they will be welcomed wherever they go. What do I have to think about? Who else can I form an alliance with besides you? Tang Si looked at Lu Ming and said suspiciously, "Little Luzi, are you trying to trick me into getting off the boat? Throw it away when you're done?" He tut. Scumbag. Although Lu Ming didn't know what Tang Si was thinking, he knew from his expression that he must have arranged himself a lot in his heart. Of course it wasn't that he didn't want to form an alliance with Tang Si. With their relationship, even if the two do not form an alliance, there is no problem. Lu Ming just wanted Tang Si to think about it. Okay, let's make an alliance. What is okay? Tang Si looked at Lu Ming angrily. Displeased, he said, "Why do I listen to your tones so reluctantly? Do you know that people who want to form an alliance with my sister can go around the endless Xingyu, and you are not happy anymore?" Tang Si stared at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes, and the threat in her eyes was self-evident. If it is someone else, Tang Si certainly has the qualification to be arrogant. But facing Lu Ming, Tang Si felt that the other party might need her. Chapter 60. Ding, planet number 124909. The native race human race. The Holy Terra Empire wants to form an alliance with you. Do you accept it? After receiving the alliance request from Lu Ming, Tang Si confirmed it without saying a word. Little Luzi, you will be my sister's person from now on. Tang Si, who was about 1 meter 2, jumped up and put it on Lu Ming's lap, and then took Lu Ming's neck. Declares sovereignty. In this regard, Lu Ming can only helplessly smile. Although Tang Si's image is very cute now, I really want Rua. But the well-educated, he always felt like he was committing a crime. Somewhere in the world, an illusion that as long as he dared to stretch out his hand, he would be put on a beautiful silver bracelet was repeated in his mind. What is this? After 3 years of blood earning, the death penalty is not a loss. Lu Ming shook his head and threw out these messy thoughts. I secretly warn myself. Although Tang Si looks like a lowly, she is an adult. How can adult things be called crimes? That's what you call my love, okay? The Endless Star Alliance, of course, is not as simple as the conclusion of a relationship between two planets. This involves the distribution of benefits, the planning of cooperation methods, and so on. No matter which force or the master of the planet is concerned, it is an extremely troublesome matter. After all, no one wants to suffer, and no one wants to make a wedding dress for others. Everyone wants to get a piece of the pie, and it is called win-win cooperation. Although the relationship between Lu Ming and Tang Si is not like this, many details need to be discussed. So Lu Ming brought Tang Si to the palace hall and called Zero, who was busy establishing the state religion and many other things. In addition, there are Hannah, the supreme commander of the Krieg Death Corps, and Blackstone, the general of the Dwarf Legion. 5 people sat in the palace hall and started the meeting. Do you have any different opinions on the news of the alliance between the Holy Terra Empire and the Dwarf Star? The Dwarf Star refers to Tang Si's country name. This tiger sister is trying to save trouble. The planet is called Dwarf Star, and the name of the empire is also called Dwarf Star. It seems that Lu Ming is not much better in this regard. His planet was named Terra Star, and the empire was simply the Holy Terra Empire. The two of them laughed at 100 paces, and everyone was half a pound each other. In the main hall, Lu Ming briefly introduced the news of his alliance with Tang Si to a few people and asked everyone for their opinions. She didn't say anything. She already knew about it. Before, Lu Ming has revealed many times that she will form an alliance with Tang Si. She also expected such a day. And aside from the relationship between Lu Ming and Tang Si, forming an alliance with a Dwarf Star Master is also beneficial and harmless to the Empire. Hannah. Forget Hannah. As Commander-in-Chief of Krieg, she had no interest in any of these things. The reason why Lu Ming let Hannah participate in the meeting is because Hannah's identity is qualified to know these things. The second is to recharge. After all, such a serious meeting, with too few people, is a bit too shabby. As for Blackstone, there is no problem. Didn't you see the threatening look in your queen's eyes? That means if you dare to say a word, the old lady will kill you. In the face of her lady queen, whose elbow had already turned to her grandmother's house, He-Shur could only remain silent. But from the bottom of his heart, Blackstone still very much agrees with this alliance. Judging by the friendship Lu Ming showed to Tang Si, it was not like the kind of people who would treat their dwarves badly. In addition, Blackstone is really discouraged by Lu Ming's black technology for dwarves. Fine wine can't live up to it, and so can forging craftsmanship. Although the strength of the dwarves is not to study any black technology, but as long as Lu Ming can teach them these black technologies and let them participate in the building process, they will be satisfied. Lu Ming glanced around and found that everyone had no objection, so he decided to form an alliance. Tao, you will let the Ministry of the Interior reveal the alliance later. The alliance is a major matter related to the Empire, and Lu Ming still wants the Empire to disclose it to the residents of the territory. The inhabitants of the Empire in the province did not know, and when they met the dwarves, they still had an expression of rejection. It would be embarrassing if this happened. See, now that we have formed an alliance, I intend to hand over the Imperial Arsenal to the dwarves. What do you think? Asked for Flowers. The dwarves are known for their excellent blacksmithing skills. Moreover, Tang Si can be absolutely trusted, and it is the most suitable choice for the dwarves to take charge of the logistics of the Empire. By handing over the logistics production of the Empire to Tang Si, he can wholeheartedly be responsible for the external affairs of the Empire. This is definitely an efficient and feasible method for Empire expansion. Of course, no problem. When Tang Si heard Lu Ming's words, she immediately packed her ticket. For her, as long as she can help Lu Ming, she is satisfied. As for leading the dwarves to dominate the endless stars, to be honest, Tang Si really has no interest. She doesn't care about the so-called war. She only cares about the man in front of her. Facing Lu Ming's apologetic eyes, Tang Si smiled back. She knew why Lu Ming showed her apologetic expression. This arrangement by Lu Ming is tantamount to putting her and her dwarf star behind the scenes. For any star master, this is a thing that is more than worth the loss and will never be accepted. For example, A and B cooperate to produce and sell the same product. In the case that anyone can produce this kind of product, Party A is responsible for the production and Party B is responsible for the sales. So who will dominate? Without a doubt it is Party B, because Party B occupies the sales channel. Once A and B terminate the cooperation, Party B has no loss, because he can also produce and also has sales channels. Party A is different. Because he has no sales channels, He either quits or continues to cooperate with Party B. For the same reason, no Star Master would accept this kind of simple behind-the-scenes work. There are no fools who can become Star Masters. But Tang Si accepted it, and she willingly played that behind-the-scenes role for Lu Ming. Seeing that her Lady Queen had agreed, He Shi on the side had no reason to disagree. With the strength that Lu Ming showed, it was enough to bless their dwarf star. Okay, then you will hand over the work with Zero, and the production of the Empire will be handed over to you. Seeing that neither Tang Si nor Blackstone had any problems, Lu Ming decided on the matter. Chapter 61. In terms of his relationship with Tang Si, it would be inappropriate to keep fidgeting. To say it nicely is hypocritical. To say something ugly is hypocrisy. Some things are enough for everyone to know, but it is not good to say too much. One family doesn't talk about two families. That's the truth. See, your next character is to quickly build a military factory and the corresponding production line. Lu Ming looked at Tang Si, and his tone became a little serious. Next, you lead the dwarves to produce Lucius laser guns with all their strength. Lucius laser gun. Tang Si looked at Lu Ming suspiciously and asked inexplicably, "Is there not enough Lucius laser guns in the Empire at the moment? Or are you planning to expand your army?" The Krieg Death Corps has just concluded the planetary defense war. The recruitment is still in progress, and the personnel are far from full. It can be said that the Carry 893-inch Death Corps currently does not lack equipment. However, Lu Ming asked her to mass-produce the Lucius laser gun. This decision made Tang Si a little confused about the situation. Lu Ming glanced at Minato on the side, tacitly understanding. The purpose of doing this, currently only Lu Ming and Zero know the whole story. Others didn't know the specific reason, including Tang Si. Lu Ming didn't have time to tell her. Because next I'm going to advance the Empire's space construction plan. There was a hint of enthusiasm and excitement in Lu Ming's tone. The Sea of Stars, this is his ultimate goal in the future. In Lu Ming's plan, Terra Star is just a starting point, and the future stage of the Empire is the vast and endless stars outside. What the blade points to is the frontier of the Empire. Ling, come and give you a brief introduction to space construction. The essence of space construction is to concretize those black technologies in the think tank in the endless stars. Lu Ming has long been discouraged by the things in Ling think tank. It was in the novice protection period before, and there was no way to carry out space construction. But now it is different. The shackles of the Empire have been undone. Everyone, the space construction program is the top priority of the Empire's future, and its main purpose is to build an invincible Imperial interstellar navy for the Empire. For the Empire to develop, it is far from enough to rely on the resources of Terra Star, so the Empire needs to expand. And expansion requires a fleet and a navy, so the space building program came into being. The initial stage of the space construction plan mainly includes 4 aspects: minerals, energy, population, and naval fleet. As Tao narrates, a vast imperial plan with a background in outer space emerges in everyone's mind. The space construction plan belongs to the main direction of the future expansion of the Empire. In order to complete this plan, the Empire needs to build a large number of space buildings in outer space. This will inevitably require massive minerals. To maintain the operation of these space buildings requires a lot of energy. As for the population and fleet behind, it is easier to understand. Population is an important strategic reserve material for the Empire. Whether it is engaged in production, colonial expansion, or providing high-quality troops, it is inseparable from the large base of population. In addition, the Empire's space-building program needs a force to escort it. So the Imperial Navy became indispensable. The scale of the space construction program that Zero tells about is simply jaw-dropping. Little Lucy, is this all true? Tang Si was dumbfounded after listening to Zero's story. Dyson Sphere? Isn't that the stuff of science fiction? What other star bases, star ports, ring worlds, Alderson disks, what are they all about? Are they all serious? If you want to say that you are going to form an interstellar fleet, Tang Si can still understand a little bit. After all, in the endless star universe, the Star Masters with a little strength will form a fleet. But in Zero's plan, the fleet seems to be just a subsidiary product. The real big head is an existence she has never heard of. Even in the space construction plan described, There is the so-called colonization plan. In the colonization plan, Tao even mentioned technologies such as soil modification, surface remodeling, atmospheric filtration, ecological integration, etc. that she did not understand. What is this going to do? Terrastar can't satisfy you anymore, can it? After listening to Minato's story, Tang Si had the illusion that she must have not woken up. Otherwise, how could she hear such a bizarre thing? It was not only Tang Si who was shocked, but Heisher on one side was also full of weirdness. Heishi thought for a while along Li's train of thought, and then he found a result that made him horrified. The essence of the Imperial Space Program: expand, conquer. Under the expansion map of the Empire, the unowned planet is the best, and it is directly occupied. And those planets with masters, the Empire will also chat with you and reason with you. It is best if you are willing to surrender. The Empire can also provide you with a stable job, such as mining for the Empire and producing for the Empire. If you choose to resist, I'm sorry, even the ball is given to you. In short, Blackstone summed up one sentence for Lu Ming's space design. I drip. I drip. I drip. What do you say this is your planet? Bring it you. Hiss. After figuring this out, Blackstone took a deep breath. If the technological products in the plan mentioned by Zero can really be realized, who else can stop this huge human empire? There was some silence in the palace hall. Lu Ming did not make a sound to disturb the crowd. He knew how appalling this plan sounded to outsiders, and he knew that Tang Si needed time to laugh at the information. To be honest, Lu Ming himself was quite helpless. These space buildings alone made Tang Si unacceptable. Then if you add some Colossus-level weapons and tell her that this thing can turn your planet into a 2.2 mine with one shot, won't she be crazy? Or, Tang Si is very likely to turn Lu Ming into a fool. How can normal people have such dangerous and whimsical thoughts? After a long time, Tang Si finally accepted this fact. Just because she was too shocked, her brain was already overloaded, and she was too lazy to think about anything. Looking up at Lu Ming, Tang Si asked, "So, what does this have to do with you letting me produce Lucius laser guns?" Although Tang Si's brain was too lazy to operate, she still remembered her task. Lu Ming also did not sell off. What happened today was too dreamy for Tang Si. In this case, don't increase the pressure on her. Let the poor child's mind relax. Arms trade. Chapter 62. Endless Star Universe Holy Terra Empire. Little Lucy, it's so boring. On the stool of the gazebo, Tang Si kicked her little feet, pouted, and said boringly, "Since Lu Ming arranged the future plan of the Empire that day, Tang Si has been completely troubled. Originally, she thought she could still be busy for a while. If she could help Lu Ming, she would be more than happy to make herself work hard. However, the opposite is true. Not to mention busy, she is even clearer than before. Thanks to the alliance with Lu Ming, many things Lu Ming planned for her in advance. Then this super capable backbone-level talent will implement Lu Ming's plan step by step, without Tang Si worrying about anything at all. At the beginning, Tang Si was excited to return to the Dwarf Star. Keep an eye on the progress of the installation of the munitions factory and the Lucius production line. But slowly Tang Si discovered that this matter was the same with or without her. Zero arranges everything in an orderly manner. She, the queen of the dwarfs, has become redundant. Even when the military factory was first established, Tang Si often did a disservice because of her lack of experience. Later, Tang Si, who discovered this cruel fact, was hit hard. In a fit of rage, he returned to Terrastar. For Tang Si's complaint, Lu Ming also smiled bitterly. Sometimes subordinates are too shrewd and capable, which is also a kind of stressful thing. Aren't you going back to the Dwarf Star? Lu Ming looked at Tang Si with a smile, and said with a smile, "Don't forget, you are the queen of the dwarves." Tang Si puffed out her cheeks, like an angry puffer fish. This expression is simply not too cute. Looking at Lu Ming, he wanted to reach out and poke Tang Si's cute cheek. But I don't have anything to do when I go back. Minato has everything arranged. Tang Si was a little hit. Thinking of her dignified queen of dwarves, one day she will have a superfluous idea of her own. This makes Tang Si feel bad. If it was someone else, I wouldn't be able to say how comfortable it is. After all, this is clearly the case. He's been blown away. However, for Tang Si, apart from some frustration in her heart, she has no idea in this regard. If Lu Ming needs it, Tang Si will hand over the entire dwarf clan to him. Although now it is no different from handing over the dwarves. Then you should go back and have a look. You are the queen, so what is it to stay with me all day long? Hearing this, Tang Si turned her head and looked at Lu Ming dangerously. Little Lucy, listening to what you mean, is it annoying to dislike me? Lu Ming, heavenly pity can be seen. He does not mean this. For men, there should be no one who would dislike having a lovely and lovely lowly beside them. How dare I hum? You dare not. Tang Si was very satisfied with Lu Ming's reaction and raised her little fist proudly. Getting used to the feeling of Lu Ming being by her side, Tang Si really didn't want to go back to the Dwarf Star alone. And the most important point, that is, the climate of Dwarf Star is dry and sultry. Compared to Terra Star's 4 seasons like spring and suitable climate, the living environment is really not very good. Although she is said to be the queen of the dwarves, the palace is full of modern facilities, so there is no need to worry about the weather. But Tang Si doesn't like to be in the palace all day and likes to walk around. And the climate of the Dwarf Star is really unfriendly to a woman's skin. So Tang Si was even more reluctant to return to the Dwarf Star. Well then, I'll go out with you this afternoon. Lu Ming was also afraid of driving this little girl crazy, so he planned to take her out for a walk. Really? A deep surprise flashed in Tang Si's eyes. Then let's find Hannah. I miss her. Tang Si's face was full of excitement. For Hannah, she really misses a bit. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. If you miss Hannah, Hannah may not miss you. Hannah, like most Krieg soldiers, was taciturn. Except for the tasks that Lu Ming explained, he is indifferent to anything. But is this a problem for the familiar Tang Si? Not a problem at all. During that time, Tang Si was bored and went to Krieg Fortress alone to find Hannah. Later, Lu Ming heard from Tao that Hannah was tortured by Tang Si. Others would unknowingly distance themselves from Hannah's indifference. But Tang Si is stunned. You also ignore me, the more I want to talk to you. Then there's no after that. Hannah, who was tortured by Tang Si, who broke her defense, told Tang Si directly to Minato here. Hope Zero will tell Lu Ming and let Lu Ming restrain Tang Si. After all, Tang Si's identity is there. With her relationship with Lu Ming, Hannah really can't do anything about Tang Si. However, in line with the principle that a dead Taoist friend will not die a poor Taoist, Lu Ming successfully sold Hannah, the hero of the empire. Tang Si annoys Hannah, so she won't annoy him accordingly, right? Besides, he was also thinking about Hannah. If you are always so silent, people are very easy to be depressed. As the emperor, it is reasonable to be concerned about the health of your subordinates. Ding, endless Xingyu's 107th Star Defense War is over. The star list will be announced in 3 hours. Please pay attention to the star owners to check 893. Lu Ming is chatting with Tang Si. Suddenly, the 2 planet control panels received this email. The 2 looked at each other. You got it too? Lu Ming frowned. He knew that the star list would be revealed every time the newly added Star Masters had finished the planetary defense battle. The so-called star list is actually similar to the existence of a novice ranking. It will count a potential ranking of all novice Star Masters. Of course, the Star Master mentioned here is the Star Master who has successfully defended the battle. Those who are eliminated are not included. The end of the 107th Planetary Defense War meant that he and Tang Si were the 107th batch to enter Endless Xingyu. Before them, 106 batches of Star Masters had entered this vast universe. Little Lucy, how many do you think my dwarves can rank in? Tang Si's expression was excited and looking forward. The dwarves are a very popular race, and Tang Si was curious about how many dwarves her dwarves could rank. For this star list, Lu Ming is non-committal. This thing itself is a potential statistic and has little effect on him. Chapter 63. There are many sublists in the star list, but the star list in everyone's mouth generally refers to the potential list of novice star owners. Lu Ming didn't really care about that. Potential does not mean strength, and a novice star master with great potential does not mean that you will definitely occupy a place in the endless star universe. Little potential doesn't mean you can't accomplish anything. This is like a peerless genius. Only a genius who grows up is worthy of being treated differently. The genius of Tianjia is not on this list. Endless Xingyu will have new people joining every year, and it is not uncommon for those novice star masters with great potential to start the game and then kill themselves. Endless Xingyu is full of opportunities, but also full of dangers and variables. The so-called star list is nothing but a statistics and evaluation of data. Lu Ming felt that he didn't want to be on the star list if he could. After all, making a fortune in silence is king. The tree is big to attract the wind, and if it is too ostentatious, it will die very miserably. Little Lucy, do you think you will be ranked first? Tang Si is more concerned about Lu Ming's ranking than herself. Others don't know, but she, Lu Ming's closest person, knows it all. Don't look at people always saying how weak the human race is. But what Lu Ming's Holy Terra Empire shows is something that makes people shudder. Not to mention the space construction plan that Lu Ming is currently advancing. As far as the laser guns produced by the Empire are concerned, which force does Xingyu currently have large-scale hunting suits? There may be laser weapons, but those are used by large forces as killer copper. Like Lu Ming's Krieg Death Corps, almost everyone has a laser weapon. Tang Si has never heard of it. Hearing Tang Si's innocent words, Lu Ming was laughed at by the silly girl. First place? What do you think? Lu Ming looked at Tang Si angrily, wondering if he could use his head before speaking. The Empire may be really strong, but this does not mean that the Empire can be ranked first among novice Star Masters. This is not because Lu Ming has no confidence in the Empire, but an objective fact. Endless Xingyu has 100 years of history. Although the Star Masters who joined in the past did not have the black technology of Lu Ming. But they are not fools. Looking at the star rankings of each session, the top novice Star Masters are all targets of training by major forces. This is also the obvious thing. Those big forces will tilt a lot of resources in order to cultivate the younger generation of the family or others. In this case, no matter how much black technology Lu Ming has, it won't help. After all, to put it bluntly, it was made by people with money. This is also the main reason why Lu Ming doesn't care much about the star list. This thing is generally a contest between the major forces of Endless Xingyu, and it has little to do with these newcomers. Why can't you think? Tang Si stared at Lu Ming unconvinced and said, Little Lucy, people have to have dreams. What if they come true, right? Then again, if people don't have dreams, what's the difference between them and salted fish? Lu Ming was stunned by Tang Si's crooked reasoning. I can't see that this sister tiger still has a certain way to talk about the big truth. At least it's much more comfortable than those who understand the applause. There is still a difference. What's the difference? Xingyu also knows how to turn over. People don't have dreams, but they don't even bother to turn over. Lu Ming collectively refers to such people as the Lang clan. It is often said that if life deceives you, don't be discouraged, don't be discouraged. Because life will continue to deceive you. Recognizing this cruel fact, there seems to be nothing wrong with lying flat. At least you are comfortable, right? Tang Si stared at Lu Ming. Don't interrupt. I'm telling you the truth. What I'm saying is true. Lu Ming shrugged helplessly, spread his hands and said, We have our own father to take care of us, so we started from scratch. What do you use to compete with others for the first place? Hearing this, Tang Si pouted. She also knew that Lu Ming was telling the truth, but she was a little unconvinced. After Lu Ming chose the Terran, the scenes of his classmates mocking Lu Ming were still vivid in his mind. Tang Si is just not convinced. Lu Ming didn't say anything and was too lazy to pay attention to those people. But she is different. She just wanted to use this star list to slap her face. Don't you say that the human race is weak? Doesn't it mean that choosing the human race has no future? Looking at the Holy Terra Empire, I ask if your face hurts? Unfortunately, Tang Si also knew that her fantasy was not realistic. Although what the Empire showed was terrible, at this stage it still couldn't compare to those huge forces. Little Lucy, don't be discouraged. There is not only one star list. I believe you will definitely be on the list, and it's still number 1. Tang Si looked at Lu Ming and said in a very determined tone, Even if you can't get on the potential list, you can always look forward to other rankings. With the strength that Lu Ming has shown now, there is no way he can't even make it to a star list. If this is the case, those large forces are too terrifying. Lu Ming did not refute Tang Si's words. As Tang Si said, there are many sublists in the star list, and there are still opportunities. Although he didn't expect it to be. Having said that, Lu Ming and Tang Si both entered the chat channel of the planet control panel. intending to see if there is any latest news. As soon as Lu Ming entered the chat channel, he saw the hottest discussion about star rankings. Sure enough, the hottest topic at the moment is star rankings. This time the potential list should be divided up by those big forces again. Aren't you talking nonsense? What year? I also want to join the big forces, but unfortunately people don't look down on me. This year's first place should be between the two top forces of Eden and God's Hammer. Brother, have you forgotten the Orc League? In the chat channel, the most enjoyable thing for everyone is to discuss which newcomers trained by large forces will be on the list this year. This is also the intention of these big forces who are willing to tilt resources to train new people and then compete for rankings. In addition to looking at the potential and future of the new people to be trained, the most important thing is to show their muscles and strong financial resources, expand the popularity, and then attract more star masters who come here. This is a virtuous circle for those big forces. Therefore, many big forces are competing for the ranking of the potential list. Some small forces or single-star masters were very knowledgeable and did not join in the fun. This is like the competition between the capital side and the shopping mall, and the scum will be swallowed by the scattered people who enter. Chapter 64. Isn't there a hapless star defender who encountered the Ripper? You said he won. Can he be ranked first? You're trying to eat fart. Ripper, that's something that carbon-based creatures can beat? That unfortunate one must have been eliminated long ago. Sure enough, luck is also a part of strength. You are the unlucky ones, and your whole family is the unlucky ones. Isn't that a Ripper? Didn't show you a minute. It's not good luck, you can't do it. It doesn't mean that others can't do it. In the chat channel, Lu Ming didn't take it to heart when he saw those who made sarcastic remarks before. After all, the mouth grows on someone else's body, so you can still give him two mouths in the past? Well, it may indeed be possible in the future. Lu Ming, who was born in the Peak Club, is the best at sending a little warmth from the fleet. But not at this stage. However, Lu Ming pretending to turn a blind eye does not mean that someone can be as indifferent as him. Seeing the news that spoke for him, Lu Ming looked up at Tang Si beside him. Sure enough, at this time, the little girl was staring at the control panel with gnashing teeth, with an expression she couldn't wait to eat. It's just that in terms of Tang Si's current image, the milk prisoner 897 is fierce. No deterrent to speak of. Amid the chatter in the chat channel, time passed slowly. 3 hours of effort went by in a blink of an eye. The star rankings that star owners are very concerned about have finally come out. As the most popular potential list among many star lists, it was naturally opened by many people for the first time. Lu Ming naturally opened the potential list with no exception. But the next second he was dumbfounded. 10th place, Planet, Kinos, Native Race, Taurus, Affiliate, Free Federation. 9th place, Planet, Pino, Native Race, Shadow Race, Attachment, Fist of Justice. 12. 4th place, Planet, Tago, Native Race, Tiger Race, Affiliate, Orc Alliance. 3rd place, Planet, Governing Capital, Primitive Race Hydralisk, Affiliate, Asahi Alliance. 2nd place, Planet, Taias, Native Race, Elves, Affiliate, Hammer of God. As everyone guessed, the top 10 of the potential list were almost all divided up by the major forces of Xingyu. CBCC. After all, in order to compete for the ranking of the potential list, these big forces have invested a lot of resources. Originally, there was no problem getting here. What really makes people feel dumbfounded is the first place on the potential list. This is also the main reason why Lu Ming is a little confused. First place, Planet, Terrastar, Native Race, Human Race, Affiliate, none. Before Lu Ming could react, he heard Tang Si scream. Then, without waiting for Lu Ming to say anything, Tang Si jumped into Lu Ming's arms. A pair of big eyes flashed, with a strong feeling of surprise. Little Lucy, let me say that people have to have dreams. Look, isn't this going to happen? Number 1. You are number 1. See no, first place, Terrastar. Native Race, Human Race. Little Lucy, you are number 1. Tang Si was so excited that she grabbed Lu Ming's cheek with her little hand and kept repeating the words like number 1. It can be seen that Tang Si is very happy, even happier than the party Lu Ming. Originally, the top 10 dwarves did not have their own, and Tang Si was still a little unconvinced. But seeing that the first place was actually Lu Ming, Xiaonizi was immediately happy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, not knowing what to think. To be honest, Lu Ming never thought he could be on the potential list from the beginning. You must know that the potential list is a large-scale fight scene. What is he doing here as a loose person? The result was something he never expected. The large-scale fight overturned on the spot. So relieved, I see who dares to laugh at you this time. First place, did you see it? I'm laughing at you. Auntie, I'll call his face with the potential list. Tang Si raised her eyebrows and exhaled, as if the poor student who was usually abandoned by the teacher suddenly had a counterattack and passed the grade. Okay, my face is about to be ripped off by you. After a long time, Lu Ming reacted. Taking off Tang Si's Wuchong's little hand, Lu Ming felt helpless. Although it is a bit Versailles to say this, he really doesn't know how he has become the #1 potential list. Could this potential list still count his future plans? If this is the case, then the rules of this endless star universe are too scary. Lu Ming shook his head. It shouldn't be like this. Although the rules of endless Xingyu are perfect, they are not enough to see through the future. How about you? What's the ranking? Lu Ming looked at Tang Si in his arms. 37th. It is considered to be in the top 50 of the potential list. Thanks to the extraordinary talent of the dwarves, the potential ranking of the dwarves is generally not too bad. Moreover, Tang Si started the Star Defense War in advance, which added a lot to the ranking of the potential list. Hearing Tang Si's words, Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Why didn't I find this girl so Versailles before? Barely making the top 50? Listening to what you mean, I don't seem to be very satisfied. So what do you think of the Star Masters who haven't even appeared in the top 100? But you are #1, so I'll just say I'm right. Tang Si stretched out her small fist and looked at Lu Ming with an inscrutable expression. Little Luzi, tell you a philosophy of life. Never underestimate a woman's sixth sense. Lu Ming was helpless. He also wanted to know how he became the first. His original intention was to make a fortune in silence. It is best to be the kind of low-key that does not show any mountains and waters in the early stage. And when you come over, my fleet has already arrived at your door. It's a pity that, given the current situation, the plan to make a fortune in silence seems to have come to nothing. Some unacceptable things are not just Lu Ming, the frying pan in the chat channel. F*CK, is there a bug in the star list? The F*CK people became the first. Are you sure today is not April Fool's Day? How could the human race be ranked first? Is it a mistake? I also want to know, it feels like the worldview has collapsed. Isn't the most outrageous thing that you didn't join any forces behind? Hey, humans, there is no background to support. This is definitely a bug, okay? Whoever of you likes to believe, I don't believe it anyway. Duh. Chapter 65. Little Luzi, look at the other star lists. The surprise is more than that. Just when Lu Ming was still immersed in his confusion and became the #1 potential list, Tang Si shouted again. Lu Ming heard Tang Si's words and opened other star rankings. Looking at it, Lu Ming somewhat understands why he has become the #1 existence on the potential list. In the armament weapons list, the Macarius main battle tank, quadruple heavy artillery, ground-shaking gun, Lucius laser gun, Hell gun, etc. produced by the Lu Ming military factory all occupied the top 10 of the list. Looking around, the top few suffixes on the list of armaments and weapons all have the word Terra Star. It can be said that this list is dominated by Lu Ming. After that is the Star Defense Battle Difficulty list. Lu Ming is at the top of the list because he is fighting against a nightmare-level Ripper. The glorious record of the Holy Terra Empire destroying the army of 1.5 million Tirers can be said to have blinded the titanium alloy dog eyes of a group of melon-eating people. And the Krieg Death Corps is also in the Legion leaderboard. Take the top spot, shine. What the hell are you kidding? 1.5 million Rippers? It's such a crazy start. It's outrageous that people actually won. Krieg Death Corps. These F*CK soldiers are all gods. I believe it now. This F*CK is not ranked first in the potential list. Who can still be ranked first? My husband's father. I can only scream. The armament and weapons list has been dominated by Terrastar. What a hideous thing this is, F*CK. That stupid critic said that the human race is weak. This F*CK is called weak. Brother, It is a recognized fact that the human race is weak. Then can you explain to me what's going on with this list? Well, this may be a special case. Why don't you ride a horse and say that Terrastar is an evolutionary man, a superman, and fooling a ghost, naturally. Many people in the World Chat channel have also seen other lists. But just fry it right away. In the 100-year history of Endless Star Universe, no Star Master has ever been so beautiful. In a sense, Lu Ming is also the first person since the beginning of the world. With the release of many star lists, Terra Star, Holy Terra Empire, Krieg Death Core, etc., have become the most talked about words in the World Chat channel. All of a sudden, Lu Ming is famous. However, Lu Ming didn't like to worry. He somehow had the illusion that he was being roasted on the fire. Sometimes, too much fame is not necessarily a good thing. Just like now, Lu Ming is a little worried. People from P Club are more pragmatic. So is Lu Ming. He only cares about his own interests, and he doesn't care much about these false names. You jump as you jump, I starship cannons. The Empire is now at an important stage in advancing the space construction plan, and Lu Ming does not want to overdo it. Fortunately, the star list is still more sensible. Although the Terra Star was exposed, Lu Ming's planet number was not marked. In Endless Xingyu, the planet number is similar to the identity number of the Blue Star people. The name can be changed, but this string of numbers will be with you for a lifetime. Unless you quit Endless Xingyu, there is no way to change the planet number. This is a fortune and misfortune. Of course, the exposure of the star list is not completely useless. At least the armament weapon list made Lu Ming very comfortable. The Empire's space-building program requires enormous resources. If Lu Ming can mine these resources by himself, then the ghost knows that it will be mined until the year of the monkey and the horse. That's why Lu Ming gave the general factory and other production lines to Tang Xi's dwarves. The productivity of the dwarves is not a blow. With the help of the dwarves to produce armaments, Lu Ming will soon be able to start the arms trade. With Imperial's advanced weapons, there should be no shortage of quality customers. At that time, with the large amount of funds harvested from the arms trade, Lu Ming can purchase the materials and minerals needed for space construction. As a result, the Imperial space design stage will be greatly enhanced. Once the Empire has passed the threshold of initial space construction, Lu Ming will have a more efficient way to mine minerals with the help of the black technology in the Wan think tank. So for Lu Ming at this stage, the potential list is useless, and neither is the Legion list. The only thing that is only useful is the list of weapons and weapons. Weapons of the Empire made their debut on the leaderboards, and the fame spread a lot. If nothing else, there should be a Star Master to contact him soon. See, you asked the military factory to speed up the progress. I believe that a large number of orders are flying towards us. For flowers. Lu Ming looked at Tang Xi with a smile, feeling a little dark in his heart. If you think about it this way, this star list is not necessarily useless. At least it's not free advertising. Ding, dear ID, Star Master number 124909. In view of your previous excellent performance, you will get a 10% discount coupon from the trading bank. Discount coupons. Star Host discount coupons will enjoy a 10% discount when purchasing materials, regardless of classification, in the trading line. Note, this discount coupon is only valid for one time. The sudden news made Lu Ming stunned. The reaction is ecstasy. Come early is worse than coincidence. This thing is just in time for him. If there are two choices in front of him now, one is this discount coupon. The other is the Interstellar Navy warship. Lu Ming will choose the former without hesitation. A 10% discount coupon. You can enjoy a 10% discount when purchasing materials at the trading bank. If you buy a small amount of materials, you may not experience its value. But what if you buy a large amount of materials? Arms trade. The arms trade must hurry. Lu Ming couldn't be more excited. He wants to dial the star coins, like a lot of star coins. See, have you received any special rewards? You received it too? Tang Xi looked at Lu Ming and blinked. She was researching her reward just now. What is it? Lu Ming felt that his excited breathing was a little unsteady. If Tang Xi is like him and has another discount coupon, wouldn't it be possible to enjoy the local tyrant shopping experience of buy twice? 100,000 star coin limit card. Lu Ming. Well, it seems that he thinks too much. and the reward is based on the ranking. The 100,000 star coin limit card means that Tang Si can get 100,000 star coins for free at the transaction bank. Using Tang Si's 100,000 star coin quota card with his own 100% discount coupon is a material that earns millions of star coins in vain. Although a little unsatisfactory, it is better than nothing. One can't be too greedy. No matter how small the mosquito's legs are, it is still meat. Chapter 66. Endless Xingyu, a 7-star field, Eden Alliance, Odin Star. Boom. Jerry Howard punched the table with uncontrollable anger on his face. Damn, are we raising rice buckets? You didn't even make it to the top 5 in the potential list. Rubbish. It's just rubbish. Did you not open your eyes when you were looking for someone new? Jerry was furious in the conference room. Facing the angry Jerry, everyone below bowed their heads in silence. They also did not expect that the new people cultivated by the Eden Alliance this time would be so unbearable. The top 5 on the potential list don't have a place in their Garden of Eden at all. Jerry, who was sitting in the first place, looked at the many star masters in the room who didn't say a word, and his heart was even more angry. Usually when it comes to interests, everyone can talk and talk, and I can't wait to have a tongue battle with the 900 Confucianism, for fear of harming their own interests. As a result, they are now in trouble, and they all bow their heads and pretend to be ostriches, and have learned to pretend to be dumb. The Garden of Eden is one of the first forces established by Endless Xingyu. After 100 years of development and operation, the Garden of Eden is now one of the behemoths in the Endless Stars. The Garden of Eden, God's Hammer, Orc Alliance, and other top strengths are well known. The reason why these big forces will compete for the potential list is not for the so-called rewards. For a big power like them, although those rewards are easy to use, they are not irreplaceable. On the contrary, the purpose of their competition for the potential list is to expand the prestige of their own forces, to absorb more joiners, and constantly inject fresh blood into the alliance. In this way, it can not only strengthen the alliance, but also ensure the continuous existence of the alliance. But this time, in the potential ranking list, they didn't even mention the top 5 in the Garden of Eden, and they didn't even have a place in the top 10. As the leader of the Garden of Eden, how could Jerry not be angry? How does this make outsiders see their Garden of Eden? Look, in such a big league, none of the new recruits it has cultivated made it into the top 10 of the potential list. The Eden Alliance has fallen, so let's join other forces. Every time he thinks of these remarks, the anger in Jerry's heart can't stop pouring out. You must know that these remarks are not his pure imagination, but have already appeared in the World Chat channel. Although Jerry knew that there was a foe behind it to fuel the flames. But it is an indisputable fact that their Garden of Eden has collapsed this time. You can't blame others for falling into a well, but if you want to blame yourself, you can blame yourself for not having long eyes and falling into the well first. If you make your own mistakes, you will, so why can't others suppress you? Jerry, I think you have time to get angry here. Why don't you think about how to save our face? On Jerry's left, a beautiful woman dressed as a lady spoke. The woman's smooth blonde hair hangs down like a waterfall, but from the outside, she is definitely a peerless beauty in Western style. But the woman had a pair of pointed, long ears that emerged from under her golden hair. Elves. The beautiful appearance and temperament of the woman did not tarnish the good name of the elves. Katie, do you know how much this competition for the potential list will cost the league? Jerry looked at Katie Campbell beside him displeased, frowning slightly. Like Jerry, Katie is the Star Lord of one of the 12 main stars of the Garden of Eden, which is also the famous 12 main gods of the Garden of Eden. The 12 main gods, including Jerry Howard and Katie Campbell, can be said to be the top church leaders in the Garden of Eden. Although the Garden of Eden claims to be the 12 gods, many people call them the 12 giants of the Garden of Eden. Katie spread her hands and looked at Jerry calmly with sapphire eyes, her expression calm, as if he didn't take Jerry's anger to heart at all. This time, for the loss, each of us here is responsible. Katie's tone was slow. Like other large-scale forces, the Garden of Eden will smash newcomers to the Endless Xingyu and look for potential existences. Then tilt resources to train each other, and let the trainees compete for the ranking of the potential leaderboard. Advertise the Garden of Eden. For the search for newcomers, the 12 giants can recommend their favorite candidates. Then 12 people voted together to choose the last lucky one. So Katie said that the loss of the Garden of Eden this time had nothing to do with each of them. Damn it, God's hammer bastards are already watching our jokes. Jerry knew that Katie was telling the truth, and he slammed the conference table again in annoyance. The whole person is like a furious beast. On the side, Katie looked at the angry Jerry. A trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. In her opinion, the leader of the Garden of Eden should be a calm and wise existence, not a reckless guy who only knows how to yell and get to the point. Jerry, I said, instead of venting your anger here, you might as well think about how to solve the problem. The problem has been solved, and although Katie is also a little angry, she is not as dazzled as Jerry. It's not scary to have problems. What's scary is not to solve them. Katie has never believed that there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. As long as you find the right way, all problems can be solved. Everyone is the 12 main gods. Why should I find a solution when encountering a problem? Jerry sat in his seat panting heavily. Repeatedly urged by Katie, the anger and unhappiness in my heart had reached its peak. You are the supreme leader of the Alliance, aren't you? Katie looked at Jerry. Her eyes like water flickered slightly, and there was a deep disappointment hidden in the depths of her pupils. For Jerry, Katie has been utterly disappointed. In other words, she no longer has any hope for the so-called 12 main gods. Everyone is short-sighted competing for interests, and they are not sad about the Alliance. The Garden of Eden is rotten to the core. Tell me what you can do. I'm helpless. Jerry glanced at the other 11 giants in meeting room 2.2 and calmed down a little. Just in the face of Jerry's inquiry, the meeting room was quiet. As Katie expected, these people only cared about their own interests and didn't give much thought to the plight of the League. With this group of people leading the Garden of Eden, Eden's desire to rival the most powerful hammer of God in the endless Xingyu is simply a nonsense. Katie glanced at everyone in the conference room in disappointment, then stood up directly and walked slowly towards the outside of the conference room. She doesn't want to waste time here anymore. Help me contact Terra Star. I want to talk to the star owner of Terra Star. Chapter 67. What does Katie mean? Is there anything you can't sit down and talk about? What's the point of leaving early? Katie is getting more and more defiant. Who does she think she is? Why would she be where she is today without an alliance? Katie left the conference room early, which was an insult to the other 11 giants in Eden. Especially the look in Katie's last look at them made everyone angry. The selection of newcomers is decided by their joint vote. Something went wrong, and Katie got herself out. What is this? Alone. There was some commotion in the conference room, and everyone began to criticize Katie. Although they are all members of the Garden of Eden, don't think they are monolithic. They can hold a group to keep warm for the sake of profit, and they can also fight against each other for the sake of profit. Jerry looked at the closed conference room door. An inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Everyone, today's meeting will be here on 21. When we go back, everyone should think about how to make up for the loss of the Alliance. Party. After speaking, Jerry also got up and left his seat and walked out of the conference room. Jerry, as the supreme ruler of the Garden of Eden, all left, and although the others complained, they all got up and left. The meeting was held at Odin Star and Jerry left the conference room and walked directly towards his palace. Halfway through, Jerry also dialed a communication. Jace, send someone to inquire about Katie's actions. I want to know her next plan. After saying this, Jerry hung up the communication directly. Looking at the direction Katie left, a sneer raised at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think I'm an impulsive brat? I know exactly what idea you're waiting for. On the other side, Katie returned to her own planet, Frigga, through the portal. Your Majesty, welcome back. After walking out of the teleportation network, Liv, Katie's most trusted right-hand man, was already waiting by the side. Your Majesty, how is the meeting going? Liv asked Tifa when she saw Tifa's return. Although Tifa's cold expression at this time has already explained everything. What else can a group of short-sighted people do? A sneer flashed in Tifa's eyes. Thinking of the ugliness of everyone during the meeting, Katie felt nauseated. By the way, I asked you to contact the Star Master of Terra Star. Did you get in touch? Katie and Tifa asked while walking towards the bedroom. The information of Star Lord Terra has been queried, but there is no contact yet. Liv didn't know why Katie asked her to contact Terra Star, and Liv didn't dare to contact the other party abruptly. In the event of a scare, it would be bad for Her Majesty's affairs to be broken. Katie nodded and said nothing. She is very satisfied with Liv's work efficiency. Back in the bedroom, Katie took off her dress and changed into a more comfortable nightgown. Lying on the bed, Katie browsed the information about Terra Star that Liv had investigated. G8 Star Field, Terra Star, Holy Terra Empire, Terran, Krieg Death Corps. It is said to be investigating the information of Terra Star, but in fact, a lot of information is the information on the star list summarized by Liv. Then, the news was coordinated and handed over to Katie. But that's the case, and it's enough for Katie. Lucius laser gun, laser weapon, no wonder. Katie actually noticed Terra Star as early as the day the star list was released. After all, it's hard for Terra Star to not notice her behavior. But Katie didn't care about Terra Star's ranking. For her, even if Terra Star ranked first in the potential list, it didn't matter. The newcomers that the Garden of Eden has cultivated over the years also have several potential leaders. This is really nothing unusual to her. The reason why she wants to contact Terra Star is entirely because of the weapons and equipment in those rankings. You must know that with the strength of these top forces, their research and development of laser weapons is only at the initial stage. On the other hand, Terra Star, the research and development of its laser weapons seems to be quite mature. Thinking, Katie sent a message to the Star Master of Terra Star as the Star Master of Frigga. The content of the message is very simple, and there is no beating around the bush. Katie made a brief self-introduction and then expressed her intentions. At the end, Lu Ming was invited to join the Eden Alliance, looking forward to long-term cooperation. On the other side, Lu Ming was sitting with Tang Si, and the two were also discussing about the arms trade. Since Lu Ming was rewarded with a 10% discount coupon, his desire to trade weapons has grown stronger. Trade, exchange money, and then scavenge the minerals of the trading house to advance the space construction program. This series of things made Lu Ming a little impatient. But Lu Ming also knows that his 10% discount coupon can only be of maximum value when he buys a large amount of minerals. So at this stage, the most important thing is to make a hamster ready for winter. Money. In addition to money, it is national money. Little Lucy, how reliable are you? It's been several days, and no one has contacted you to buy a light gun. Tang Si held her chin and pouted at Lu Ming. Since the release of the Star List 900, Lu Ming has let her dwarf arsenal work at full capacity to produce Lucius laser guns and other weapons and equipment. It's just that in the past few days, a lot of light guns have been accumulated at the military factory. But there is no news for the customer who bought it. On the other hand, Lu Ming didn't care at all and kept the military factory in production. There is something to say? Don't worry, let the bullets. Let the news spread for a while. Just thinking about it, a message popped up on Lu Ming's planet control panel. Is this not a business to come to the door? Lu Ming opened the news, glanced at it, and said with a smile, Dear Star Lord Terra, hello, I am the Star Lord of Frigga of the Eden Alliance, and I am sending this message for cooperation. If you are interested, you can talk about it in detail. In addition, I don't know if you have any plans to join the Garden of Eden. I still have some energy in the Garden of Eden, so I can help you introduce it. Looking forward to your reply. Lu Ming looked at the news, and the corners of his mouth rose. Garden of Eden, Frigga? Kind of interesting. But does this mean that he intends to bypass the Garden of Eden and cooperate with himself as the Master of Frigga? Chapter 68. The 68th octopus bites the hook, seeking support. Who is Xiao Luzi who wants to buy a light gun? How much? How much? Tang Si's eyes lit up when she heard Lu Ming's words. A pair of cute eyes flashed with excitement and said excitedly. Lu Ming patted Tang Si's little head and motioned her to take it easy. When it comes to business, the most taboo thing is to be impatient. Although Lu Ming is a human being, he has never talked about any business other than buying food at the vegetable market and bargaining with his aunt. But does this matter? No effect at all, okay? Endless Xingyu. Now the only one who can produce light guns is Terra Star. So even if he opens his mouth, he doesn't have to be afraid to scare people away. Only this family. He has the absolute initiative. It's the Star Master of Frigga in the Garden of Eden. Tang Si's expression was a little stunned. The Garden of Eden? Xiao Luzi, are you sure you read it right? You know it's the Garden of Eden. Endless Xingyu is ranked the top 10 top forces, although the development of the Garden of Eden has almost stagnated over the years. The dead camel is bigger than a horse. The huge Star-Lord alliance in the Garden of Eden is there, and everyone has to weigh it. Isn't that the Garden of Eden? What a fuss. Tang Si, damn it. Dressed up by him. Xiao Luzi, you have changed. You were not like Versailles before. You are no longer the familiar little Luzi you used to be. Tang Si complained in her heart, but she was still very excited about a customer as big as the Garden of Eden. Those top-level strengths are all-powerful. For most Star Masters, these top powers are local tyrants, backers, and they want to call their fathers. But for Tang Si, this is a proper dog owner. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to slaughter a big dog. If you miss it, you will be punished by God. Tang Si urged Lu Ming to contact them quickly, but Lu Ming was unmoved. Now that he has the initiative, there is no need to be so anxious. If you contact the other party now, it will expose his own urgent needs. Turning active into passive, Lu Ming would not do such a loss-making business. Although he is not a businessman, he also knows the rules of business. Whoever takes the initiative will have the dominance. Lu Ming just dragged on. Although Tang Si was very anxious during this period, Lu Ming's consideration was also justified. Until the next morning, Tang Si, who was worried that she had not slept all night, came to find Lu Ming. Lu Ming finally communicated to the other party. Hello, Star Lord of Terra Star. Communication was quickly connected. While Tang Si looked at Lu Ming expectantly, her big eyes were full of inquiries. Lu Ming gestured to Tang Si not to make a sound. Hello? Lu Ming gave full play to his cold side, cherishing words like gold. In this regard, Lu Ming would like to thank Hannah. If it wasn't for Hannah, he might not have understood the idiom, cherishing words like gold, to the current level. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm the Star Master of the 12 main gods of the Eden Alliance. Frigga, Katie Campbell. Terra Star, Lu Ming. Hearing the other party's self-introduction, Lu Ming simply reported his name. The 12 Star Masters who first formed the Garden of Eden were all named after the Master Gods in the Blue Star mythology. Like Katie Campbell's Frigga Star. In mythology, Frigga is the god in charge of marriage and love. She is beautiful, intelligent, and generous, and she is the wife of the Lord God Odin. Lu Ming. Katie, on the other end of the communication, was briefly surprised when she heard Lu Ming's name. Are you Oriental? Lu Ming was non-committal. Although Endless Xingyu has a connection with Blue Star, most star owners are unwilling to return to Blue Star. In Endless Xingyu, as long as you become the official Star Master, you will be a one-of-a-kind existence on your own planet. And back to Blue Star, these noble Star Masters may just be ordinary migrant workers. One person goes up, one person goes down. There is no need to elaborate on how to choose such a simple choice. Therefore, although Xingyu has a connection with Blue Star, it will not be at the mercy of Blue Star's interests. On the contrary, the Star Masters of Endless Xingyu care more about their own interests. Therefore, Katie didn't say much after knowing that Lu Ming was from the East. She couldn't understand such a simple truth. Sorry, Mr. Lu. It was me who was abrupt. I am very longing for the mysterious Eastern country. Your history and culture are deeply fascinating. Listening to Katie's words, Lu Ming smiled. This is what people say, and you listen to it. If you really believe it, you are called a fool. It is not that Lu Ming has no national pride, nor that he has lost his roots. Before talking about these, you must first understand what you are doing. Talk about business. Lu Ming contacted Katie just to talk business. A good business, in addition to benefits, everything else will be empty. So Lu Ming just smiled non-committally to Katie's words. He believed that the reason why Katie said so was to use this topic to enhance mutual feelings, in order to facilitate her to gain some initiative in the future business field. Lu Ming thinks that he is not a business person, but it does not mean that he is stupid. The twists and turns in this one are so clear. Miss Katie, I don't know what you have to do with me. Lu Ming didn't want to continue to argue with Katie like this. I'm a newcomer, and I don't seem to have anything to do with your Eden Bopols. Mr. Lu is joking. Although we didn't have a relationship before, who can say what will happen in the future? Katie also heard Lu Ming's impatience, so the topic was timely. Start talking about business. I don't know if Mr. Lu has any plans to join the Garden of Eden. I can personally introduce Mr. Lu. The introduction of one of the 12 giants in the Garden of Eden is a privilege that not everyone can enjoy. However, Lu Ming scoffed at this. The Garden of Eden is indeed huge, but sorry. I don't even look down on Lu Ming. Even if you join, I, the little star master, don't have the ability to climb high. Lu Ming decisively refused Katie's invitation. The future is destined to be strong. Why should I be subordinate to others if Miss Katie is okay? Wait, Mr. Lu. Before Lu Ming could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Hearing Katie's eager tone, Lu Ming smiled. The fish bit the hook, didn't it? Chapter 69. Anything else, Miss Katie? Since Mr. Lu doesn't want to join the Garden of Eden, and I don't force it, we can still cooperate in other areas, right? For example, we can have trade cooperation. Lu Ming was silent and did not speak. When Katie spoke out about trade cooperation, the results were already clear. There was no difference between the other party's intention and what Lu Ming had guessed. Katie actually came here for the purpose of buying weapons. The so-called invitation to join the Garden of Eden before was just a test. Or it is a negotiation skill, the art of speaking. Mr. Lu, I'm very interested in your Lucius laser gun, and of course other weapons and equipment. I'm very interested. I wonder if Mr. Lu is willing to give up his love and trade with me? Lu Ming didn't speak, and Katie finally couldn't help explaining her intentions. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled. However, the heat is not yet there, and some more firewood is needed. Sorry, Miss Katie, I'm not a businessman. Mr. Lu, no one stipulates that only merchants can trade, right? A 7-star field, frig a star, Katie smiled. Lu Ming's words made her hear a hint of loosening 900. As an old star master, he is also one of the 12 main gods of the Garden of Eden. Katie has no shortage of stars. For Katie, not all problems that can be solved with star coin can be called problems. She is not worried about the issue of star coins, but is worried about whether Lu Ming will sell it. You must know that weapons and equipment are things that each star master in the endless star universe attaches great importance to. Powerful, advanced weapons and equipment represent force. In endless Xingyu, the strength of force or otherwise represents your status and right to speak. Therefore, those powerful weapons and equipment, many star owners will hide and tuck and will not easily sell to others, because it is easy to be imitated by others. Once a powerful weapon and equipment is possessed by many people, it loses its shock and deterrent effect. This is also the reason why many star owners do not trade powerful weapons, because this is tantamount to selling your cards to others, which is a very stupid behavior. And now Lu Ming is loose, so Katie is in a very happy mood at this time. Mr. Lu, what do you think? Katie, of course, also knew that Lu Ming might have a big mouth. But so what? Who made the laser gun the only one? Besides, Katie has her own plans. Although she was jealous of Lu Ming's weapons and equipment, she was eager to trade with Lu Ming. But from the beginning to the end, she did not intend to make a big deal with Lu Ming. Buy some laser guns, then research and imitate them yourself. That's Katie's true purpose. What weapon do you want? Hearing this, Katie smiled happily. I thought that the Star Master who ranked first in this year's potential list would be a great person. In the end, it turned out to be nothing but a short-sighted person. Selling state-of-the-art weapons is digging your own grave. Katie felt that if it was herself, no matter how high the price offered by the other party was, she would not agree. What's more, she hasn't made an offer yet. In Katie's mind, Lu Ming has been labeled as short-sighted, and poor luck. For these, Lu Ming did not know. He didn't know that his weapons and equipment were accidentally obtained by Katie as a shit luck. But even if he knew, Lu Ming would not take it to heart. Since Lu Ming dares to sell weapons, he is naturally not afraid of others' research and imitation. At least not now. Even if the Lucius laser gun is researched by the other party in the future, it will be fine. Because there are more powerful weapons in Zero's think tank, he will have changed to more advanced weapons by then. Mr. Lu, I don't know if you cut your love with the Lucius laser gun. Sure enough, it was aimed at the Lucius laser gun. Hearing Katie's words, CBCC, Lu Ming was not surprised at all. Okay, 5,000 star coins for a light gun. Now that the other party has taken the bait, Lu Ming will not continue acting. The intentions of both sides have been almost touched by each other, and there is no point in playing it any longer. Lu Ming gave his own price. Mr. Lu, you are a bit of a lion. On the other end of the communication, It took a while before Katie's voice came. Apparently, Katie was also taken aback by Lu Ming's offer. 5,000 stars. Why don't you grab it? You must know that the most popular traditional machine guns, such as Maxim in the trading house, are only priced at 800 star coins. If it is a weapon produced by dwarves, it may be about 10% more expensive on a basic basis. 5,000 stars for a gun. Although it is a laser weapon, it is still too expensive. Lu Ming had long expected Katie's reaction. There is no surprise. Miss Katie, what if I told you my light guns were made by dwarves? What does the production of dwarves represent? I believe he does not need to say more. The other party will understand. Even so, it's too expensive, Mr. Lu. I really want to trade with you. Hearing Katie's words, Lu Ming smiled. The implication is that I have shown sincerity, and you should also show sincerity. Otherwise, our deal would be difficult to negotiate. Although Katie did not say it explicitly, there was already a hint of threat inside and outside of her words. In this regard, Lu Ming certainly will not be used to each other. Since Miss Katie can't accept the price, then forget it. After speaking, Lu Ming stopped talking, pretending to hang up the communication. Sure enough, Katie couldn't sit still. Mr. Lu, wait. We can talk. The price of 5,000 star coins is really outrageous. Of course, Lu Ming didn't really want to end the communication. He was just putting another trick on the other side. Here, Lu Ming said after putting on a lot of pretense. Then, for each light gun, I'll give you an extra battery magazine clip. What do you think? If you can't accept this, then I can only give up this deal. After all, the production cost of light guns is not low. The other end of the communication was silent. Lu Ming didn't bother, and let the other party think about it. Mr. Lu, you won. After a long time, Katie's voice came, with a trace of unwillingness in her tone. Lucius laser gun, I want 10,000. First see the effect. If the effect is good, I will buy additional. Hearing Katie's words, Lu Ming smiled. He knew exactly what Katie was planning. But Lu Ming is not worried. Chapter 70. By the way, Miss Katie, there is one more thing. What's the matter? Listening to the other party's tone, Lu Ming knew that this distinguished Miss Katie was not in a beautiful mood. However, what does this have to do with him? As you know, I'm just a novice star master, so I don't have any star coins in my hands. So the extra cost of the transaction will be borne by Miss Katie. Transactions in Endless Star Universe incur additional fees. This is true whether it is a private transaction between star masters or a transaction in a trading bank. Mr. Lu, you are really a careful star master. The gnashing of teeth in Katie's tone was automatically ignored by Lu Ming. What he said was the truth. He really didn't have any star coins in his hand. Then, Miss Katie, let's sign the transaction agreement. Once the agreement is signed, I will arrange the shipment as soon as possible. After finishing speaking, Lu Ming sent Katie a trading agreement and signed his name on it. Katie on the other side also signed quickly. The transaction is officially established. Miss Katie, it's a pleasure to work with. Pleasant to work with. In Katie's unpleasant voice, Lu Ming ended the communication. Seeing that Lu Ming ended the communication, Tang Si, who could not hold back for a long time, immediately came over. Little Lucy, how are you? How much does the other party want? Tang Si's excited expression was as if she was the one who traded. She was even happier than Lu Ming. 10,000 Lucius laser guns, each with 5,000 star coins, and an additional battery compartment. That is to say, the Lucius laser gun, with 2 battery compartments, is worth 5,000 stars. 10,000, 5,000 each, that is. Tang Si muttered words in her mouth, and then counted with her fingers. Seeing Tang Si's lovely move, Lu Ming smiled. Silly girl, don't forget it. It's 50 million star coins in total. The 50 million star coins are the star coins that Lu Ming received himself. As for how much Katie will pay, Lu Ming doesn't care. After all, the extra costs incurred by the transaction need to be borne by Katie. Okay, let the military factory arrange the delivery, and I will give you the other party's planet number later. Because the General Lu Ming factory was handed over to Tang Si, the weapons and equipment that were produced were not in Terra Star, but in Tang Si's Dwarf Star. At that time, Tang Si will trade directly with Katie, and Lu Ming just needs to wait to receive the money. Hey, I'm going to arrange the delivery. Tang Si couldn't be more excited. No, After listening to Lu Ming's words, he immediately ran away, ready to return to the dwarf star, and immediately arrange for shipment from the military factory. Because the Lucius laser gun was mass-produced by the dwarves, there was no need to wait at all. In stock, can be shipped directly. Katie didn't wait too long. After paying 50 million stars, in less than 3 hours, he received the Lucius laser gun from Tangxi. On the square of the Frigga Star Palace, Katie looked at the arms and supplies worth 50 million star coins in front of her, took a deep breath, and nodded to Liv. Liv like on one side, stepped forward, then opened a box, took out a Lucius laser gun from it, and handed it to Katie. The gun body is dark blue as a whole, and the design is somewhat similar to the shape of Blue Star's firearms in the last century. Others are not much different from traditional firearms. Triggers, barrels, sights, magazines, etc. are all available. Katie took the battery compartment that Liv handed over, and after some fiddling, installed the battery compartment. Raise your gun and aim in one go. Puff! A dull voice came, and Katie barely felt any recoil on her shoulders. It's just that a hole about the thickness of a finger appeared on the target not far away. The hole was now bubbling with smoke. Katie stepped forward to observe and found that the edge of the hole was very smooth. At first glance, this trace is caused by the melting of the metal plate in the face of the instantaneous high heat. Looking at the 10-centimeter or so steel plate that was penetrated, Katie nodded with satisfaction. Although this thing is a little more expensive, but the power is not covered. It seems that TerraStar's research on laser weapon technology is quite mature. Liv, hand over the Lucius laser gun to the Research Institute so that they can seize the time to decipher the research. In fact, if it wasn't for the fear that Lu Ming would be suspicious, Katie wouldn't even buy 10,000 of them. But if 50 million star coins can be exchanged for mature laser weapon technology, then she can make a steady profit. For flowers. In addition, let the Research Institute keep this secret for the time being, and don't publicize the Lucius laser gun. Katie looked at Liv on the side with a serious tone. Although because of the star list, sooner or later someone will notice the Lucius laser gun. But being able to hide it for a while, she didn't want to attract too many people's attention. At least until she thoroughly researches the Lucius laser gun, she will not take the initiative to expose it. Katie is not yet kind enough to help Lu Ming take the initiative to advertise. On the contrary, Katie's teeth tickled with hatred for the man who reached out in the coffin, dead for money. Even if the lion opened his mouth, she had to pay for the extra cost of the transaction. Katie swears that she has never seen such a dignified man when she grows up. 00 Liv led people to take these Lucius laser guns away, and all of them were sent to Frigga's Research Institute for researchers to study. In fact, 10,000 Lucius laser guns are not enough for Frigga. There's simply not enough weapons for Katie to arm a regiment. What's more, it is equipped for the entire corps. At this price, Katie, who is rich and powerful, also feels a pain in the flesh. If she wants to change all the corps under her command, then she is estimated to go bankrupt directly. This is simply not realistic. Thinking of this, Katie hated Lu Ming's lion's open mouth even more. If she could, she'd really like to hold the damn man's feet. When I have thoroughly researched the Lucius laser gun, I will sell it and see what you will do when the time comes. Katie was looking forward to Lu Ming's regretful expression, which must be interesting. It's just that Katie didn't know that since Lu Ming dared to sell the laser gun to her, she was not afraid of her being careful. Lucius laser gun may only be a low-level weapon for the Black Technology and Ling think tank, and it is nothing. But you have to know what kind of bulls, ghosts, and snakes are recorded in the one think tank. The Lucius laser gun may not be considered high-tech in the think tank, but in the endless Xingyu, with the research level shown by the Star Masters, it is much more advanced. It wasn't that Lu Ming looked down on Katie. She couldn't understand even if Lucius gave her the laser gun. Chapter 71. Frigga Star, Katie Campbell handles the affairs of her planet day by day. As one of the elders of the Eden Alliance, Katie still has a lot to deal with. The Garden of Eden is a top-level alliance with thousands of alliance members. But in the same way, there are factions in the Eden Alliance. Katie is naturally the same. The reason why she was in such a hurry to contact Lu Ming was not only because of the huge commercial interests behind Lucius laser gun. The biggest reason is that he intends to arm his own faction and enhance his own strength. She saw the situation in the Garden of Eden. Don't look at everyone who is usually a family, but secretly they have been separated from each other. Such a Garden of Eden is simply unworthy of the name. So Katie has planned to prepare her own way back. In endless Xingyu, there is absolutely nothing wrong with 900 enhancing its own strength at any time. Your Majesty, the latest report from the Institute. Liv walked into the main hall and handed Katie the latest report submitted by the Research Institute. Hearing Liv's words, Katie's obviously tired eyes lit up. Dealing with a lot of things every day is boring. If there was anything else she could look forward to, it would definitely be the Lucius laser gun sent to the Research Institute. Once the Lucius laser gun is cracked, she will mass-produce it and then start her own arms trade. In this way, she can amass a huge amount of wealth in a short period of time. And these wealth can recruit troops, and her power will expand rapidly. Even further, it is not impossible to directly build a second Garden of Eden. Katie took Liv's report and read it immediately. It's just that as time goes on, Katie's face becomes more and more ugly. Boom. Waste. A bunch of trash. Just a laser gun. The Research Institute actually told me that it can't be cracked. Katie blushed. Terrastar is only a few short months away. And her Phrygistar is one of the elders of the Garden of Eden and has existed for a long time. Furthermore, compared with the elves, the human lifespan is obviously at an absolute disadvantage. In this case, the laser gun that the human race can research, the Research Institute of the elf race can't understand? How this doesn't make Katie angry. Did the elves have such a long life to live on the dog? Your Majesty, according to the Research Institute, what is difficult for Lucius laser gun is not the core technology, but the materials it uses. As a laser weapon, Lucius laser gun uses the latest alloy metal of Terrastar in terms of materials. Although laser weapons are powerful, their penetration ability is outrageous. But in the same way, the laser weapon emits a huge amount of thermal energy. Normal materials simply cannot withstand such high temperatures. Liv had seen the pirated Lucius laser gun that was imitated by the Institute. But those light guns are only fired 2 or 3 times, and the barrel will melt and deform due to the high temperature. That's why Liv said that the Lucius laser gun is rare, not its core technology, but the materials used. The Research Institute also tried to study the materials of the Lucius laser gun. But unfortunately, they failed. According to the research conducted by the Research Institute, the materials used in the Lucius laser gun have very regular molecular arrangements. After magnifying the material 10 million times, it can be found that those extremely tiny molecules are just like the formation of the core, neat and tidy. And such a regular molecular arrangement technology is far from being produced by the current technology of the elves. After listening to Liv's explanation, Katie fell silent. At the same time, she was also a little surprised. No one who can become a Star Master is a fool. No wonder Lu Ming sells Lucius laser guns without hesitation. After working for a long time, people are not afraid of others to study. In endless Xingyu, although laser weapons are precious, they are not particularly high-tech. Some large powers also have their own laser weapons. The Garden of Eden also has it. In the low Earth orbit of Odin and Jerry, there are 4 laser cannons installed. Of course, the laser cannon also faced the same technical difficulties as Katie. That is, the key accessories need to be replaced after each shot. In other words, those important accessories are disposable items, which are far worse than the Lucius laser gun. So the core technology of laser weapons is not so incredible. Instead, high-temperature materials that can withstand laser shooting are the most difficult technical problems. And now Lu Ming has obviously overcome this technical problem, but Katie can't study it. Katie recalled the scene of trading with Lu Ming some time ago, and the corner of her mouth was bitter. In the end, is the clown herself? Maybe Lu Ming knew what she was thinking from the beginning, but people didn't care at all. No, not possible. That stingy man must know her little abacus. Cough, cough. Katie thought that Lu Ming wanted herself as a monkey, and clenched her silver teeth in anger. His Majesty? Liv on the side looked at Katie's expression that she wanted to bite someone to death, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. You must know that the elves have always been a model of graceful temperament. Katie is even more so as the queen of the elves. It's just that my lady queen seems to be a little off today. It's none of your business, you go down. Katie was aware of her gaffe too, but didn't explain anything. He waved his hand, and motioned for Liv to leave. Katie was the only one left in the hall, and Katie paced back and forth. I'm afraid that man had already anticipated what happened today and had been waiting to see her laugh. After thinking for a long time, Katie finally made up her mind to communicate with Lu Ming. Since the research cannot come out, it can only buy. Although the Lucius laser gun is ridiculously expensive, if it is a small-scale installation, she can still afford it. It's just that Katie didn't know it herself, and she still had a bit of luck in her heart. Maybe she can get the material production technology from Lu Ming 2.2? Compared to Katie's atmosphere, Lu Ming's side was much more happy. In a few days, more and more people noticed the Lucius laser gun that was once on the star list. More and more orders are flying towards Lu Ming. In the beginning, these people ordered very small quantities, and Lu Ming knew very well what they were thinking. Like Katie, the first thing that comes to mind is imitation. It's just that since Lu Ming dares to sell, he is not afraid of others imitating it. With more and more orders for weapons, the stock at the munitions factory was quickly depleted. The military factory is also working at full speed. Chapter 72. Little Lucy, I admire you so much. You said that we grew up together, we ate almost everything, and went to school. Why didn't I find you so smart before? How did you guess these people would buy our weaponry? In the palace hall, Tang Si turned into a salted fish who could only shout 666 foot, pouring out her admiration for Lu Ming. These days, Tang Si is in pain and happy. Every day is either busy with delivery or on the way to delivery. I finally took a rest today. Didn't I immediately come to Lu Ming to express my excitement? Thanks to the alliance between Lu Ming and Tang Si. Tang Si directly changed her dwarf star into Lu Ming's logistics base. There are various military factories and smelters, a proper industrial planet. In addition to maintaining the necessary armed protection force, Tang Si used almost all the resources to build the factory. I've always been smart, okay? You think everyone is as full as you in thinking about what to eat next. Lu Ming rolled his eyes when he heard Tang Si's words. He thinks Tang Si is a bit of a B*****ch, a little bit not very smart. Comparing myself with Tang Si, 21, is somewhat insulting to him. Also, where is this going? Large-scale orders are still to come, Lu Ming estimated the time. Do the math, and those who place the order should also realize that replica Lucius laser guns are not realistic. If his predictions are correct, these Star Masters should give up soon. At that time, with the excellent performance of the Lucius laser gun, these Star Masters will inevitably increase their purchasing efforts. So the previous order was just a drizzle, and the real bulk is still to come. What? Tang Si was dumbfounded. Are there any large orders in the future? Are these star owners so rich? Tang Si suddenly became a little tangled. Little Lucy, my production efficiency has been improved to the limit. Why don't I build some more military factories? With such a large-scale order, even Tang Si's dwarves were too busy. If the subsequent orders are larger, then she can only expand the production line. Otherwise, there is no way to supply so much demand. However, when Lu Ming heard Tang Si's words, he slowly shook his head. No, the production line will not be added for the time being, and I will give you some new technical information next. Lu Ming did not agree with Tang Si's idea of expanding production. In Lu Ming's view, the purpose of his arms trade is not for money. Rather, it is a primitive accumulation for the space construction program. Even if there are many orders, Lu Ming will not forget his purpose. After getting zero technology, you build a new processing plant according to Tao's plan to prepare for the production of materials needed for space construction. Lu Ming's mind is very clear, and he was not carried away by the massive orders. He knew exactly what he wanted. Everything is now in preparation for the Empire's space-building program. Just enough money, not too much. When the Empire's space-building program unfolds, there are plenty of ways to make money. There is no need to waste too much time at this stage. What about those orders? Tang Si also knew about Lu Ming's space construction plan, and naturally understood what Lu Ming meant. It's just that Tang Si is a little worried about the lack of production efficiency and the backlog of orders. Make them wait. Lu Ming turned to look at Tang Si and said meaningfully, "See, you need to change your mind. Now they are asking for us, not we are asking for them, understand?" Tang Si nodded thoughtfully. What Lu Ming says, she does what she does. Tang Si is very clear about her position. She just needs to be a mascot quietly. Of course, It is the best to help Lu Ming. She doesn't need to worry about these mind-blowing things. She does what Lu Ming says. Anyway, Lu Ming often says she is tiger, so she won't be involved in these things. Okay, listen to you. Tang Si didn't say anything. She naturally had no opinion on Lu Ming's decision. After the two finished talking about the order, they just wanted to go outside to change their mood. Lu Ming received a communication request here. Taking a look at the newsletter, Lu Ming's mouth slightly raised. Is Miss Katie trying to make an additional order? It was none other than Katie Campbell, who was the first to buy the lowliest laser gun. After receiving the communication from the other party, Lu Ming did not have any surprises. The technology of the Empire is all black technology provided by Zero, and those technologies are not so easy to imitate and conquer. So Katie's contact, in Lu Ming's view, is expected. Mr. Lu, let's not go around the corner. In a word, is your material technology for sale? Material technology? Lu Ming was stunned. Katie should be talking about the holographic casting technology used in Imperial smelter production. The material of the lowliest laser gun is the alloy metal produced by holographic casting technology. The appetite is not small. Sorry, Miss Katie. I only sell weapons, not technology. Lu Ming decisively refused the request of the other party. He is not a fool. How could this technology be sold? Even if the other party gives more stars, it is impossible. Unless the Empire has mastered more advanced material processing procedures than holographic casting technology. Otherwise, Lu Ming would never sell this technology. 900-inch. But our TerraStar can provide after-sales service. If there is any problem with the light gun we provide, you can send it to me, and we will fix it for you. Well, of course, after-sales also need to charge extra star coins. Lu Ming said with a smile. Forget about technology, but we provide after-sales service. Take a look at how thoughtful our TerraStar is, and we can completely solve any worries of our customers. What? You say that I provide after-sales service to make money? Come on, give him a loyal bomb. Cole. Hearing Lu Ming's remarks, Katie almost didn't hang up the communication directly. Even if you sell a light gun so expensive, let my aunt and me provide additional transaction fees. Now you come back and tell me that there is an extra charge after the sale? Get into the eyes of money. Be careful to suffocate you. Katie scolded Lu Ming in her heart. However, the business still needs to be discussed. After that, no one knows what Katie talked to Lu Ming and how many additional orders were placed. It was only later that Liv found out that her Lady Queen had been black-faced for several days, as if others owed him hundreds of millions of stars. Chapter 73. On May 13th, the first year of the Terra calendar, in the main hall of the Imperial Palace. Tao, according to your calculations, how many supplies are needed to build the space station? In the main hall, Lu Ming, Tao, Tang Si, Hannah, and other key members of the Empire were all present. Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone's eyes focused on Tao. Ling sorted out the information in his hand, and then looked at Lu Ming. Your Majesty, according to the data of the think tank, the early stage of the space construction plan is mainly divided into 3 parts. The first is the space station in low Earth orbit of Terra Star, which is the foundation of space construction. Follow-up space construction, the low Earth orbit space station will act as a transit station, which is indispensable. The second is the stellar orbital base. Following Minato's narration, the Empire's vast space construction plan blueprint was slowly unfolded. According to Zero, the Empire was before embarking on a space-building program. First, the low Earth orbit space station of Terra Star must be established, which is a transit station. Many subsequent space buildings will use this low Earth orbit space station. For example, take the subsequent construction of a stellar orbital base. The resources needed for this cannot always be transferred from the Terra Star to space, and then transferred to the vicinity of the star base. This is too inefficient. With the low Earth orbit space station, it is different. With this transfer station, materials for the construction of the stellar orbital base can be transported from the transfer station. Whether it is transportation efficiency or construction efficiency, it will improve a lot. Next is the second major step of the space construction plan, the star orbital base. For an empire, minerals, energy, population, and fleet are the 4 main elements that are indispensable. And the star orbit base corresponds to energy. As the Empire entered the space stage, Terra's energy has been exhausted. To put it bluntly, the energy produced by Terra Star itself cannot keep up with the expansion of the Empire. So the Empire needs more efficient energy. And the stars are the furnaces of the Imperial Space Program. In order to make full use of the energy of the galaxy where Terra is located, the Empire must build a star orbit base near the star orbit. Of course, the stellar orbital base is not a simple energy conversion device, but a centralized space facility. Since it is used as a base, its functions must be multifaceted. It's just that the main task of the star orbital base is to deliver huge stellar energy to the Empire. Finally, and the last step in the initial phase of the space construction program, build Star Harbor. To build Star Harbor, Tao proposed two ways. One is to build a new star port, which can be located in any area of the galaxy where Terra is located. You can also upgrade the original star orbit base to a star port. The first type of victory is that the location is random, and it can occupy the main strategic position of the galaxy. However, the disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of materials. The second method saves resources, but at the same time the location is fixed. In order to take into account the energy conversion role of the star orbit base, the starport must stay in the star orbit. The two methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. How to do it depends on Lu Ming's decision. Xingang, as you can tell from the name, this is a character similar to a port. After the construction of Hong Kong, the ships needed by the Empire's naval fleet will be produced and stationed in Star Harbor. Simply put, Starport is the Krieg fortress of the spaceport. That's what the early stages of the Empire's space-building program were all about. The resources required for such a large-scale plan are bound to be inestimable. With the ore output from Terra Star alone, Lu Ming didn't know how to prepare for the Year of the Monkey. Even in order to support the Empire's larger plans in the future, the ore storage of Terra Star is simply not enough to consume. In a serious case, even if all the planetary resources in this galaxy are exhausted, it is not enough for the expansion of the Empire. Fortunately, Lu Ming traded weapons and accumulated tens of billions of star coins. With these star coins, along with his 100% discount coupon, he can sweep the trading house. These materials are enough to support the Empire's early space construction. Once the Empire has passed the pre-space construction phase, all kinds of ships will be produced by Starport. The conventional naval fleet, engineering ships, mining ships, transport ships, scientific research ships, etc. are naturally included in this list. With logistical ships, such as mining ships, the Empire can mine minerals on its own. At that time, Lu Ming will not have to rely entirely on the trading house. After listening to Tao's story, everyone was silent. Everyone knows that this huge plan has only one decision-maker. That's Lu Ming. The construction of Star Harbor adopts the second method. Lu Ming didn't think too much and gave his own answer directly. As for why you choose the second, don't ask, just ask about the money. Tao, once the construction of the low Earth orbit space station on Terra is completed, you will immediately start a survey of this galaxy and then determine the best construction location for the starport. At this stage, because the Empire's space construction program has not fully rolled out, Lu Ming wasn't sure about the galaxy in which Terra was located. He didn't know whether there was only one Star Master in this galaxy, or there were other Star Masters. But even if there were other Star Masters, Lu Ming would not care. No one can stop the expansion of the Empire. See, your factory over there is ready to receive minerals, and then make every effort to produce all kinds of materials needed for space construction. Late production of the Empire is currently all in Dwarf Star. Although it is a bit risky to do so, Lu Ming is really dumbfounded by the productivity of the dwarfs. After that, Lu Ming will send an Imperial fleet to permanently stationed in Dwarf Star to guard the logistics base of the Empire. After the meeting, Lu Ming took the list of materials, nuas, handed to him, and opened the trading house. Carrying a huge sum of tens of billions of star coins, plus a discount coupon, which means that he can buy hundreds of billions worth of minerals. Of course, Lu Ming could continue to accumulate stars, but he still said that. He clearly knew what his purpose was. The materials of hundreds of billions of star coins are enough to support the Empire to complete the initial stage of space construction. Platinum gong mine. Need buy. Iron or this is a necessity, buy it. Ferrofluid, this thing also needs. Bought it. Microcrystalline raw or buy. tungsten, ore all received. Carrying a huge sum of money, Lu Ming began to purchase materials according to the list. At this time, the trading house also started a violent turmoil because of Lu Ming's behavior of local tyrants. Chapter 74. With Lu Ming's frantic sweep, I Xingyu's trading house caused violent turmoil. Shit, why is there no rolled aluminum alloy? Iron ore is gone. What are you doing? Which boss shot this? A lot of mines have been swept away. Could it be which top power did it? Ha. I posted it. All the MSI mines I listed were bought out. My titanium ore has also been acquired, and some are on the shelves. K was swept up again. The change in the trading house has attracted the attention of many star owners. Among them, the most concerned are those star masters who are called miners. The main business of these star owners is to mine minerals and then sell them in trading houses. The transaction bank generated such a large flow in a short period of time, which naturally attracted a large number of minor star masters. Seeing that there are big bosses buying ores, these star owners have listed their own mining minerals on the trading houses. Sure enough, those minerals were quickly swept away. Slowly, everyone discovered a pattern. That is, this mysterious local tyrant buys ores regularly. Although there are many types of ores purchased by the other party, if you observe carefully, you'll find that back and forth is just that. It seems that the other party only accepts fixed minerals, and these minerals are all necessities for space construction. After figuring out this rule, many star owners have taken action and listed the minerals they mined. Get ready to make a fortune. At the beginning, there were indeed star masters who took advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of money. But when some star owners with ulterior motives began to increase prices and drive up prices, this purchase stopped. Oh, why didn't you buy it? Aren't you talking nonsense? It's crazy that the price has gone up. I really think people are stupid. Hey, these miners have perfected themselves. They are rich, but that doesn't mean they are stupid. For years, Lousy has never seen such a heartbroken purchase. Has anyone estimated how much the big guys' calls cost? Preliminary estimate, at least 100 billion star coins are flowing. 100 billion. This kind of large amount of star coins, only those top forces will do it. Is it the Hammer of God or the Orc Alliance? I don't know. I haven't heard of any big moves from these top forces coming in. It feels like it's going to change in the CBCC world. Chat channel, many star owners are discussing this matter. But Lu Ming, who is the main owner, didn't know anything about it. At this time, Lu Ming was inexplicably excited, and his heartbeat was about to reach his throat. Hundreds of billions of stars. He never imagined that one day he would be able to squander hundreds of billions of huge funds. This is no longer the realm of local tyrants. This is godly. Lu Ming squandered all the funds, leaving only a small part as reserved funds. All the other star coins were used by him to buy the minerals needed by Zero. It's a pity that I have no money, or I can empty the trading house. Lu Ming glanced at the many minerals in the trading house with some unfulfilled eyes and was a little discouraged. However, Lu Ming soon discovered that something was wrong. The price has gone up. Lu Ming glanced at the types of minerals that he was focusing on. Sure enough, these minerals have experienced price increases of different magnitudes. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was a little scared. Fortunately, he swept away fast enough, and these minor star masters did not react. Otherwise, these minor star masters will increase their prices together, which would be really tricky for Lu Ming. Lu Ming has been patronizing money before, but he never thought about this. Now with hindsight, I feel a little fortunate in my heart. It looks like it's still not enough to fill in the secret. Lu Ming deeply reviewed himself. Endless Xingyu is full of crises, and its level of intrigue is definitely far greater than that of Blue Star. To survive here, a little carelessness will cause immeasurable losses. Just like this purchase from a trading house, Lu Ming did not expect the possibility that the other party would increase the price. If he is slower, he may evaporate a lot of star coins out of thin air. Fortunately, he was more fortunate, or the miners were too slow to respond. If the other party increases the price from the beginning, then Lu Ming may only be able to admit it through gritted teeth. Glancing at the trading house where prices have risen sharply, Lu Ming didn't think too much. The sweep has been completed, and it has little to do with him whether those minor star masters will increase their prices. Thinking about the price increase of the trading house, Lu Ming felt a little proud. Leveraging the price of the entire trading house with the power of one person can be considered an achievement, yet the turmoil in the trading houses goes far beyond that. Some top powers in endless Xingyu also noticed the strangeness of the trading house. Hammer of God, Star of Chaos. Is it clear who is buying a lot of space materials? Kor Mizan, the supreme leader of God's Hammer. The only explanation for such a large-scale trading of specific minerals is that someone is going to carry out large-scale space construction. And only those top powers can make such a big move. Although the Hammer of God is the top power in endless Xingyu, it is also stared at by many people. The first position was too difficult to make, and Cole had to tread carefully. If top forces such as the Orc Alliance and the Garden of Eden want to build space or expand their fleets, the Hammer of God must plan their response strategies in advance, so as not to be in a hurry when things come to an end. Like the Hammer of God, there are many top forces investigating the people behind the scenes. For example, several major forces that make God's Hammer jealous, the Orc Alliance, the Garden of Eden, the Asahi Alliance, etc., are also investigating. Everyone thinks about the Hammer of God. Although there are some gaps between these top forces, the gap is not very outrageous. For these behemoths, the whole body is affected by a single stroke. No one wants to see a top power expand its fleet, because this could be the beginning of war and unrest. All of a sudden, the entire endless starry sky became turbulent. The actions of several top forces quickly spread among the Star Masters. It's just that this has little to do with Lu Ming. After all, although he is the #1 rookie in the potential list, he is a rookie star after all. How could a novice Star Master make such an appalling move? That is the running water of hundreds of billions of stars, so impossible. Chapter 75. Lu Ming didn't care about the turmoil in endless Xingyu, or that this is exactly what he wanted. Let those top forces be suspicious of each other. It is enough for him to make a fortune alone. Various resources purchased from the trading house are continuously sent to the dwarf star. These minerals will be initially processed in the dwarf star and then converted into various materials needed for the construction of the empire in space at the Imperial Foundry. At the same time, Lu Ming's side is also busy. Preliminary preparations are being made for the construction of the TerraStar Low Earth Orbit Space Station. In the busy and orderly work of the Empire, time passed slowly. At the beginning of June, the most busy person in the Empire found Lu Ming. In the Palace Hall, a top-secret document was handed over to Lu Ming, Imperial State Religion. Turning to the first page of the information, Lu Ming saw these 4 big characters. Have all the preparations for the state religion been completed? Seeing the words, Empire State Religion, Lu Ming knew why Zero came to him today. Yes, sir, all preparations are ready. Just wait for His Majesty to announce the establishment of the state religion. The state religion of the Empire. Zero had been secretly preparing for it, as early as when Lu Ming was fighting to defend the planet. Among the preparations for the state religion of the Empire, the residents of the 3rd District of the Empire responded most enthusiastically. The 3rd Sector has endured too many hardships in the defense of the planet. They witnessed the terror of the Ripper Army and the loyalty of the Krieg Death Corps. It also witnessed the greatness and wisdom of the Emperor. Therefore, for the establishment of the imperial state religion, the most supportive are the residents of the 3rd District. In a few months, with the 3rd District of the Empire as the center, preparations for the establishment of the state religion of the Empire began. And now, the preparatory work has been completed. The hall was a little quiet. Only the voice of Lu Ming flipping through the documents in his hand. In Tao's plan, the Imperial State Church was not the sect of the Salvation Emperor. This name is too secondary, and Lu Ming himself doesn't like it. And the name Salvation Emperor cult has a stain that can never be washed away. That was the age of apostasy. Therefore, after Tao discussed with Lu Ming, the name was not adopted. Instead, according to the traditional arts named by Lu Ming, the name Terra is directly adopted. Terra teaches. The main purpose of Terra cult is to unite the beliefs of the inhabitants of the Empire and facilitate Lu Ming's control of the Empire. The Terra cult has 2 institutions, the Heresy Tribunal and the Alien Tribunal. The Heresy Tribunal, similar to the role of Jin Yiwei in the Ming Dynasty. As the Empire expands, it will inevitably come into contact with other races. In this case, there may be enemy spying activities within the Empire. At this time, as needed, the Heresy Tribunal appeared. The Inquisition of Heresy will secretly investigate these suspicious behaviors, and then arrest and clean up. Of course, the main task of the Inquisition for Heresy is not just for foreign spies and the worms within the Empire. After all, the scale of the Holy Terra Empire is so huge, and it will continue to expand in the future. With Lu Ming alone, it is impossible to supervise every corner of the Empire completely. The Inquisition of Heresy acts as Lu Ming's eyes, and they will monitor the Empire's every move instead of Lu Ming. For those Imperial inhabitants with ulterior motives, the Inquisition will tell them what cruelty is. The Alien Inquisition is much simpler, and their target is any creature other than the human race. Alien creatures permitted by the Empire are excluded from this list. For those aliens who are not recognized by the Empire and dare to enter the Empire's rule, the Alien Inquisition will mercilessly clean up the opponent. There are many races in the endless star universe, among which are the native races of other star masters, and there are no IQ monsters like Tyrus. And these are the goals of the Alien Inquisition. As for the Demon Inquisition in the Salvation Emperor sect, it was banned by Lu Ming. There are no bulls, ghosts, and snakes in the endless stars, and there are no warp demons such as Nurgle and Cinch at all. Therefore, the Demon Inquisition has little effect on the Empire. In addition to the two Inquisitions, Terra Cult will also have its own armed forces. It is planned that the Terra Cult will allow the recruitment of 200,000 escorts in the early stage. These escorts acted as guardians of the state religion. After all, with the expansion of the Empire, for the colonies conquered by the Empire, it may be necessary to teach to spread the faith. 4 flowers. And the escort army is essential in this process. Just follow this plan to deploy. Lu Ming briefly glanced at the information in his hand, and then put it on the table beside him. Has the location of the headquarters of the Terra sect been settled? Lu Ming looked at Zero and asked softly. At present, there are 2 alternatives. One is the Terra Empire where His Majesty is located, and the other is the capital city of the 3rd district. Not to mention the imperial capital Terra City. As the imperial capital of the Holy Terra Empire, Terra City is definitely the supreme existence in the minds of the residents of the Empire. The fact that the city of Terra has not fallen means that the Empire will never fall. It's a symbol. 0. The 3rd district capital city is also easy to understand. After all, the 3rd area is the main battlefield of the Planetary Defense War, and it is also the area with the strongest belief in Lu Ming. It is also a proper arrangement to establish the headquarters of the Terra sect there. Lu Ming frowned and thought for a while, and finally decided to establish Terra Cult in Terra City. It may be because Lu Ming himself has no fixed beliefs, and he is not very at ease about things like believers and beliefs. To put it bluntly, Lu Ming considers himself a materialist. Idealism is not very reliable in Lu Ming's view. So Lu Ming decided to set up the Terra Cult under his nose, so that he could see the operation of the Terra Cult all the time. Save a lot of worries. Let's set up in Terra City. It will be more convenient. Lu Ming didn't explain anything to Tao. It was his own consideration. Zero didn't ask any further, just nodded and agreed. After Tao left the hall, Lu Ming fell into silence. The imperial state religion, Lu Ming feels conflicted about it. On the one hand, the state religion of the Empire has indeed given the despairing people of the Warhammer world a belief, and belief represents hope. On the other hand, the imperial state religion overemphasized the belief in the Emperor, which was far from what the man on the golden toilet wanted to see. But fortunately, there is no such thing as a warp in endless Xingyu, and Lu Ming is not so worried. Chapter 76. After confirming some details of the establishment of the Terra sect, he soon brought a kind old man. The old man's beard and hair are all white, and the charitable eyebrows are kind, giving people a very warm feeling. When Lu Ming saw the old man at first sight, he had an unconscious feeling of being close. Especially when the other party was dressed as a clergyman, it was full of a sense of holiness and majesty. Cambor sees His Majesty the Great Emperor. In the main hall, the old man saw Lu Ming sitting on the throne and bowed respectfully. Although Cambor was old, his voice was still very loud. Even in the huge hall, you can feel the spirit. Cambor's voice was loud, but not harsh. On the contrary, his voice gave people a feeling of spring breeze, and people couldn't help but believe him. At first glance, Lu Ming recognized Can 907, Bolay's charisma. Your Majesty, Cambor is the candidate for the Patriarch of the Terra sect. At the beginning of the plan to establish Terra, Lu Ming had asked Tao to find a suitable leader of the state religion. In Tao's plan, the Imperial State Church was in many ways identical to the Warhammer State Church. But at the same time, it is not completely copied. For example, the highest position in the Church of Terra is the Patriarch. The Patriarch is in charge of all the affairs of the Terra sect and is directly responsible to Lu Ming. At the same time, the appointment of the Patriarch is not the election of the traditional church, but the appointment of Lu Ming directly. In this way, the possibility of the Holy See being out of control is completely eliminated. In addition to being in charge of all the affairs of the Holy See, the Patriarch also has the main armed force of the Holy See, the Guardian Army. And the two most important institutions of the Holy See, the Inquisition of Heresy and the Inquisition of Alien, are also under the control of the Patriarch. Under the Great Patriarch, there are two positions, the Great Prophet and the High Priest. The Great Prophet is actually the kind of existence similar to the preacher. However, the missionaries of Terra sect did not say that they were missionaries, but called themselves officials. Speech officials are generally composed of orators and orators. They are full of passion, and their language is highly infectious. And the High Priest is easy to understand. The High Priest is responsible for the etiquette issues of the Empire. For example, the more important events and festivals of the Empire will be presided over by the High Priest. These are the initial institutions of Terra cult. Hearing Tao's words, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Cambor is from the 3rd district of the Empire. Because of his personal charm, he is very suitable for the position of the Patriarch. Lu Ming still believes in Tao's vision for selecting people. As an out-and-out materialist, Lu Ming thinks that only materialism is the right way. But existence is reasonable. The existence of the cult of Terra is also beneficial to the Empire. Therefore, it is not impossible to be idealistic occasionally. It's just that Lu Ming felt that he had to be firm in materialism and couldn't run more and more deviated from idealism. Patriarch, the most powerful idiot in this empire, ahem. The highest person in charge of the Empire's Terra sect was determined by Lu Ming. In the next few days, there was Lu Ming's approval. The founding movement of Terra cult became popular in Terra Star. Among them, the residents of the 3rd district of the Empire are the most fanatical. Although the residents of the other districts are not as crazy as the 3rd district, they are also in favor of the establishment of the Terra religion in the Empire. The Terra cult was established, and the residents of the Empire in the 3rd district were the most active. More than 90% of the residents of the 3rd district were converted into loyal followers of Terraism almost overnight. With the activities of the Terra cult, the worship and belief of the people of the Empire towards Lu Ming has reached its climax. In the eyes of the inhabitants of the Empire, their great emperor is omnipotent. Even because the residents of the 3rd sector tell about the battle of the planet, the followers of Terra sect worship Lu Ming as a god. For the loyal followers of Terra, they no longer refer to Lu Ming as the Great Emperor, but the Emperor. At first no one paid much attention to it, because the establishment of Terra cult was a small episode for Lu Ming and the Empire. The center of gravity of the Empire at this time is all on the outer space construction plan. But when Cambor heard the news of the God Emperor, he was furious. Others in Terra's sect didn't know, but Cambor knew very well. The Great Emperor of Holy Terra did not like this kind of speech to deify him, nor did he wish to see it. The original intention of Terra cult was to publicize the will of the Great Emperor, unify the consciousness and belief of the Empire, and facilitate the Emperor's control over the Empire. Whether it is Lu Ming or Zero-Sum Bolay. From the beginning, no one intended to deify Lu Ming. Although Terra teaches the belief in Lu Ming, it is based on the belief in the Supreme Great Emperor, not the God Emperor. When Lu Ming met Cambor for the first time in the palace hall, he reminded him to pay attention to this aspect. Believe in him, but don't deify him. As for why, Lu Ming actually has two reasons. The first is that he considers himself a pure materialist, or a pragmatist. He has no interest in these Shinto things. If it weren't for the fact that the establishment of the Terra cult really helped him control the empire, he wouldn't even think about it at all. The second is that Lu Ming is very familiar with the state religion in Warhammer. In that desperate world, at the beginning of the establishment of the empire, the emperor and his old man preached the existence of the truth of the empire. What is imperial truth? A system of thought that combines rationality, science, and secular progress. In other words, the emperor wanted people to believe in science, not superstition. It is a pity that, with the emperor and his old man sitting on the golden toilet, the imperial state religion has slowly distorted the meaning of belief for a long time. The imperial truth advocated by the emperor was even regarded as a heretical existence by the Holy See. The empire was established on the basis of imperial truth 2.2. However, after the establishment of the empire, imperial truth was banished. This has to be said to be a kind of irony, a kind of sadness. Although Cambor didn't know why Lu Ming hated believers to deify him, he knew Lu Ming's repeated emphasis, which made him pay attention to the scale problem. As the first patriarch of the Terra cult directly appointed by Lu Ming, there are some things that Cambor doesn't need to know too clearly. He just needs to know what Lu Ming needs. Soon, Cambor called the top of the Terra cult and decided to set things right for the followers below. Chapter 77. Terra City, the newly built Terra Church Square. At this time, thousands of believers in the square will gather together and pray devoutly. In the center of the square was a tall altar, at which time Cambor, the first patriarch of the Terra sect, was standing on it and praying. In front of the altar, there are some staff. At the invitation of Patriarch Cambor, the prayer meeting of the Terra Church will be broadcast throughout the planet Terra. Faithful followers, the great emperor guides you. After the routine prayer, Cambor slowly stepped forward and looked at the thousands of believers under the altar. Praise the great God Emperor. When Cambor finished speaking, the believers gathered in the square shouted in unison. It's just the sound of God Emperor that made Camberley look indifferent. Your words make me sad. Cambor's voice echoed faintly in the square, and at the same time, through related equipment, it spread throughout the planet Terra. Believers in the square, you look at me, I look at you. Don't understand what's going on here. Isn't it a morning prayer meeting? Why do they feel that today's prayers are so out of the ordinary? Cambor ignored the riots of the believers under the altar and said to himself, the sea is boiling and the earth is burning, but our faith will not die, because we believe that the emperor will protect us. However, the great emperor hates the God Emperor so much in your mouth. Speaking of which, Cambor's voice suddenly became much higher. The voice seemed to contain endless anger. Outraged? Mourning his misfortune? People don't know what kind of emotion Cambor's words contain, but they know that the patriarch in front of him is angry. It seems that there is a problem with their beliefs. Aren't you aware of your cognitive error? God Emperor? No. Shut your mouth. Our great emperor is not a god. He is a living man. Like us, he is human, the greatest human being in the galaxy. We share the same blood as the venerable emperor. The great emperor knows this better than anyone. So, Terra cult was approved to be established. Because the great emperor wants us to think the same. As Cambor spoke, the square fell silent. The believers who were still unconvinced also quieted down, silently listening to the teachings of Cambor. Are they really wrong? Great emperor. Not too late. Does the great emperor really want to be worshipped like a god? Because of the broadcast, all the followers of Terra Star are thinking about this issue at this moment. Cambor's speech continues. We must understand. God, in essence, is no nobler than us. In the eyes of the great emperor, our human race is 100 times greater than those hypocritical gods. 1,000 times. 1,000 times. Our human race is so noble, the emperor is so great. Compared to the great emperor, those false gods are heretics and should be sent to the Inquisition. But now you compare the great emperor with the filthy, hypocritical gods, which is a shame. Cambor's angry voice spread to every corner of the square. Hearing this, whether it was the scene or the believers in other parts of Terra Star, they all humbly revealed it. Yes, the humans are so noble, the emperor is so great. But they had previously imposed a false title on the great emperor, placing him alongside the inferior. This behavior is simply unforgivable. What a decision this is. Camberley scanned the audience, his tone lowered. Look, believers who have gone astray. I have had the privilege of being on the same battlefield and breathing the same air as the Emperor. I made it clear to you here, without any embellishments or lies. The great Emperor doesn't want to be the God Emperor you made, nor your God. He spurned your pathetic thoughts, because this rotten and twisted belief is disgusting. Cambor knew that his words could have a big blow to the hearts of these faithful, but he had to make these believers aware of the seriousness of the problem. In Cambor's view, the original intention of Terra cult should be to serve the Empire. Today, devotees can twist the great Emperor into a God Emperor, and the day after tomorrow can twist the dogma of kindness and respect into bloody dogma of repression, violence, and even holy war. Cambor clearly remembered what Lu Ming said to him when he met him that day. Humanity should move forward freely, in order to realize the clear destiny of the human race as the best race to rule the galaxy. To move forward freely requires education with reason and science, not blind faith. Yes, religious fanaticism can indeed unite humanity, but after that, blind beliefs and false gods would allow ignorance to spread throughout the empire, eventually leading humanity down a path of superstition, narrow-mindedness, and even barbaric degradation. A true belief should guide the race forward, and 907 is not to let the race cover its eyes and force its heart. Endless Xingyu is full of crises. If the human race cannot make great strides, then the gathering will soon be swallowed up by other races. After listening to Lu Ming's words, Cambor completely understood Lu Ming's true thoughts. That's why today's believers are outraged when they twist Lu Ming into a God Emperor. In Cambor's view, this is tantamount to the stupidity of pushing the human race into the abyss. Confused believers, are you clear? The great Emperor is a living person like you and me. We should pray to the great Emperor, not the vain God Emperor. Tell me, children, will you return to the arms of the great Emperor? Cambor looked at the crowd under the stage and opened his hands. The believers in the audience also understood the purpose of today's prayer meeting, but the crowd was a little silent. After a long time, a believer raised his head and looked at Cambor on the altar. Lord Patriarch, we have committed such a crime. Will the Emperor accept us? The words of the believers are like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, and ripples appear in circles. All the believers looked at Cambor, waiting for the answer from the old man on the altar. Chapter 78. My children, the great Emperor is merciful. He loves his people so much. Why won't he accept you? After getting Cambor's answer, the atmosphere of the whole square became much more relaxed, no longer depressed. These believers breathed a sigh of relief, as if a group of children who had done something wrong were forgiven by their parents. At this moment, a group of escorts poured in from both sides of the square, then divided into two queues, neatly arranged around the crowd on the square. When the believers suddenly saw so many escorts pouring in, they were all a little dazed and uneasy. Are the crimes they committed not forgiven? Are these escorts here to arrest them for trial in the Inquisition? Just when everyone was anxious, Cambor spoke up. I swear to spread the glory of the great Emperor to the stars. We did our due diligence to bring the galaxy back into the arms of the Emperor. Purge heretics, eradicate aliens, and suppress all unclean. We will never back down unless the last statue in the last church crushes the last congregation. Great Emperor Wu Yu Galaxy, we vent our anger. We are the shining swords of the Emperor. We are the iron fists of the Empire. The endless starry sky will surely praise the name of Holy Terra. For Holy Terra, for the great Emperor. In the quiet square, the confused believers looked at everything in front of them in amazement. Every time Cambor recited a sentence on the altar, the surrounding escorts would repeat it. Everyone thought that these escorts were here to arrest them. But I didn't think that these escorts were here to take the oath. But thanks to the oath of the apocryphs and Camberley's speech, the belief and worship of Lu Ming within the Emperor once again reached a new height. It's just that no one will call Lu Ming the Emperor again this time. As they were told, the human race is the most noble existence under this starry sky. The so-called gods are just heresies, not worthy of comparison with the great emperors. Not even a shoe. On the other hand, Lu Ming also heard about the somewhat sensational news of Terra teaching. Ling, I heard that there is trouble over there in Terra. In the palace hall, Lu Ming and Tang Si were still together, discussing something. Taking advantage of the rest, Lu Ming looked at Minato and asked softly. To be honest, Lu Ming didn't care much about Terra religion. He firmly believes that materialism is on the one hand, and on the other hand, he still feels that the Star Fleet is more realistic than Terra religion. If there is anything that Terra teaches him to look forward to, that is the legendary battle Nun and Grey Knight. It's a pity, with the Empire's current research technology on biology and genes, it is not realistic to want to visualize these two powerful existences. Moreover, Lu Ming is not sure if the battle Nun and the Grey Knight still have the kind of fighting ability in the Warhammer in the Endless Star universe. You must know that Warhammer is not materialism, it is more inclined to idealism. Just like a fighting nun, the first thought after being injured in battle is not timely treatment. Instead, he knelt down and prayed to the Emperor on the golden toilet. If this is in the world of scientific view, I am afraid that it would have died long ago. But the world of Warhammer is so unreliable. The battle nun prayed to the Emperor, and not only did her injury recover, but her combat power was on the line. With the blessing of the Emperor's faith, the fighting nuns can directly tear apart large ribs without panting. As for the Grey Knights, it's even more mysterious. The Grey Knights themselves should be a type of space warriors, and they also wear power armor. It's just that these Grey Knights from the Holy See can be said to be enhanced versions of space warriors, because they have psionic power, that is, psionic space warriors. The famous Brother Mo, who cut all the way to the Chaos Demon's hometown, is the great mentor of the Grey Knights. Both the Sisters of Battle and the Grey Knights are inextricably linked with the Holy See, and they all have one characteristic in common. That's all psychic. It's just that endless Xingyu so far, Lu Ming has not heard of the so-called psionic energy, or something similar to psionic energy. Therefore, Lu Ming is temporarily skeptical about the combat effectiveness of the battle nun and the Grey Knight. In the palace hall, the maids on one side brought some tea and snacks, and then withdrew. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Zero nodded. There is nothing to hide about this, and there is no need to hide it. Tao had received the report before, but Tao knew that Lu Ming was not interested in the teaching of Terra, so Lu Ming was not informed. Zero repeated the matter to Lu Ming briefly, focusing on telling Lu Ming about the title of the Empire residents about him. As a materialist, Lu Ming is satisfied with Cambor's handling. From the bottom of his heart, Lu Ming didn't want to be a God Emperor. First, because the title of God Emperor always reminded him of the one on the golden toilet. If he is also called the Emperor himself, does that mean he will squat on that toilet in the future? Second, it is also because of spiritual problems. The reason why Lu Ming doesn't like God Emperor and doesn't want to be deified by others is also for this reason. Although Lu Ming did not hear any setting about the warp in endless Xingyu, nor did he hear any legend about the four hawkers. But everything is just in case. What if? Therefore, Lu Ming has always kept aloof from these things. He didn't want to make up some kind of monster like Nurgle and Sench. Isn't this just embarrassing yourself? That thing is related to the mysterious things such as consciousness, psionic power, belief, etc. Lu Ming doesn't want to have anything to do with them. Why is the world of Warhammer desperate? Throwing aside those external factors such as green skin and ribs, the most important reason for Zhaoda is because of chaos and warp space. On the one hand, in the darkness of the Empire, people need faith to light up hope. Faith, on the other hand, breeds warp demons. This is an infinite loop with no solution. So the world of Warhammer is full of despair. Otherwise, why do you think that the Emperor on the golden toilet who has lived for an unknown number of years will vigorously promote the truth of the Empire? Make people believe in science? Or those demons who want to completely cut off the so-called belief problem and fundamentally weaken the warp? It's a pity that the Emperor and his old man miscalculated. It is because of knowing this that Lu Ming is somewhat disgusted or even contradicted by the so-called belief. But since the matter has been dealt with, he doesn't need to worry too much. At present, the most important thing for him in the Empire is the construction of outer space. Chapter 79. Since Lu Ming launched the outer space construction plan for several months, Tang Si's dwarf star has produced a large amount of construction materials. These materials were shipped in batches to Terra, and then to Terra's low Earth orbit. There, The Empire's first orbital station was rapidly being constructed and assembled, under the promotion of Lu Ming's national efforts. In early July, the construction of the low Earth orbit station of Terra Star was officially completed and put into use. On the third day after the construction of the low Earth orbit station was completed, the researchers of the Imperial Academy took a boat to outer space. These elite researchers will conduct initial explorations beyond Terra at the orbiting station. Originally, Lu Ming also wanted to go to the orbital station to ask for something, and Tangxi also strongly requested to experience it. It's a pity that the conditions of the orbital station are relatively simple, and the most primitive carrier rockets travel between the orbital station and Terra Star. So Lu Ming and Tangxi had no choice but to give up. Although they are not sick, they still have some understanding of the professionalism of the Blue Star astronauts. That's not something ordinary people can adapt to. Those elite researchers at the Institute have already started corresponding training since the outer space construction plan was proposed. The human race cannot quickly adapt to the 907 environment of outer space, and the body is relatively weak. This is also one of the main reasons why I Xingyu said that the human race is weak. Compared to those powerful races, the human race's body can really be said to be weak. Take the most widely distributed orc race in the endless star universe, such as the werewolf race, the tiger race, and the like. These races are born with strong physical qualities, and the adaptation stage to enter outer space is much shorter than that of humans. So many people will say that the human race is weak. It's just that Lu Ming didn't have these worries. Humans are weak? It's just that you don't have a thorough understanding of the human race, and you don't understand it. With the successful construction of the low Earth orbit station, Lu Ming, who had some free time, was busy again. According to the initial deployment of the outer space construction plan he promoted, Terra's low Earth orbit space station is only the first phase of the mission. The next phase of the mission is the stellar orbital base. The Terra Star low Earth orbit station is only the first step for Lu Ming to enter outer space, and it can be regarded as a transit station. Practically speaking, the stellar orbital base is the real beginning of the outer space construction program, different from the role of the transit station of the Terra Star low Earth orbit station. Stellar orbital bases are very important. In addition to providing the Empire with massive and more efficient stellar energy, the stellar orbital base is also more functional. It can be treated as a space version of the command center. Your Majesty, the first batch of supplies has already departed from the launch base. Enter the palace hall and place a detailed report on the inventory on Lu Ming's table. However, Lu Ming took a look and found that this list was not a material used to build a star orbiting base. It's the materials used to build engineering ships. Guojija-class engineering ship. Lu Ming looked at the big words on the report, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. This is actually an industrial ship? Ling, this is... Lu Ming's tone was a little trembling with excitement, and his words were a little awkward. Although Lu Ming knew for a long time that he would one day enter the interstellar age. But when this day really came, he realized that kind of excitement and anticipation that was difficult to define. In the interstellar era, swim the endless galaxy and conquer the sea of stars. This is the dream of so many men. When this scene appeared in front of him, Lu Ming knew what kind of experience it was. Although this is just an industrial ship, it's not the kind of fighter jet with guns all over its body. But this is also a starship. Lu Ming stared at the blueprint and concept map on the document, and couldn't bear to look away for a second. CBCC. This Quosec-class industrial ship represents the beginning of his interstellar age. This is a great moment to be remembered forever. Compared to Lu Ming's shock and excitement, it was much duller. For Tao, the Jaeger-class industrial real ship is not something to be noticed. There are so many black technologies in her think tank. It's just an industrial ship, and it's not worth her too much attention. Your Majesty, this is a Yonder-class industrial ship, which can be assembled and produced in the low Earth orbit of Terra. Zero gave a positive professional answer. Lu Ming got an accurate answer, and his heart throbbed violently. Industrial ships are also ships. This is much more advanced than the traditional propulsion launch vehicles used to build the Terra Star low Earth orbit space station. Lu Ming suddenly felt that the information in his hand was much more precious. Looking down at these materials, Lu Ming suddenly felt a deep sadness. Sadness of being a scumbag. He couldn't understand a lot of data and special characters in the data. But does it matter? It doesn't matter at all. In Blue Star, people who have never been to school are not in the way of being a boss. Ling, let me introduce this Tujier class industrial ship. If you don't understand it, don't watch it. Lu Ming simply put down the information in his hand and looked at Chi beside him. It doesn't matter if he doesn't understand. There are professionals like this. The Jaeger-class industrial ship is made of imperial alloy materials. It is the most advanced industrial ship, and its technical level is not high. Well, the technical level is not high. You are right. If Blue Star's scientific researchers heard these words, I don't know if they would commit suicide in shame. If this is considered low-tech, then what are they? But Lu Ming just complained and didn't say anything. Because in endless Xingyu, although it is not realistic to sail across space, there are still many fleets sailing in this galaxy. On this point, it is true. An industrial ship is really not a high-tech work. The Hoarder-class industrial ship is built on the Empire's latest fission energy device. The fission energy device itself can provide sufficient energy for the sublight speed engine. But considering the purpose of the Jaeger-class industrial ship, it is not equipped with a sublight speed engine, but a conventional propulsion engine, so there is not much advantage in terms of speed. Secondly, the firepower equipment of industrial ships is very weak, and most of the space is reserved for industrial operation devices. Chapter 80. Following Zero's remarks, Lu Ming had a general impression of his first interstellar ship. The Jaeger-class industrial ship, you can know its positioning by listening to the name. This is an out-and-out industrial ship, and fighting is not its forte. Even a corvette can destroy it without any pressure. But as the saying goes, there are specialties in the art industry. Because of the negligible firepower of the industrial ship, most of its space is reserved for industrial work equipment. As a purely industrial ship, the Hoarder has no thick armor and no high-tech shielding devices. Even in terms of firepower distribution, there are only 2 conventional kinetic energy artillery pieces. These 2 kinetic energy guns are also equipped to facilitate the demolition of industrial ships. If it wasn't for this need, the Hoarder-class industrial ships probably wouldn't even be equipped with kinetic energy artillery. There is no doubt that the Jaeger-class industrial ship is a pure industrial ship. It is not suitable for use other than engineering work. However, the Jaeger-class industrial ships also have their own advantages. As an industrial ship, the Hoarder class has excellent cargo capacity. Although it can't compare with professional transport ships, it is also very impressive. According to Zero's description, the Jaeger-class industrial ship weighs 10,000 tons and has a cargo capacity of 500 cubic meters. For a ship with a mass of about 10,000 tons, a mere 500 cubic meters of cargo capacity is indeed not much, even small. But don't forget, the Jaeger is an industrial ship. Industrial ships are not transport ships. Engineering operations are what they are best at. Much of the Hoarder-class industrial ship is reserved for a variety of industrial installations. This allows the Kuyuk-class industrial ship to adapt to most of the construction, demolition, and other work. The Hoarder-class industrial ships will be the main force for building the Star orbital base. In fact, Lu Ming has long been looking forward to the industrial ship. When he was frantically scavenging mineral resources in the trading house, he considered whether to buy an industrial ship directly. If you have an industrial ship, it will be much easier for you to build a low-Earth orbit space station on Terra. But then Lu Ming looked at the price and gave up. The cheapest industrial ship in the trading house actually costs 9.99 million star coins. Lu Ming doesn't know why this thing is so expensive, but he knew that the pricing of these people must be deeply poisoned by Blue Star. Well now, Lu Ming can produce his own industrial machine. 0. How many industrial ships are estimated to be required for the construction of the Star orbital base? The Stellar Orbiting Base is not the low-Earth orbiting space station on Terra that was built before. The space station can be completed by manpower, and the big deal is to make the launch vehicle go back and forth several times. But a Star Orbiting Base is a behemoth. As a centralized, multifunctional platform, the Stellar Orbital Base is far from manpower. So at this time, industrial ships are needed to work. Your Majesty, according to the scale of the planned Stellar Orbital Base, 50 industrial ships are the best. Zero was clearly prepared for this problem. As soon as Lu Ming asked the question, he answered it without thinking. If 50 industrial ships start construction at the same time, the construction of the star orbital base will be completed within a month. But considering that the construction of industrial ships also takes time, and the transportation of materials also takes time, it is estimated that it will take 60 to 80 days. 60 days? Lu Ming thought for a while. Construction of the stellar orbital base will take about 2 months. Although the time is a bit long, it is still within the acceptable range for Lu Ming. You must know that the TerraStar Low Earth Orbit Space Station built before, but it started a long time ago. Counting the time, it took almost 4 or 5 months for the Empire. And the star orbit base is much larger than the space station, and it stands to reason that the construction time is only not short. But thanks to the help of the Jaeger-class industrial ships, the time was shortened to 2 months. Are there enough materials there? What Lu Ming is most worried about now is that as the progress of the project progresses, something goes wrong with the mineral materials. If so, it would greatly delay the construction of the star orbiting base. Fortunately, Lu Ming's arms trade has not stopped during this time. For flowers. Although the dwarf star produces the materials needed for space construction, the production efficiency of weapons is greatly reduced. But it can still bring Lu Ming a considerable amount of income. Lu Ming has been saving the star coins exchanged for these weapons trade. Just so that one day the material is not enough, you can immediately sweep it from the trading line. For the current Lu Ming, no amount of money can delay the progress of outer space construction. Your Majesty, rest assured, Your Excellency Tang Si has delivered a large amount of alloy materials and various resources, which are enough to support the completion of the construction of industrial ships and stellar orbital bases. As the main person in charge of Lu Ming's promotion of the outer space construction plan, Zero has taken into account all aspects. In terms of logistics resources, Zero has already calculated many times and can be sure that it is foolproof. Zero. Lu Ming naturally has great confidence in Zero's ability to work. Since it's okay to say it's okay, then it's okay. Okay, then hurry up and transport the materials needed to build the industrial ship to the space station, and then order the space station to fully assemble the Quogier-class industrial ship. With a big wave of his hand, Lu Ming gave the order with great pride. I want to board the Empire's stellar orbital base within 3 months. Although the Hoarder-class industrial ship is just an industrial ship, there is no problem going to and from Terra and the star orbital base. Lu Ming doesn't have to worry about problems like his body can't stand it. The starship is not a launch vehicle, and that thing will not have such a serious reaction force. Moreover, in the description of the Jaeger-class industrial ship, Zero clearly mentioned that in order to facilitate the control and operation of the engineers, the industrial ship is equipped with a gravity stand. According to Minato's explanation, as long as the neutral position is adjusted, then stepping on the Hoarder-class industrial ship is no different from that of Terra. Lu Ming has planned to take the Gojier-class industrial ship to visit for a year after the construction of the star orbital base is completed. Outer space, 2 worlds. Lu Ming has only seen it in movies and documentaries. Now that I have the opportunity, if I don't experience it myself, it would be a waste of time. Chapter 81. Lu Ming approved Zero's plan to build 50 Hoarder-class industrial ships. Industrial ships are indispensable for the construction of stellar orbital bases. After all, in terms of the scale of the stellar orbital base, it has far exceeded the limit of manpower. And Lu Ming has always felt that the most prominent advantage of people is to know how to use tools, or to use everything that can be used around them. Perhaps the physical quality of the human race is not so outstanding, but the reason why humans are different from beasts. The biggest reason is knowing how to use tools. Since manpower cannot be done, then the production of industrial ships will be done. After batches of supplies for the production of industrial ships were sent to the TerraStar orbital base, Lu Ming was relatively free. For Lu Ming, the preparatory phase of the outer space construction plan is the busiest. But after this stage, he, 910, does not need to do everything by himself. With Minato as his right-hand man, Lu Ming can relax a lot. The Star of Dwarves, Lu Ming came to Tang Si's planet for the first time. As Tang Si herself said, Dwarf Star is hot and dry. Lu Ming, who came here for the first time, can clearly feel the gap with Terra Star. How to say? If Terra Star is an air-conditioned room in summer, then Dwarf Star is a concrete plaza exposed to the scorching sun. Except for the dwarves who have dealt with the forge since ancient times, no other race will like this kind of habitation. Because of Lu Ming's alliance with Tang Si, the star of the dwarves at this time is no longer the normal territory of a star master. Instead, it is more like an industrial planet. In addition to the cities where the dwarves live, huge factories of various colors can be seen everywhere. The first time he saw this, Lu Ming felt very guilty about Tang Si. Tang Si, sitting on the native race of dwarves, could have become an excellent star master. But now for him, Tang Si willingly gave up all construction and single-mindedly served as the logistics base of the empire. Because of Lu Ming's arms trade and construction in outer space, these factories are running at full speed. Little Lucy, why are you showing such an expression? Tang Si noticed the change in Lu Ming's expression. Although she is a tiger, she is not stupid. On the contrary, Tang Si is also a thoughtful woman, but in front of Lu Ming, she prefers to be slower. Because in this way, I can enjoy more of Lu Ming's love and care for her. You don't feel guilty, do you? Seeing Lu Ming's embarrassed face being guessed, Tang Si secretly scolded Lu Ming for being an idiot. See, do you have any regrets now? You must know that you are also a star master. Lu Ming turned to look at Tang Si, apologetic in his tone. Tang Si's selfless act made Lu Ming not know what to say for a while. Why should I regret it? Am I not right now? Or will you use me in the future? Tang Si knew what Lu Ming was worried about. After all, it is outrageous for a dignified star master to be willing to serve as the logistics base of another star master. Not to mention transforming your own planet into an industrial one. Even to put it badly, Tang Si's efforts did not get any return at all. The weapons produced by Dwarf Star were all used by Lu Ming for the weapons trade and accumulated funds. These funds then bought minerals and sent them to the Dwarf Star. The Dwarf Star once again processed these minerals and sent them to the outer space of Terra. From beginning to end, Tang Si can be said to have not gained any benefits. Of course, if the production technology provided by Tao is considered a benefit, then this is the only gain that Tang Si has received. But Tang Si never considered these issues. For her, she is willing to be the woman behind Lu Ming who is giving silently. In other words, the woman behind Lu Ming who supports him can only be himself. Among the endless stars, it is said that the human race is weak. But only Tang Si knows how terrifying the potential Lu Ming has shown. Tang Si even dared to conclude that everyone in endless Xingyu underestimated Lu Ming's future. Thinking like this, Tang Si didn't want her position to be taken away and replaced. What do you think? Why am I willing to use you? Who knows? Your man's mouth is a liar. And I think the Katie you dealt with before was pretty. Tang Si looked at Lu Ming dangerously. That's an elves, aren't you tempted? This sudden question made Lu Ming wonder whether to laugh or cry. He moves a fart. In endless Xingyu, Katie is indeed an elf beauty. But just as Tang Si herself has also changed her image, the ghost knows what Katie looks like in Blue Star. Maybe it's an old granny with a wrinkled face. Looking at Lu Ming's depressed expression, Tang Si's serious expression did not hold back. He burst out laughing. Okay, just kidding you. Don't think I've paid too much. I'm sorry. For the dwarves, they like this kind of life very much, or they can't ask for it. Dwarves like to forge and are keen to produce. If you think about it this way, there is nothing wrong with Tang Si's words. Lu Ming's arms trade and outer space construction plans are very grand in scale. If this were changed to another race, the continuous high-intensity work would have been unbearable long ago. But the dwarves were content with it. Lu Ming had seen it before, and the dwarves' work and friendship were still high, and it could even be said that they were addicted to it. Since you say that, then I'm relieved. As long as Tang Si regrets it without realizing it, that's fine. The other Lu Ming didn't care. Don't talk about me. Talk about you, Luzi. After the establishment of the Imperial Fleet, how is your navy going? Tang Si also knows a lot about Lu Ming's outer space architecture design 2.2. Hence the question, Imperial Navy? Yes. Tang Si looked at Lu Ming's confused eyes and patted her forehead. You haven't formed the Imperial Navy yet. Tang Si knew the result when she saw Lu Ming's expression at this time. When I thought that Lu Ming hadn't started preparing yet, I couldn't help feeling a little helpless. How could a person who is usually so smart fall off the chain at this time? Little Lucy, your starships are all autonomous. Well, it's not. Then you haven't trained the personnel in advance. Do you expect the starship to move on its own? Duh. Chapter 82. After visiting Tangxi's dwarf star for more than a day, Lu Ming returned to Terra Star. On the one hand, because the climate of the dwarf star is really not suitable for him. Secondly, it was Tangxi who looked at him like a mentally retarded look, which made Lu Ming very uncomfortable. In the past, Tangxi was always a squeamish, not-so-smart girl. But this time, the roles of the two have switched. For the first time, Lu Ming tried to be as stupid. This hit Lu Ming hard, especially in the face of Tangxi's question from the soul that you haven't formed the Imperial Navy yet. Lu Ming can't wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. Tangxi, who has always been taken care of by him as a fool, has considered the problem, but he has ignored it. He didn't realize it until he was reminded by Tangxi. So Lu Ming hurriedly returned to Terra Star, ready to discuss with Tao about the formation of the Imperial Navy. As Tangxi said, the starship of the Empire will not move by itself. 21. Your Majesty, I was going to tell you about this today. Knowing the reason why Lu Ming asked her to come, Tao also revealed his intention. Lu Ming ignored this question, but that doesn't mean Tao ignored it. Even if Lu Ming didn't look for her today, she would take the initiative to talk to Lu Ming about it. Ling, are you ready? Zero nodded. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was speechless. Good guy, Qianqing Tao and Tangxi are aware of this problem. He was alone in the dark. For the first time, Lu Ming doubted his own IQ. It must be because I have been with that tiger girl, Tangxi, for a long time and got infected. Lu Ming threw the pot to Tangxi very unkindly and found excuses for himself. It is not that he is stupid, but that he is infected. That's right, that's it. Are you ready for the operators of the first batch of industrial ships? Compared with the Imperial Navy, Lu Ming is more worried about the operators of the industrial ships currently produced. After all, the production of the starship still has some time after the establishment of the starport. But the operators of the industrial ships could not afford to delay. Otherwise, it will directly affect the construction progress of the stellar orbital base. And this is precisely not what Lu Ming wants to see. Taking the fleet to swim the sea of stars, Lu Ming didn't have much patience to wait any longer. Your Majesty, rest assured, the scientific researchers sent to the low Earth orbit space station of Terra Star have all been trained in the control of industrial ships, and they are competent. Long before these Imperial researchers entered outer space, Zero had professionally trained them. Controlling industrial natural ships is also within the scope of training. Who? Hearing Tao's words, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at it with relief, Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. A wise man is bound to fail. Although Lu Ming dare not say that he is a great wise man, he is not a fool either. It is impossible for people to consider all aspects, and there will be omissions in everything they do. Just like when he bought ore and other materials in the trading house before, he did not take into account the temporary price increase of the minor star masters. But luckily there is. There are many places that Lu Ming missed, and Zero will help him complete them. Ling, do you have any opinion on the formation of the Imperial Navy? Now that the problem of the operator of the industrial ship has been resolved, Lu Ming is relieved. No longer as hot as before. Your Majesty, I think we should set up a special training institution to send professionals to the Empire. Zero clearly had a detailed plan in place. Faced with Lu Ming's inquiry, Zero spoke directly without any hesitation. The space construction phase is completed, and the Empire will officially enter the expansion phase. At that time, the Empire will need a large number of professionals. That's why I think it's possible to form the Chengsi Academy. Zhongxi Academy. Lu Ming's eyes twitched when he heard Tao's words. He is no stranger to Zhongxi Academy. In the worldview of Warhammer, the casualties of battles are in units of billions. The battlefield is often a whole planet as a unit, and even spread to the entire star field. Perhaps the scale of this battle is unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people, and it has a feeling of the end of the universe. But considering the desperate worldview of Warhammer, there is no surprise. Such a large-scale war has always accompanied the Empire, and naturally a large number of war orphans have been left behind. And these orphans are the main source of students for Zhongxi Academy. In the Zhongxi Academy, these orphans go through rigorous, even cruel training. If the students can graduate alive, they will be assigned to various departments of the empire, the church, and the loyal heirs of the storm. Don't think that you can go to the sky in one step by entering the Zhongxi Academy. On the contrary, it was the beginning of a nightmare. Because of knowing this, Lu Ming was shocked by Zero's suggestion. Zhongxi Academy still understands in the world of Warhammer. After all, under that hopeless worldview, the kindness towards students is the greatest cruelty towards them. But Endless Xingyu is not a Warhammer, and there is not so much despair here. From the point of view of Endless Xingyu, the training of Zhongxi Academy is a bit too cruel. Tao, tell me in detail, I'll think about it. Lu Ming didn't have 910's suggestion to directly refute the fallacy. He wanted to hear about Zero's specific arrangements. Some of the training methods in Zhongxi Academy were too cruel, and Lu Ming did not want to use them. Perhaps the soldiers trained by those methods were indeed extremely loyal, but even so, Lu Ming was reluctant to adopt them. It's like the Zhongxi Academy will clean up the students' memories of the past and instill them with a creed of loyalty. In Lu Ming's view, this is simply more cruel than brainwashing. Memory can be said to be the most beautiful thing in a person. If there is no memory, is this person still alive? Your Majesty, the Loyalty CI Academy I suggested may be a little different from what you understand. He is a coordinator of the training students. The faithful CI Academy will not only send high-quality soldiers to the Church and the Empire, but also train the Imperial Navy. With Minato's narration, Lu Ming gradually understood the meaning. It is said to be Zhongxi Academy, but its business has expanded a lot. Just like the training of the Imperial Navy, it is also included in the teaching of Zhongxi Academy. Moreover, the cruel rules of Zhongxi Academy have also been eliminated to a certain extent. But there is one thing that Zero insists on. That is, in the training of cultivating students, loyalty and obedience to orders, Minato does not give in at all. Chapter 83. The capital city square of the 3rd district of the Empire is crowded with people. Teams of escorts maintained order at the scene. Sister, when you go to the Zhongxi Academy, you must train well. Don't be naughty, you know. Eat well, not picky eaters. Have time to talk to your mother on the phone and let her know about your situation. Don't do things that are sorry for the Empire. In the crowd, a woman looked at the little girl in front of her with tears in her eyes. Similar scenes were staged in the square one after another, and a sad atmosphere of parting slowly spread. Some time ago, the Empire established the Zhongxi Academy and issued a notice to collect students for the entire Terrastar. The colleges enrolled are all children aged 6 to 12, and my sister is one of them. Of course, it is not mandatory for Zhongxi Academy to collect the first batch of students. Not now, and never will. The Empire gives its residents the greatest right of tolerance and choice. These parents are willing to send their children to Zhongxi Academy. As a matter of fact, the target of the collection of Zhongxi Academy was actually only the orphans in the 3rd district at the beginning. Because of the planetary defense war, many children in the 3rd district have become war orphans. And this is exactly what is most in line with the collection standards of Zhongxi Academy. However, it is impossible for Zhongxi Academy to recruit students only in the 3rd district, and they must treat them equally if they arrive in other districts. Therefore, the conditions for recruiting students have been relaxed. As long as they meet the age of 6 to 12 years old and are in good health, both men and women can join. My sister is one of the volunteers. Although she was a little reluctant to her parents, it was not impossible for her to come back to visit relatives. You can also contact your parents when you are on vacation. In this respect, Lu Ming's Loyalty Academy is fundamentally different from the Loyalty Academy in Warhammer. If the purpose of Warhammer's Loyalty Academy is to cultivate war machines, then the Loyalty Academy established by Lu Ming is more similar to Blue Star's colleges and universities. It's just that since they are training soldiers of the Empire, the rules are much stricter than those in high schools. But it's not that unfriendly. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of myself. After going through the battle to defend the planet, my sister's mind is far more mature than her peers. Other children were immersed in the reluctance of being separated from their parents when they sobbed softly. My sister is comforting her parents. Such a gap made the escort army, who was in charge of filling out the student list, nodded silently. The eyes that looked at her sister were also full of admiration. Name: Tian Shengnan. Gender: female. Age: 10 years old. The escort army filled out her sister's information and then gave the other party a certificate of enrollment. The students in the 3rd district will go to the loyal students of Terra City after 6 o'clock in the afternoon, so don't waste time. Also, take this time to accompany your parents and say goodbye. Hearing the words of the escort army, my sister politely gave him a military salute. Yes, sir. The standard military salute of my sister is a bit surprising to this guardian army. It is very rare for a child of this age to know the military salute of the Empire. What's more, my sister's military salute is so standard. Even from the point of view of their escort army, my sister's actions just now were impeccable. Little girl, have you been exposed to professional training? The escort soldier looked at his sister and hesitated to ask. Training? The elder sister glanced at the wreath on her wrist and gently stroked the corner of her mouth. She has kept this string of garlands. Even though several months have passed, she still wears it. The garland was treated by her father with a special potion, and unless it was considered damaged, it would not decay. The elder sister raised her head, looked at the guard, and gave a charming smile. I blame Shu Shu for teaching me this. Then you blame Shu me? He was a great Krieg fighter, and he taught me a lot. The elder sister's tone became a little low. The escort soldier wanted to ask something, but when he saw his sister's expression, he suddenly understood something. The 3rd area was the main battlefield of the Planetary Defense War, and it was also the only battlefield. It is said that in order to resist those monsters, tens of thousands of Krieg soldiers rushed to the battlefield and buried here forever. Looking at the little girl's expression, she said, the strange Shutai is probably one of them. Although the Guardians were not accustomed to being with Krieg's guards, but that didn't stop them from honoring the Krieg soldiers. In particular, the great warriors who sacrificed for the Empire are worthy of respect. Tian Shengnan. Arrive. Go to Zhongxi Academy to study hard, and the Krieg Death Corps is stationed at Krieg Fortress outside the city of Terra. The escort army looked at his sister's eyes brightened, and his heart became more and more gratified. This clever little girl already knew what he meant. But you have to cheer up. The Krieg Death Corps is the most elite army in the Empire. If you want to join them, or fight alongside them, you must get their approval. Hearing these words, the elder sister nodded heavily. In fact, training she does all the time. From the original running to the rich training programs, my sister exercises herself every day. Whether it was windy or rainy, she never stopped. She must become a great warrior like the strange S***T. Watching her sister run towards her parents' back, there was a bit of sigh in the guard's eyes. There are many rumors in the Emperor that the Krieg Death Corps is silent and emotionless. But if those Nords, Gords really don't have feelings, then what does he see as a bond that spans ages and classes? Shaking his head, he threw out these messy thoughts. The escort continues to start with the statistician's list and details. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the first batch of students from the Zhongxi Academy in the 3rd district gathered. Then, under the escort of the escort army, they headed to the Zhongshu Academy located in the imperial capital. In the car, my sister looked at her registration form, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Unlike other children who were a little terrified when they went out for the first time, my sister's eyes were full of anticipation. The Zhongxi Academy recruited students this time, including the naval fleet training of the future empire. It's just that my sister didn't choose the Navy, but the Army. Name: Lu Xingnan. Graduation Target Service Corps, Krieger Death Corps. Chapter 84. The opening of Zhongxi Academy has been popular in the Empire for a long time. But with the passage of time, Zhongxi Academy has also entered the right track. The students currently trained by Zhongxi Academy are mainly sent to several major departments of the Empire. The Imperial Navy, the Imperial Stormtroopers, the Terra Guardians, the Inquisition, the various government departments of the Empire, and so on. Among them, the Imperial Navy naturally needs no words, and the future Imperial fleet will definitely be indispensable for the cultivation of the Navy. And some of the students in this group are the future Navy Masters. Then there is the Stormwind Zhanghe Army, which is the second real army of the Empire established by Lu Ming after consulting with Tao. The current number of the core is the same as that of the Krieger Death Core, which is maintained at about 1 million. Although the first batch of Baofeng's oxygen did not come from the Zhongxi Academy, it could even be said that it had little to do with them. But its absolute obedience to orders and its unsullied nature remain unchanged. At this stage, the first batch of Baofeng loyal troops are undergoing brutal military training and physical training to ensure they are tough and determined imperial soldiers in every war. Unlike the Krieg Death Corps, the stormtroopers are equipped with the Empire's latest 910 heat-firing laser guns. This heat-shot laser gun is equipped with an additional external power unit, which has a stronger penetration ability. At the same time, the loyal heir of the storm is wearing thicker armor. Compared with Krieg's trench warfare and large-scale core combat, the training of Stormwind loyalists is more inclined to flexible tactics such as interspersed operations. This is also a complement to the Krieg Death Corps. In addition to providing fresh blood to the newly established Storm Faithful Army, the Zhongxi Academy will also send students to the Holy See. Students sent to the Holy See have two destinations. One of them is the Escort Army, and the other is to go to the Inquisition. Speaking of which, this was proposed by Lu Ming on his own initiative. At the end of the day, Lu Ming is a little wary of things like these beliefs because he is influenced by the Warhammer worldview. Sending in the students of Zhongxi Academy can also be said to be a means of surveillance. People say people in high positions will be suspicious, and Lu Ming feels that he has a tendency to develop in this direction. He didn't know if that was good or bad, but always be careful. In the end, the service object of the graduation of Zhongxi College is the Government Affairs Departments of the Empire, CBCC. In the school motto of Zhongxi Academy, only those students whose grades deviate and cannot be favored by the Major Corps and the Holy See will enter the Imperial Government Affairs Department. Although government departments may be more comfortable, many practitioners are not willing to go. Lu Ming has really been busy for a while to set up the Zhongxi Academy, form the Storm Zhongxi Army, and recruit students. But after that, the Empire returned to its former calm. Lu Ming himself is also a lot of leisure. Apart from the advancement of the outer space construction plan, Lu Ming doesn't need to worry about anything else at all. Your Majesty, the construction of the stellar orbital base has entered the final stage. Tao approached Lu Ming and reported this exciting opportunity to him. Hearing Tao's news, Lu Ming stood up excitedly. Very good. Lu Ming was very excited. After months of waiting, it was finally completed. The Star Orbital Base is a landmark space building for the Empire. With the Stellar Orbit Base, Lu Ming completely resigned from the shackles of Terra and officially entered the space stage. And a very important point. Although the Stellar Orbital Base is a centralized multifunctional platform, its essence is still an energy conversion device. With the Star Orbital Base, Lu Ming's Holy Terra Empire will not have to worry about energy for a long time. 0. Arrange an industrial ship for me immediately, and I'll go see it myself. Lu Ming can't wait. The space stage is the beginning of the Empire's true sailing. As for the battle on Terra Star, it was just a small fight. The stage of the Empire belongs to the endless starry sky. Unlike Lu Ming's excitement, Zero's expression was a little serious. Your Majesty, before this, I have to report something to you. Juan's words calmed Lu Ming down. Looking at Zero's expression at this time, Lu Ming frowned slightly. Did something unexpected happen? What's the matter? Your Majesty, look at this. Tao inserted a storage device into the holographic projection device on the table, and an interstellar map of the galaxy where Terra was located was displayed. Lu Ming is no stranger to this interstellar map. In fact, where the TerraStar Low Earth Orbit Space Station was built, this map was calculated by the researchers of the Empire. The Endless Star Universe is very broad, and people's division of the Endless Star Universe is divided into 4 levels: Star Field, Star Region, Galaxy, and Star System. In the Endless Star Universe, the major star fields where each star master is located are collectively referred to as giant star fields. As for whether there are other giant star fields outside the known range, no one can say. Lu Ming's Terra Star is located in an unnamed star system of the C9 galaxy in the M13 star region of the G8 star field. If a star system does not have a star owner, it is generally unnamed. As far as the star system where Lu Ming is located, it is called the TerraStar system. The Terra star system is full of 1 star and 7 planets. As for other asteroids, moons and the like, there are more. Taking the center of the star as the center, the star Terra is located above the orbit of number 2, which is the central position of this star system. Your Majesty, our researchers found traces of life in the star number 5 on the way to explore outside our own star system. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes jumped. Have you found out? Is it a primitive planet, or is there another star host? The endless star universe is very vast. Normally, the probability of a star system having 2 star masters is very low. But this probability is not without. At present, it is not clear, and a scientific research ship needs to be dispatched to investigate. Zero shook his head. The Empire now only has hoarder-class industrial ships, and no scientific research ships. It is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, and everything is just speculation. Ling, speed up the construction of Star Harbor. Planet 5 detected a signal of life, which Lu Ming never expected. He had thought about the existence of other star masters outside his own star system, but he never thought that a planet so close to him would actually have life. If it's a primitive, unowned planet, it's fine. If it's a star master, then... The sudden news caught Lu Ming a little off guard. The tension in my heart also rose to the extreme. Lu Ming urgently needs a fleet to escort the Empire. Chapter 85. Little Lucy, what's the situation? In the palace hall, Tang Si nervously looked at Lu Ming's serious face. Next to him are Hannah and Yang Zhongtong, the newly appointed supreme commander of the violent faithful army. Unlike Hannah, who is blonde and blue-eyed, Yang Zhongtong is a typical Oriental face, a determined man. Everyone, look at this. Lu Ming nodded at it, and then a holographic projection map of the Terra star system was projected. Latest news from the low Earth orbit station, the discovery of a signal of life on planet V of the Terra star system. What? As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, Tang Si stood up in disbelief, face full of shock. A new sign of life has been discovered, and what it means is self-evident. Is it another star master? Lu Ming slowly shook his head and said in a serious tone, "It's not clear yet. Since there is a signal of life on planet 5, it means that there must be life on this planet. Endless Xingyu is not the universe of Blue Star, and there are many lives and races here. So there is no need to make a fuss about discovering another life, or even another civilization, so easily. After all, so many star masters are in the endless stars. The so-called aliens are you, me, and him. Then make sure." Tang Si was also a little anxious and nervous. Tang Si suddenly felt a chill when she thought that there were other beings so close to Lu Ming Terra Star. If the other party discovered Terra Star in advance, even a star master with a fleet, the consequences are simply unimaginable. It is not as good as the space age. The star masters who form the interstellar navy are completely different from the star masters who have not developed space to the age. In terms of image, it is no different from a father hitting his son. Tang Si shuddered at the thought of such terrifying consequences. Tang Si, Your Excellency, don't be impatient, gathered to the side and opened his mouth. The Empire currently only has engineering ships, and it can only confirm that Planet 5 has life signals. But if you want to determine the specific information, you need to send a scientific research ship to visit on the spot. Tao's words silenced Tang Si. Research ships can only be built in Star Harbor, which means that Lu Ming is currently unable to conduct on-the-spot investigations. It can only be done after the construction of the starport is completed. Looking at Tang Si's obviously nervous expression, Lu Ming felt a warm current in his heart. This girl is always like this. Compared to herself, she was more nervous about the person she cared about most. Okay, Si, there's no need to be too nervous. Lu Ming looked at Tang Si. His eyes seemed to have some kind of magic power. When Lu Ming looked at her like this, most of Tang Si's unease and nervousness disappeared. If the other party is really a star master, it is estimated that the strength will not be too strong. Lu Ming was very nervous at first, but after thinking about it, he was not so flustered. As he said, everyone is in the same star system. The place is so big. If the opponent is really strong, he should have been discovered long ago. But until now, Lu Ming has not found any spaceships, which has been very telling. Either the opponent is similar in strength to him, or even worse than him. or it's an unowned planet. Other than that, Lu Ming couldn't think of any other explanation. Hegemony and intrigue in the endless stars are always the theme, and the melody of war has never stopped. After some powerful Star Masters discovered a new Star Master like Lu Ming, their first reaction was to send a fleet to attack. This kind of single-player Power Star Master is still a new, helpless, and best bully. Otherwise, why do you think so many Star Masters would rather pay a heavy price to join an alliance? Still not looking for a backer for yourself? Listening to Lu Ming's speculation, Tang Si also nodded. Calm down and think about it. She was indeed a little surprised by her reaction just now. But it's no wonder that even Lu Ming was frightened when he first heard the news. It's like a big night when you are sound asleep. And beside you lies a being that you don't know, staring at you so silently all the time. It's okay not to know, but it's easy to be creepy once you know. I came to you today because I have a few things to announce. Although the other party did not take the initiative to trouble Lu Ming. But that doesn't mean Lu Ming doesn't do anything. For flowers. Now that the existence of the other party has been discovered, whether it is the Star Master or not, Lu Ming will not remain indifferent. First of all, the construction progress of the Star Port must be accelerated. See, you have worked harder on your side, and you may need to rush to work overnight. The Dwarf Star is the logistics base of the Empire. Lu Ming has to rush work, and the Dwarf Star must work overtime. For this, Tang Si didn't say much, just nodded. Even if Lu Ming didn't say it, she would do it. If she doesn't understand the situation for a day, she will be worried for a day. The second is Hannah and Zhongtong. You are always ready for war, and the Corps is in a state of combat readiness so that you can enter the battlefield at any time. No matter what happened to Planet 5, Lu Ming would not allow the other party to continue to exist. Zero, at least not out of his control and surveillance. There is no room for snoring on the side of the couch. Either he is domineering or he deliberately provoked war. Lu Ming would never put a danger of an explosion on his doorstep. Hearing Lu Ming's order, Hannah and Yang Zhongtong both nodded. As a soldier of the Empire, this is what they should do, and it is their duty. Even if Lu Ming didn't say it, they would have deployed it in advance. The meeting dispersed, and everyone left. The Krieg Death Corps and the newly formed Stormwind Loyalists begin urgent preparations for battle. The Dwarf Star's factory is also working day and night. Little Lucy, is it going to start so soon? In the pavilion, Tang Si snuggled in Lu Ming's arms and said in a low voice, although Jin Rongxingyu is inseparable from these things. But that was too soon. Before, because Hannah, Zero, and Yang Zhongtong were present, she had been holding on. In fact, she was still quite scared. Don't worry, don't you believe me? Knowing what Tang Si was worried about, Lu Ming smiled and comforted the other party. When I finish building the starport, I will let you be the captain of the first starship I produce. Female captain. Little Lucy, have you ever heard of a female driver going on an expedition and no grass grows in a radius of 10 miles? Lu Ming. Well, Chapter 86. New signs of life are discovered, and the Empire begins emergency preparations. And in the meantime, Lu Ming and the Hoarder-class industrial ship that returned to Terra went to the star orbiting base. Although the Hoarder-class industrial ship is just an industrial ship, its size can still be called a behemoth. However, compared to normal interstellar warships, the conditions on industrial ships are much simpler. After all, this is an engineering operation ship. Lu Ming's eyes were full of novelty when he waited for the warehouse deck of the Quogier-class industrial ship. So is Tang Si. In 2 lifetimes, Lu Ming was the first to see a living starship off-screen. Stepping on the deck, there was a thick and crisp dang-dang sound. The sound is so beautiful and captivating. Your Majesty, let's go to the bridge. 9100 stopped beside Lu Ming and Tang Si and reminded softly. The purpose of returning to Terra Star this time is to deliver materials for the construction of Star Harbor. Therefore, apart from the piles of various materials in the ship warehouse, there is nothing worth visiting. Lu Ming and Tang Si followed, and slowly left the warehouse at the bottom of the ship. After passing through the long corridor, I came to the bridge of the Hoarder-class industrial ship. It is said to be a bridge, but it is far from the kind of bridge that Lu Ming imagined. Again, the Jaeger-class industrial ship is an engineering work ship. Its bridge is more similar to that kind of operating room. If I had to describe it, it was like the operating console of the tower crane on the Blue Star. The bridge was filled with various operating platforms, and Lu Ming looked at Lu Ming with a dazed look at the various buttons and operating levers. Lu Ming boarded the ship, and several Quiji industrial ships did not stop at Terrastar too much. It quickly took off and left the atmosphere of Terra. Lu Ming knew that he had severe star carriage symptoms. He thought he would have similar symptoms when he was on a ship. However, he found himself wrong. Although the Jaeger-class industrial ship is an industrial ship, the ride experience is quite good. From takeoff to acceleration, until leaving the atmosphere of Terra Star, Lu Ming did not feel too violent a shock. The National Accumulator-class industrial ship's driving was surprisingly stable. If he hadn't known that he had set off, Lu Ming would have thought that he was still on Terra. "Look, Xiao Luzi, it's Terra Star." On the bridge, through the glass of special material, Tang Si saw the star of Terra slowly receding. Looking down at Terra Star from space is like looking at a clear blue glass ball. Gorgeous. Tang Si was on the glass, looking at the scenery outside with her eyes obsessed, and she was completely immersed in this novel experience. On the other hand, Lu Ming, after experiencing the initial excitement, quickly calmed down. Tang Si's state won't last long. Anyone who is in contact with space for the first time will be attracted by the vast scene of the universe. But space travel is equally boring and lonely. Like the crew on the Blue Star. At the beginning, you may be attracted by the magnificent waves of the sea, and you will not be able to extricate yourself from it. But really, when you follow the boat on the sea for a few months, you will find it boring and boring. The same holds true for space travel. Your Majesty, that is Planet 5. After sailing for a while, Tang Si's freshness has passed, and the whole person has calmed down. Not the same spirit as before. At this moment, she pointed to a planet in the depths of the universe and opened his mouth. Hearing Tao's words, Lu Ming got up and looked out the window. Sure enough, you can see a finger-sized planet quietly suspended above the dark background of the universe. Planet No is dark green as a whole, and from Lu Ming's point of view, it looks like green tea leaves that have been kneaded into a ball. According to the latest inference and investigation of the Research Institute, there is life on the No, and there is a 60% chance that its life form is the same as that of Terra. Not necessarily a human race, but the form of life should be similar. It's just that the numberless planet needs to be dispatched to actually investigate. Endless stars, vast sea of stars. Although Terra is located in the second orbit of the local star system, it is not too far from the star. However, at the Hoarder-class speed, Lu Ming and others still wandered in outer space for more than 3 days before reaching the star-orbiting base. A star-orbiting base is actually a base, but more like a satellite. According to Lu Ming's scumbag understanding, the closer to the star, the higher the temperature. And according to the location of the star's orbital base, the temperature here should be terribly high. But when Lu Ming set foot on the stellar orbital base, he found that there was no feeling of dryness inside. On the contrary, the climate is similar to that of Terra. Lu Ming didn't know what kind of black technology was used in the stellar orbit base construction plan provided by Zero. But the stellar orbital base satisfied Lu Ming. The entire stellar orbital base is divided into several regions. One of them is the multi-purpose area, which is where Lu Ming will go. This area can be understood as the brain or command center of the entire stellar orbital base. The second is a small port area carried by the star-orbiting base itself. This port is not big, and according to Zero's statement, large warships cannot be parked here. But similar to the Hoarder-class industrial ships, small transport ships are still possible. The main purpose of this port is not the port of the Empire, but is prepared for the convenience of transport ships to deliver energy to the Empire. The port of the Empire is not a star-orbiting base, but a star port under construction. Star Harbor is the real home of the Imperial Navy. Closely connected to the port area is the most important place of the star orbital base, the Energy Conversion Area 2.2 domain. Because the star orbit base is close to the star, the energy of the star is continuously converted into efficient energy that the Empire needs and can use. This energy is stored in the vast number of capacitor storage devices at the orbital base. These capacitor storage devices will later be transported by transport ships to any place in the Empire that needs energy. In addition to these three main areas, the Star Orbit Base also has an armed area, which can provide a simple defense mechanism for the Star Base. The core operation area of Hengxin Base. This area is the heart of Hengxin Base, and the operation of the entire base depends on it. Lu Ming visited the Hengxin Orbital Base and nodded with satisfaction. With this huge base, at least the early stage of the Empire will not stop because of energy problems. Chapter 87. Terrastar System, Galaxy Number 5. Mother Gonlin. This horse is the indigenous you said. Menxis angrily looked at the staff officer with glasses and an embarrassed face. His face darkened. Menxis has been in the Terrastar system for some time. As an interstellar pirate, Menxis has hundreds of star ships under his command. A fleet of this size is not owned by some star masters, and this is what Menxis is most proud of. But now his proud fleet is in a quagmire. And the reason for all this has to start when he landed on this life planet. Menxis is also a star master himself, and he is quite an ambitious star master. After he joined Endless Xingyu, he began to vigorously develop his own planet. Although his native race is not a very powerful race, it is not too weak. Silver Wolf Clan. The Silver Wolf family belongs to the werewolf family of the orc race, but the Silver Wolf is an advanced version of the werewolf. The Silver Wolf clan has all the characteristics of the werewolf clan, including human body, wolf head, and extremely fast speed. They are bloodthirsty and aggressive, but also cunning and murderous. However, the reason why the Silver Wolf clan is said to be the advanced race of the Silver Wolf clan is mainly because their whole body is made of silver 21 white biological metal. This biological metal is somewhat similar to living metal, and its defense is extremely strong. This is also the biggest advantage of the Silver Wolf clan. Because of the advantages of his native race, Menxis's ambitions also expanded. It soon began to expand and invade its own galaxy. Benefiting from the physique of the Silver Wolf clan, which is capable of conquering and fighting, Menxis was indeed smooth sailing at the beginning, and it was considered a moment of glory. There are no less than 10 Star Masters conquered by Menxis. The bespectacled staff officer in front of him was the first Star Master he conquered, and he is also an extremely unprofessional human Star Master. Later, the other party joined the camp of Menxis and acted as a staff officer. As the saying goes, one should not be too high profile. Menxis expanded all the way, and the prudence in his heart was slowly replaced by arrogance. Finally, Menxis mentioned the iron plate. The other side is a small league. At first, Menxis didn't take the other side in his eyes, and it was impossible for an alliance composed of only a few Star Masters to stop him. However, Menxis failed, a complete failure. After the defeat, the small alliance started a counteroffensive and soon took over all the planets occupied by Menxis, even the home planet of Menxis. In embarrassment, Menxis did not choose to leave Endless Xingyu and return to Blue Star. Instead, he floated in the endless stars with his few remaining fleets and became an interstellar pirate. Star pirates are also the choice of many defeated Star Masters. On the one hand, he can continue to stay in Endless Xingyu, and on the other hand, he is also looking for an opportunity to recapture a planet and become the Star Master again. Menxis took his last fleet and usually took over anything. For example, being a mercenary for other Star Masters, such as helping the Star Master to sack XX's fleet. The reason why he came to the Terrastar system this time was because Menxis accepted the employment of Zhou Xiaoguang, the prince of the Zhou family. Come here to attack a Star Master named Lu Ming. It is said that this unlucky guy named Lu Ming is also a personal Star Master. Although Menxis didn't know how Lu Ming offended Zhou Xiaoguang, as an interstellar pirate, he didn't care. What Menxis has to do is to defeat Lu Ming, complete Zhou Xiaoguang's task, and get a lot of money. And after defeating Lu Ming, Menxis will take the opponent's planet as his own and become a noble Star Master with territory again. No more wandering around like a piece of duckweed. After coming to the Too Spicy Star system, Menxis also discovered the Terrastar in Zhou Xiaoguang's mouth. It's just that before that, Menxis also discovered Planet 5 with a signal of life. On the advice of the staff officer, Menxis decided to take the unclaimed Planet 5 as his own. After all, Although Lu Ming is the star master of the human race, he should be remembered by Zhou Xiaoguang. To be on the safe side, Mengsis decided to occupy Planet 5 first, then use Planet 5 as a springboard to deal with his mission target. However, Mengsis never dreamed that his choice to land on Planet 5 was the beginning of his nightmare. Because this planet actually eats people while riding a horse. No, it cannot be said that this planet will eat people. It should be said that on Planet 5, except for the planet that does not eat people, any creatures on it can eat people. Whether it is an animal or a plant, they are all cannibals. Reflecting on the recent experience, Mengsis felt like he was dreaming. He is also an old fritter who has been in the endless stars. He thought about his ship being destroyed by the enemy or crashed by a space meteor. Even he considered that the ship would scrap itself out of disrepair. But Mengsis never thought that his proud ship would be crashed by a swarm of toads. Mengsis remembers well that it was the first day he decided to land on Planet 5. His fleet slowly descended the planet to the surface. The scale of the fleet of hundreds of ships is huge, and 2 of them landed near the swamp area. And before they landed, a violent explosion erupted from the swamp. The sky-high explosion directly blew up the 2 ships to the point where even the Slag 910 was not alive. Even the aftermath of the explosion spread to several nearby ships, which were all damaged to varying degrees. Mengsis thought it was the natives of this planet who discovered them and began to fight back. However, the results of the investigation left Mengsis dumbfounded. The culprit who destroyed his 2 starships and damaged several ships was actually a large toad. These toads are huge in size, but very timid by nature. Once frightened, they will not run away, but explode. That's right, it's self-destruction. Moreover, the power of self-destruction is incomparable, which is not much less than that of interstellar missiles. Mengsis's ship landed in the swamp area, just startling the toads, and then a group of toads blew themselves up. The ships of Mengsis's fleet near the swamp area can be described as bleak. Thinking of this, Mengsis got angry. You are such a toad. Why don't you hide when you see danger? Why choose self-destruction? And the power of self-destruction is so outrageous. It's as if God was joking with him again. Mengsis thought that these toads were outrageous enough, but he never imagined that even more outrageous ones were still behind. Chapter 88. The 88th Palm Eats the Planet. Please support. Hearing Mengsis' anger, Pang Bo was also very helpless. Pangbua is the human star master who was conquered by Mengsis. Because of the obsession in his heart, like Mengsis after the defeat, he also did not choose to return to Blue Star. Instead, he joined the savage fleet of Mengsis. Pangbo originally thought that this mission was a start. The opponent is a human star master who is as frail as him, and has also discovered the 5th planet with life signals. The reason why Pangbo persuaded Mengsis to land on Planet 5 also had his own considerations. In Pangbo's view, Mengsis was 100% sure to win this mission. A novice Terran star master. What can he do with the barbaric fleet of Mengsis? If he persuaded Mengsis to occupy Planet 5, then defeat the hapless Lu Ming, doesn't this mean that Mengsis has 2 planets as territories at once? At that time, his Pangbua, as the greatest hero in making plans, will most likely be sent by Mengsis to govern one of the planets. Although he will still be under the jurisdiction of Mengsis, at least he doesn't have to put his head on his belt every day and wander in the universe, right? Only those who have experienced it know how happy it is to have a foothold in the endless star. Pang Bo didn't ask himself to become a star master again, but only wanted to be a low-grade star master under the jurisdiction of Mengsis, and he was satisfied. It's a pity that Pang Bo never dreamed that the 5th planet would actually eat people. The first day the savage fleet landed, nothing was done. Even the ship was not quite stable, and I heard a burst of bang 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 explosion. Then the 2 ships were directly blown up to the point that not even the slag was left, and more than 10 ships were affected. The next day, Pangbo thought that as long as he didn't disturb the giant toads, there would be no problem. However, Pangbo found himself wrong. When the first group of soldiers disembarked from the ship, Pangbo was surprised to find they got up with the trunk. Today, Pangbo has to admit that his fantasies have come to nothing. Planet 5 is not a heaven at all, but a planet that can eat people. To put it more figuratively, Planet 5 is an extremely introverted planet. Compared with Planet 5, Blue Star's degree of involution is almost like a family. To what extent is Planet 5 involuted? On this planet, plants and animals are involuntarily drawn to an unimaginable extent. Or the meaning of any life on this planet being born is that I'm going to kill something. If you ask Pongwa to describe the fifth planet in one sentence, that is, roll to the extreme is the master. When Pangbo first saw this dark green planet in outer space, he couldn't be more excited. Pangbo originally thought that this planet full of life was a weak girl and let them bully casually. But after landing, Pangbo discovered that the girl was actually me. On this terrifying man-eating planet, Pongwa wouldn't be surprised if these towering trees spoke fluent English that day. Because their fleet has been unable to take care of themselves since the day they landed, these big trees have suffered heavy losses. Pangbo, you proposed the plan. What do you say? Mengsis looked at Pangbo with a dark face. His mood was already written on his face. To be honest, even Mengsis himself is a powerful silver wolf. But he would never dare to let him leave the ship under his feet and go for a walk outside. Do not ask. Asking is terrified. Plants that distribute venom are everywhere. The venom secreted by an inconspicuous grass at the foot can even melt rocks directly. Blue Star's fairy tales of grass sprouting and trying to top the rocks at the top just don't fit this planet at all. The plants here do not need to lift the stones that block their growth, and people just melt the stones directly. The first group of soldiers sent out by Mengsis had already been straightened by the inconspicuous weeds and small trees with the thickness of the arms outside, and used to fertilize the land. Even these soldiers did not get out of the 100-meter range where the fleet would land. In this case, how can Mengsis have the courage to go out for a walk? The products of Planet 5 can be said to be rich. In the past few days, there are hundreds of minerals scanned by the Mengsis ship, and the scenery here is beautiful and full of natural taste. These plants never stop thinking about kill you. For example, a small tree that is unremarkable and unobtrusive. Its leaves will fall silently on your head, and then you will find that you are being controlled. In short, this stuff will eat your brain. Another example is a spherical plant with a diameter of about 2 meters. Its outside is covered with countless sharp spikes, and once it is accidentally scratched by these spikes, even a small wound will turn into a pool of pus in a very short period of time, and then be absorbed as fertilizer. There are also green coconut-like fruits that grow on trees. This kind of fruit is filled with gas that is much lighter than the air of Planet 5, and even the insignificant airflow brought by a person walking by can make them fly. And when this floating fruit is disturbed, or it finds a suitable breeding place, it will explode. The seeds inside the fruit are so powerful that even the proud metal body of the Silver Wolf clan can be pierced by these seeds. It's just plants. As for the animals of Planet 5, it is even more outrageous. A self-exploding toad that can self-detonate, and whose power is comparable to that of a small-yield interstellar missile. Except for the toads that make Mengsis suffer. There are also giant train-sized predators and hair-like hydralisks that are nearly undetectable. In short, although this planet is full of life, it is also a forbidden area for life. When Pang, Noa Dahao, Bo heard Mengsi's words, the corners of his mouth twitched bitterly. What do you mean? What can he do? Who the hell knows what's going on with this planet? In just a few days, the barbarian fleet has more than 100 ships, and there are probably only about 50 ships that can take off well now. As for the other ships, they have either been occupied by the animals of Planet 5, or have been corroded by the venom secreted by plants. This has not yet seen the mission target. The barbaric fleet directly lost half of the ships. Not to mention Mengsis, Pongwa himself could not accept it. You must know that most of the soldiers who died during this period were his native race, the human race. Boss, for today's plan, only the strong man broke his wrist and left here. If we drag on like this, the only remaining ships will be explained here. Chapter 89. Pongwa looked at Mengsis and said with a humiliating emphasis, "We still have 47 starships that can take off, and these starships are more than enough to deal with a novice human star master." Pang Bo is a human star master himself, so he has a deep understanding of the human star master. In terms of physical strength, the human race is almost at the bottom of the endless stars. In terms of scientific and technological capabilities, the human race is more than one level behind compared with those races with long lifespans. So Pang Bo felt that 50-star ships were enough to conquer each other. Although the process is somewhat tortuous, as long as the final task is completed, they can still get a lot of money from the Zhou family. Afterwards, capture Lu Ming's planet, and then use the reward given by the Zhou family to buy ships. They can start their Star Master career all over again. Pang Bo's words hit the nail on the head, peeled off the current predicament, and saw the essence. Although they did suffer heavy losses, they were still invincible to a novice human Star Master. But Pang Bo forgot a word. People are different. As a human race Star Master, he felt powerless for the human race's weakness. But that doesn't mean that Lu Ming is just as weak as him, so he can be bullied by others. Just when Panghua and Mengsis were about to leave the man-eating planet 913 and discuss how to conquer Terra Star, or even divide Terra Star, Lu Ming also ushered in substantial progress. Star Harbor completed. Starport, as the name suggests, is a spaceport used to moor and produce Imperial ships. It can also be used as a military fortress in space, but it is much simpler. In terms of scale alone, Star Harbor is not much larger than the Star Orbit base, and even its construction process is much simpler. The Star Orbit base is a diversified platform, and the role of the starport is very single. This also makes the construction speed of the starport far exceeds that of the Star Orbit base. Coupled with the fact that the Empire discovered the anomaly of Planet 5, Lu Ming ordered the construction of Star Harbor to speed up. So in less than a month, the Empire's first starport was completed. Because of the Hoarder-class industrial ships, hundreds of ships work together, and the construction efficiency is simply outrageous. The Empire's first starport is located in orbit number 1 of the Terra star system, between Terra and the center of the star's orbital base. The reason why Shingon was built here is also the result of precise calculation and consultation with Lu Ming. Terra Star is in orbit 2, and the star orbit base is in star orbit. The starport of the Empire is located on the first orbit. This location is not very far from Terra Star and the star orbit base. Once there is any war invading, the fleet of Star Harbor can quickly respond and arrive at the battlefield. Secondly, the starport is close to the star orbit base, and it is also very convenient to replenish energy. Taking into account various factors, Lu Ming decided to build the starport in the orbit of Terra Star System number 1. Even so, Terra Star was exposed at the outermost periphery, but Lu Ming was not worried. Came to the Terra Star System and found no confirmed enemies, and there is no substantial danger. Secondly, it is also because Star Harbor does not mean that only one can be built. The Empire can build the first starport, then it can build the second and third. At that time, the construction of other starports will firmly protect Terra Star. Your Majesty, the final stage of the starport has ended. How do you see the name of the first starport of the Empire? Star Orbit Base, where Lu Ming was in the command room, came over with a document. This information is the detailed information of the first starport of the Empire. Tang Si, who was on the side, heard Zero's words. She also rushed over and looked at the document with great interest. It's just that, as usual, the scumbags can't understand. Whether it is Lu Ming or Tang Si, they all know little about the introduction above. However, Lu Ming is not completely without gains. At least he knows that the Empire has this starport and can finally form his own CBCC naval fleet. If you have a name, let's call it Shingon number 0. Lu Ming is too lazy to think about a name. As a name, he doesn't want to consume too many brain cells for this kind of thing. There are thousands of starports built by the Empire in the future. Does he think carefully about a domineering and pleasant name for each of them? Little Luzi, so perfunctory. Tang Si on the side glanced at Lu Ming with disgust. The one next to him nodded in agreement. As the first starport of the Empire, Starport 0 can be said to be a milestone. But the name was so perfunctorily determined by Lu Ming, which felt more or less unworthy of the world. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to Tang Si, who was making a fool of himself. Tao, since the new port has been built, the production of the starship should also be put on the agenda. Compared to Star Harbor, Lu Ming is more concerned about his first naval fleet. In the endless star universe, without the naval fleet, Lu Ming always felt insecure in his heart. No matter how powerful your planet develops, if people bombard you directly in space orbit, there is nothing you can do about it. and Blue Star's thousand-year war history has shown the importance of air superiority. So Lu Ming is very fancy about the space fleet. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Zero nodded. The starport itself serves the Imperial fleet, and the purpose of building the starport is to form the Imperial Navy fleet. Now that the construction of the starport has been completed, the formation of the fleet should naturally be put on the agenda. Your Majesty, this is the type of ship that Shingon can produce at present. Please take a look. Zero flipped through the information on the table and handed it back to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked down and found that the ship information above was extremely detailed. Magic-class landing ship, equipped with a multifunctional combined battery, with a speed of 500 stars and a transportation space of 10 cubic meters. Black Wolf-class landing ship, equipped with 2 quadruple-mounted Vulcan cannons, with a speed of 450 stars and a transport space of 50 cubic meters. Blessed-class transport ship, equipped with 2 multifunctional combined turrets, with a speed of 125 stars and a transport space of 2,100 cubic meters. Fox Roan-class transport ship, equipped with air-to-air missiles to run 6 seats, with a speed of 115 stars and a transport space of 7,300 cubic meters. The variety of ships in the data made Lu Ming dazzled. In the past, Lu Ming thought that the Jaeger-class industrial ships were already amazing. But now that I see the ships in these materials, I immediately feel that the Jaeger-class industrial ships are not fragrant. Chapter 90. There is no doubt that a landing ship is a landing ship that carries soldiers and logistical equipment and allows soldiers to log into combat. These ships are small in size, convenient for fast shuttle and landing on the battlefield, and have certain defensive capabilities. Take the Magic Fu-class landing ship as an example. Its volume is only 5,000 cubic meters, and its mass is only 1.6 million tons. The transport ship is better understood. It is a ship specially used to transport goods and materials. Among them, the Gufan-class transport ship can reach an astonishing 270,000 cubic meters in volume and over 13 million tons in weight. Lu Ming tried to imagine what this behemoth would look like in his mind. But soon he found sadly that he didn't know this big guy at all. With a mass of more than 13 million tons, Lu Ming has no idea what this number represents, because he doesn't have a good reference. Lu Ming took a deep breath, opened the information in his hand, and continued to look down. Executioner-class frigate, Giant Shinbing-class frigate, Chahua-class frigate, Tristan-class frigate. This time, Lu Ming was really confused. What happened? Can the Empire produce so many types of frigates at this stage? Little Luzi, good, a lot. Tang Si next to him is no better than Lu Ming to go there. At this time, Tang Si felt that she was a douchebag, just like the kind of feeling that she walked into a fashion clothing mall and dazzled her eyes. Lu Ming looked at Tang Si, who was even worse than himself, and sighed silently. It seems that this girl is hopeless. Lu Ming shook his head and looked to the side. Let professional people explain professional things. In the aspect of ships, they have absolute authority. Zero's think tank knows how many black technologies there are. With so many black technologies, one should be more familiar with the pros and cons of these ships than anyone else. Ling, let's talk about these ships. Lu Ming gave up, and he was a scumbag who could only read a little about it. Instead of feeling blindly there, let me introduce it. Speak from the frigate. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Zero nodded. Your Majesty, frigates can generally be divided into 3 categories: combat, logistics, and escort. The combat type can be subdivided into offensive and defensive types. Zero bent down, flipped through the documents in front of Lu Ming, found one of the frigates, and explained. Giant-class frigate, a combat offensive frigate. It is equipped with the latest laser weapons of the Empire as the main gun, and its offensive is powerful. The Chaji-class, a combat offensive frigate, uses missiles to attack, unlike the Titan-class laser weapons. Tristetan-class primarily uses drone swarm technology to fight. Rift-class, armed with traditional kinetic cannons. Tao is indeed a professional. In the explanation to Lu Ming and Tang Si, just a few words made them understand the different positioning and advantages and disadvantages of frigates. To be precise, there is no difference between the frigates and the inferior ones, and some are only used in different occasions. It's like a giant-class frigate, which uses a laser weapon as its main gun. The biggest feature of the laser weapon is its strong penetration ability. If it encounters a heavily armored enemy ship, it can play the biggest role. However, in the chaotic battlefield, laser weapons are far inferior to traditional kinetic energy cannons and missiles because of their firing frequency. But can you say the Titan-class frigates are weak? Obviously not. After listening to Zero's remarks, Lu Ming and Tang Si finally felt a sense of enlightenment. Especially Lu Ming. Glancing at the information on the table, I was terrified. This is simply to kill the rhythm of the difficult disease of choice. Your Majesty, if resources allow, I recommend choosing the Dagger-class frigates as the current mainstay of the Imperial fleet. Zero flipped through the data a few more times and stopped at the last page of the data. This is the last frigate on the profile. Dagger-class frigates are the most advanced frigates that Shingon can build, and of course they consume the most resources. The short sword is equipped with the Empire's latest engine technology, fission supercharging technology, which is a sublight speed engine, the highest speed the Empire has ever achieved. Secondly, the short sword adopts a hybrid attack method, equipped with space torpedoes, swarm missiles, unmanned carrier-based aircraft, traditional kinetic energy artillery, and other diversified weapon modules, which can cope with various battlefield situations. In addition, the short sword is also paired with the Empire's latest laser weapon, the blue laser beam cannon. For flowers, the instantaneous temperature of the blue laser beam cannon is 2 to 3 times higher than that of the traditional laser cannon. The power is greater, and the penetration ability is more powerful. Finally, it is also the biggest advantage of the dagger shield. The Dagger-class frigate hit the crystallization of the Empire's latest technology, the deflector shield. Deflector shield is a kind of energy deflector shield, which can form a deflector position around the ship, deflecting the enemy's attack to a certain extent. The biggest disadvantage of the deflector shield is that it consumes a lot of energy during the operation of the deflector shield. So Dagger-class frigates are equipped with additional capacitive energy storage. Dagger-class frigate, Lu Ming's eyes brighter the more he listens. Without even waiting for the introduction of Zero, Lu Ming has already decided it is it. Diversified combat methods and sublight speed engines. The most outrageous is the position shield. No matter what aspect, it perfectly meets Lu Ming's expectations. Although the deflector shield consumes a lot of energy, Lu Ming doesn't care. Why was the stellar orbiting base built? Isn't it for energy storage? Isn't this a perfect solution to the shortcomings of the Dagger-class frigate? In Lu Ming's eyes, the Dagger-class frigate can be said to be a perfect class frigate. In addition to the Dagger-class frigates, there are also logistics ships, reconnaissance ships. Tao introduced a lot to Lu Ming, such as salvage ships, electronic warfare frigates, stealth reconnaissance ships, and so on. But Lu Ming only heard a rough idea. It's not his fault. He knew about the Dagger-class frigate, and other warships have been very difficult to arouse his interest. As a port of the Imperial Navy, Star Harbor can produce many kinds of warships. But Lu Ming had a question after reading it. Minato, can Shingon only produce frigates? Yes, Your Majesty. The production of the Empire's follow-up ships requires a more complete production base and technology, and an overall upgrade of the starport is required. Upgrade? Star Fortress? Star Fortress? Or Sky Fortress? Or the final mega project? After all, Endless Xingyu is not a game he played in his previous life. These gaps can only be explored by him slowly. Chapter 91. Your Majesty, Planet 5 has found traces of unknown starships. The second orbital starport came to Lu Ming's office and said with a serious tone, Starship. Lu Ming frowned. Planet 5 is the planet where life signals were previously investigated. It has a life signal, indicating the existence of life on this planet. Either it is a primitive planet without a master, or it is a planet where other star masters are located. Now that the traces of the starship have been found on Planet 5, there is a high probability that it is the fleet of other star masters. Is Planet 5 really the domain of other star masters? There are actually 2 star masters in the same star system, and this kind of low probability thing has happened by itself. For a while, Lu Ming didn't know whether to call himself lucky or unfortunate. Let's say he is lucky. The star master of Planet 5, 913, didn't find him when he started the space construction plan, or he didn't trouble him. Say he is unfortunate. There are two star masters in the same star system, which means that war will inevitably break out. Lu Ming is not afraid of war. The expansion of the empire is bound to be accompanied by war and conquest. Lu Ming knew this better than anyone else. It's just that Lu Ming doesn't want to fight that uncertain battle. It's just that Lu Ming also knows that many times, people are forced to be helpless. Just like now, Lu Ming wants to create a powerful fleet and then go out to make waves. But obviously, the other party doesn't seem to plan to give him this time. Minato, can you determine how many warships the opponent's fleet has? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and asked. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is invincible in 100 battles, no matter what era, the importance of information is self-evident. Even today, the form of war has changed a lot. But the old man's words are still very reasonable. Blindfolding on the battlefield is easy to fall into other people's traps, and in the end it is yourself. According to the reconnaissance of the probes released by the TerraStar orbiting space station, the size of the opposing fleet is about 50 ships. 50 ships? Lu Ming tapped the table with his fingers regularly, thinking about it in his mind. Undoubtedly, in terms of numbers, the unknown star master has an absolute advantage. This can also be imagined. After all, people don't know how long they have been in the endless Xingyu. And he, Lu Ming, is just a freshman who has just joined endless Xingyu for less than a year, and his background is different. However, Lu Ming was not too worried. Although it is often said that quantitative changes can cause qualitative changes. But obviously, 50 starships are not enough to cause a qualitative change. For the Dagger-class frigates produced by his own starport, Lu Ming has absolute information. Lu Ming had seen starships produced by those large forces in the trading house before. Compared with the Dagger-class frigate, it lags far behind in every aspect. Of course, Lu Ming would not naively think that these large forces would pull out their most advanced starships for sale. But even so, Lu Ming thinks that there are not many starships that can match the Dagger-class frigate. This is Lu Ming's greatest confidence. Where's the other party's heading? Are you sure it's TerraStar? Although Lu Ming already had the answer in his heart, he still had to make sure. In the same star system, the other party rashly dispatched an interstellar fleet. Apart from the fact that he came to the star of Terra not far away, Lu Ming couldn't think of a second answer. It has been determined that the opponent's target is TerraStar. Zero nodded. The other's fleet didn't seem to have any plans to hide their tracks, just so brightly moving towards TerraStar. According to the monitoring of the probe, the opponent's fleet set off from planet number 5 and then went straight to the number 2 orbit of TerraStar. The probability of targeting TerraStar is as high as 99 out of 100. That is, the target of the opponent has been determined. Lu Ming won't pin his hopes on the 1% chance left. It's not his character. Regardless of whether the target of the other party is TerraStar, Lu Ming will not allow the other party to exist, especially when it has been confirmed that the other party is a Star Master. Lu Ming would not allow any existence that could threaten Terra to remain in this galaxy. Tau, according to the speed of the opposing fleet, how many Dagger-class frigates can we form to support TerraStar at the latest? I'm sorry, Your Majesty. After calculation, the Empire can dispatch 3 wasted Dagger-class frigates at most. Time is too short. Even if Lu Ming ordered the full production of Dagger-class frigates as soon as the construction of the starport was completed. A starport is just a port for berthing and producing ships, and it cannot conjure a starship out of thin air. It will take time to produce Dagger-class frigates. Being able to produce 3 short sword-class frigates in such a short period of time is already the limit of Star Harbor. It takes time for the enemy fleet to move from Orbit 5 to Orbit 2. It also takes time for Lu Ming to get from Star Harbor to TerraStar. 3. Lu Ming thought for a while. With the performance of the Dagger-class frigate, it is possible to entangle with the opponent. Even if he can't fight head-on, Lu Ming can delay time, waiting for the support of the Dagger-class frigates that will be produced in Star Harbor. Also, Your Majesty, we don't have much time left. Tao told Lu Ming another not-so-good news. To be precise, this news is a bit of fuel to the fire. The enemy fleet has reached the vicinity of orbit number 3 at this time, and we need to send ships to TerraStar to intercept it as soon as possible. It will take time for the fleet to return from Starport to Terra. Lu Ming couldn't be stupid enough to wait for the other party to reach the sky above Terra and send a fleet to support him. In that case, It is estimated that Terra Star has been bombed over and over again. This is not what Lu Ming wants to see. 0. With the speed of a Dagger-class frigate, when do we need to start? The 2.2-inch Dagger-class frigate is equipped with a sublight speed engine. According to calculations, it will set off in 3 days at the latest. Hearing Tao's answer, Lu Ming nodded. What the Empire lacks now is time, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is racing against time. The Dagger-class frigate is equipped with a sublight speed engine, which can buy Lu Ming a lot of time. 0. Go down and make arrangements, and return to Terra Star in 3 days. 0 left the office with Lu Ming's order. Lu Ming got up and looked at the endless starry sky outside the window and fell into contemplation. Hegemony among the endless stars is an eternal theme, which Lu Ming has long known, and now is just the first step in his journey. Chapter 92. Orbit 2, where Terra is located. In the depths of the starry sky, 3 Dagger-class frigates quietly floated on the track, waiting in full force. The Dagger-class frigate is not too outstanding in terms of appearance alone. The frigate is milky white as a whole, dotted with some golden stripes, showing the majesty and dignity of the Empire. From a distance, the Dagger-class frigate is just like its name. Like a short sword, the position of the blade is the main gun of the frigate, the blue laser beam gun. The blue laser beam cannons are protected in the center by the armor of the frigate, like a groove in the middle of the blade. At both ends of the groove, there are dense traditional kinetic energy artillery, anti-aircraft guns, space torpedo launch ports, and missile wells. The position of the hilt is the bridge of the Dagger-class frigate. In the back is the power plant of the frigate and the shield generator, and so on. Overall, the design of the Dagger-class frigates is quite satisfactory. Not too peculiar shape, not too domineering style. But anyone who dares to underestimate this frigate will pay the price in blood. Your Majesty, the enemy fleet appears. The enemy's leading ship has entered the range of the main gun. The enemy fleet stops moving. 3 short 21 sword-class frigates, 1 in the center. Soldiers' voices echoed across the bridge. Lu Ming grabbed the little hand of Tang Si, who was a little nervous beside him, and smiled comfortingly at him. Signal her peace of mind. Originally, Lu Ming didn't intend to let Tang Si come, but he couldn't beat this girl. In fact, according to Zero's meaning, Lu Ming should not appear at the forefront of the battlefield and put himself in danger. But Lu Ming wanted to witness this moment with his own eyes. Moreover, the Dagger-class frigate is equipped with a deflection shield. Even if the battle situation is unfavorable, there is no problem in retreating. So Lu Ming wasn't worried about his own safety at all. On the contrary, Tang Si was a little nervous. Your Majesty, the enemy fleet requests to speak with you. Come in. Lu Ming stood up and came to the center of the bridge. Through the windows of the bridge, you can see the enemy fleet in the deep space beyond. In some dark space backgrounds, the formation of the opposing ships lined up is really scary. This is a form of quantitative suppression. Hearing Lu Ming's order, the soldiers connected to the communication. Hey, is the opposite of the star of Terra Star Lu Ming? The communication was connected, and there was a relaxed and pleasant, even contemptuous voice from the opposite side. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. The other party not only knows Terra Star, but also his name. Obviously, the other party did not intend it temporarily, but came prepared. At the very least, the other party had conducted a detailed investigation on him through some kind of channel. Do you still need to ask me now that you have investigated? Lu Ming also didn't show any more politeness to the other party and went directly to the theme. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? The communication end was silent for a few seconds, and then there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha, it's interesting. My name is Menzies, and as you can see, I am the commander of this savage fleet. By the way, we are interstellar pirates, know what pirates do. The somewhat proud voice of Menzies came from the communicator. There is no tension before the war, but full of ridicule and disdain. It seems that Lu Ming has already been ordered. Savage fleet. Star pirates? Didn't they start from Planet 5? Is your guess wrong? Aren't you the Star Master? Before Lu Ming, because this fleet set out from Planet 5, he always thought that the other party was a Star Master just like him. Although the probability of 2 Star Masters appearing in the same star system in the endless star universe is very low. But low probability does not mean no. In the 100-year history of endless Xingyu, Such an example has happened several times. So Lu Ming was very sure about his guess at the beginning. This is listening to the other party's words now, and it seems that I guessed wrong. Since the other party is not a Star Master, but an interstellar pirate, that means that the other party ran towards him from the beginning. Star-Lord? Ha ha ha, it used to be, but not now. Mengsis laughed when he heard Lu Ming's words. I just don't know if it was Lu Ming's illusion. He always felt that there was a trace of unwillingness in the other party's laughter. Think about it too. If possible, who would be willing to give up the identity of the Star Master and become an interstellar pirate who has no fixed place and wanders in the endless stars all day long? Of course, after today, I will be a noble Star Master again. As for the reason, I think Star Master Lu Ming should already understand. When Lu Ming heard this, he smiled. This man really didn't take him seriously. Before the war started, I felt that I had settled myself. Is this a plan to defeat himself and then take Terra as his own and re-enroll as the Star Master? You are so confident. Lu Ming chuckled. It's not confidence, it's facts. On the other end of the communication, Mengsis' voice still seemed very relaxed. In other words, from the very beginning, the other party's tone has always been like this, and it has never changed. Looking at my fleet, looking at your poor 3 frigates, you fight me so much? I heard that you are still the Star Master of the latest episode, which makes me a little surprised. You can actually own 3,913 frigates in such a short period of time. It seems that you are not that kind of waste. Is this complimenting yourself? Lu Ming sneered. He didn't want to hear this kind of compliment. Rather than these pale words of praise, Lu Ming wanted to see him kneel down and sing conquest. Last question. Can you tell me who hired you? Although interstellar pirates call themselves pirates, it is actually a collective term. It generally refers to those who have lost their planet and have no place to live. The biggest characteristic of this type of people is that they wander around in the endless stars. Usually, they would sack some weak Star Masters, and at the same time, they would also accept the commission of some Star Masters. All in all, do anything. It is very common for an interstellar pirate to be looting others 1 second before, and to become the escort of a certain commercial fleet the next second. Lu Ming is not simply a barbaric fleet coming to sack him. He is a novice Star Master, and the development time is too short. Any interstellar pirate knows that there is not much oil and water in looting such a planet, and it is simply thankless, unless it means wanting to occupy this planet. But in the same way, with endless Xingyu's general understanding of the human race, Lu Ming didn't think the other party would come to occupy a human planet. Chapter 93. You asked the question? On the other end of the communication, Mengsis smiled helplessly. Now Mengsis is 100% sure that Lu Ming is a budding star. Because the old fried dough sticks in Xingyu, no matter how well they mix, would never ask such naive questions. For interstellar pirates, there is an unwritten rule. That is, the other party never asks the employer behind them. For those Star Masters, all they see is profit. Today they are enemies with interstellar pirates, and tomorrow they may be hired for some purpose. Therefore, in this case, the Star Masters will not ask the people behind the interstellar pirates. But now Lu Ming spoke unabashedly. This kind of question that only Mingxin would ask made Mengsis smile helplessly. As a rule, I shouldn't tell you about this kind of thing, because it's an unwritten rule in our business. But considering that you will no longer be the Star Master soon, it's okay to tell you. If Lu Ming is not the star owner, then telling the other party who hired him is not a violation of the rules. I was sent by the prince of the Zhou family. Prince Zhou? Zhou Xiaowang. The cold light in Lu Ming's eyes skyrocketed. During this time, he has been busy with the advancement of various plans of the empire. I had long forgotten about Zhou Xiaowang. Unexpectedly, the other party was still thinking about him, and he even gave him such a big gift. I have to say, this scene is somewhat dramatic. It's as if you don't see each other at all, because you know you're not of the same class at all. However, the other party is jumping up and down in front of you all day like a clown, which is very annoying. This situation is generally referred to as touch porcelain. It turned out to be that B*************************** D. Zhou Xiaowang. Hearing this, Tang Si on the side was full of anger. She thought that she had rejected Zhou Xiaowang's invitation, and everything was over. After all, they are classmates anyway. With the friendship of classmates, even if we don't help each other, We won't be able to make trouble. However, Tang Si found that she underestimated Zhou Xiaoguang's coldness. Tang Si felt a chill in her heart when she thought that such a person had once invited him to join the other party's alliance. That kind of scene is scary just thinking about it. An ally who could draw cold knives in the back at any time was like a ticking time bomb. Tang Si glanced at Lu Ming apologetically. She knew that the biggest reason why Zhou Xiaoguang dealt with Lu Ming was because of her. Or maybe it's because of the dwarves she controls. Lu Ming returned a reassuring look, signaling Tang Si not to care. It seems that Mengxis's intelligence on him should be provided by Zhou Xiaoguang. To be able to investigate himself so accurately in endless Xingyu, it seems that the Zhou family behind Zhou Xiaoguang should have some strength. How do you say, Lu Ming? Are you going to admit defeat yourself? Or do you admit defeat when I fight? If you just admit defeat, I can also let you live and let you go back to Blue Star through the portal. If it's a war, then the guns don't have long eyes, and it's hard to say life and death. These words are not to say how kind Mengxis is. In fact, in the endless stars, kindness is not a virtue at all. It will only make you die faster. In this starry sky where strength is respected and strength is the master, only unscrupulous growth is the kingly way. Everything else is false. Although Lu Ming only had 3 frigates, Mengxis still wanted to persuade Lu Ming to give up through peaceful means. His savage fleet would have lost most of it on Planet 5. Now these ships are all the treasures of Mengxis, and the loss of one is enough for him to feel distressed. Once it does, he will most likely be losing a few starships. This is not what Mengxis would like to see. Are you so sure you can beat me? On the side of the barbaric fleet, Mengxis laughed extremely arrogantly when he heard Lu Ming's words. First, it was because he felt that Lu Ming was overthinking his abilities and could not see the situation clearly. 50-3, even if they collided, they could smash Lu Ming's 3 frigates into slag. Secondly, Mengxis also wanted to exert psychological pressure on Lu Ming and let Lu Ming give up voluntarily. Again, if it's possible, Mengxis doesn't want to go to war. Lu Ming, are you kidding me? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You shouldn't be a fool to have developed to this level in such a short period of time. This is the most basic form you should be able to distinguish. I have 50 starships, and you only have 3 frigates. Why are you fighting me? 50 starships, can you kill me? Can you kill me? Okay. Why does this sound so familiar? Lai Buddha in the endless Xingyu version? Hearing this, Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. Obviously, it is a very serious scene, but forgive him. Hearing these familiar words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. I take the liberty to ask, do you know a man named Lai Buddha? What bullshit came to Buddha? Are you entertaining me? No, just curious. Forget it. How are you thinking? My patience is limited. Sorry, it's not my style to take the initiative to admit defeat. Okay, Mengxis said in a frantic voice. Anyone who spends a long time trying to persuade unsuccessfully will have this kind of reaction. Not to mention the arrogant savage fleet. Then you will be buried with your 3 frigates. After saying this, the communication was hung up. Lu Ming shrugged, and then put down the communicator in his hand. Little Lucy, are you really okay? Tang Si turned 3 steps into 2 steps and walked to Lu Ming's side, looking at him nervously. Don't worry, you can't understand the performance of the Dagger-class frigate, nor Zhao. But Tang Si, as a full-time participant of the Lu Ming plan, is naturally clear about the performance of the Dagger-class frigate. But clear to clear, they only have 3 frigates. But on the other hand, Mengxis has a huge fleet of 50 ships, Kai. The difference in numbers is too large. Your Majesty, this is the other party's information. Tang Si's words were interrupted by Ling Zero handed over a piece of information to Lu Ming, which was about the ship information of the savage fleet of Mengxis. In the communication just now, Lu Ming didn't want to talk nonsense to the other party. Instead, he deliberately delayed the time and asked Zero to investigate the other party's fleet configuration. 31 frigates, 17 destroyers, 1 cruiser, and 1 battleship. Looking at the information provided by Zero, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Chapter 94. Just after the end of the communication, there was movement on the side of the barbaric fleet. Is it worthy of being an interstellar pirate? Although Lu Ming looked down on the opponent's ships, this decisive and ruthless on-the-spot reaction ability was not something that ordinary people could have. The ships of the barbarian fleet in the distance lit up, a sign of kinetic artillery fire and missile launches. Are you afraid you don't know what you are facing? My dagger-class frigate is not your broken copper and iron. So what about a 1-to-10 match? Bring it on. Pass my order. All ships move forward at full speed. The main guns are charged, and the missiles and space torpedoes are ready to launch at any time. All artillery soldiers in place. Now that the other party has made a move, Lu Ming is not an indecisive person. Immediately start giving orders. Yes. In response to Lu Ming's order, all the soldiers on the bridge held their heads high and waited in full force. Tang Si on the side also forgot to be nervous. At this moment, she looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of little stars, and her expression of admiration did not need words to describe. A serious man is simply handsome. Lu Ming himself was full of enthusiasm. Strange to say, it was the first time he personally commanded such a space station. However, there was not a little bit of nervousness and fear in my heart. Instead, there was an urge to vent. Just like a knight on the battlefield, he can't wait to prepare to charge. The barbarian fleet, the only thing worthy of Lu Ming's attention is the battleship. Battleships are like heavy-armed warriors on the battlefield. Not only their own defenses are strong, but their firepower is equally fierce. In space battles, battleships will always be the protagonists of the battlefield. Report. The enemy fleet is fully covered by fire. Without the messenger reporting, Lu Ming himself could see the dense flash of majestic missiles and artillery shells. All the frigates release their drones, and at the same time start a fire counterattack. The main guns are preferentially aimed at the enemy battleships. Activate the deflector shield. Lu Ming calmly issued one order after another. In the bridge, the soldiers perform complex operations on the console. Warning. Enemy fire detected. All combatants prepare for onslaught. Warning. Enemy fire detected. All combatants ready for CBCC onslaught. Warning. Enemy fire detected. All combatants ready for onslaught. At this moment, a warning light flashed on the bridge of the dagger-class frigate, and the harsh sound was also heard in everyone's ears. Lu Ming, Tang Si, and all the soldiers on the ship grabbed the handrails around them, preparing for the next shock. Boom, boom, boom. A violent vibration came, and a dazzling explosion flashed outside the window. The dim starry sky suddenly became lively, as if fireworks were blooming at night. Viewed from a distance, the blast of fire completely annihilated the dagger-class frigate. Seeing this gorgeous scene, Menxis gracefully held a glass of red wine behind the barbaric fleet, on the bridge of the battleship that served as the main output. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why? Wouldn't it be better to surrender sooner? With this kind of firepower coverage and such a high-intensity blow, Menxis has already sentenced Lu Ming to death. The three frigates wanted to wrestle with his savage fleet, which was too self-aware. Beside Menxis, a trace of unbearable flashed in Pang Bo's eyes. Once upon a time, he was also a star master of the human race, and was also invaded by Menxis. So he felt the same way about what happened to Lu Ming. But endless Xingyu is such a reality, weak strength can only be beaten. The reason why Pang Bo served as an adjutant by Menxis' side was partly because he did not want to return to Blue Star in such a disheartened manner. Second, he also wanted to witness with his own eyes whether there was any possibility of the rise of the human race in the endless Xingyu. But obviously, this time things let him down again. The splendid explosion of fire in the distance has already indicated the result of this war. Wait, what is that? Suddenly Pang Bo's eyes narrowed suddenly. In that dazzling explosion fire, saw him a little blue light. Illusion? Wrong. Not an illusion. The blue light was only a little bit at first, and if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see it at all. But the blue light spot became brighter and brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, those splendid explosions were completely reduced to blue dots. At this moment, the blue light spot in the deep space was so dazzling. Beautiful but creepy. The blue light spot became the only protagonist on the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly Menxis felt a chill all over his body. All ships avoid. Avoid. Menxis reacted with a piercing cry. But unfortunately, it was too late. The blue dots of light seemed to have reached a critical point and rushed out. In the deep space, A blue beam of light penetrated the formation of the savage fleet. On the path pierced by the blue beam of light, the starships of the barbarian fleet exploded, turning into gorgeous fireworks. Manxus watched all this helplessly. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins were popping out of his fists. Angry, but powerless. Lu Ming. This sudden scene made Pang Bo widen his mouth. What weapon is this? According to preliminary estimates, the blue beam of light instantly destroyed the 7 battleships of the barbarian fleet. This destruction is total destruction in the physical sense. Not even a decent wreck remained. What the hell is this riding horse? Manxus looked at the scene in front of him, stood up angrily. His eyes were split. Yes, it should be a laser weapon. Pang Bo also stammered. Laser weapon? Have you ever seen a blue laser cannon? Mencius was about to lose his mind. He couldn't understand why his fleet was the first to cover Lu Ming's frigate. Why did his fleet suffer heavy losses in the end? If it was a laser weapon, he would have lost 7 battleships in just one shot. This is too scary. Boss, I think you should look at this. Pang Bo stretched out his hand and pointed tremblingly at the dagger-class frigate in the distance. Mencius followed the direction of Pambo's finger and looked into the distance through the bridge window. The next scene made Meng Xi's eyes widen. That expression was like seeing a ghost. What is this? Chapter 95. Manxus looked up and saw the deep space in the distance. The 3 dagger-class frigates floated there quietly, without any trace of being covered by fire. The 3 frigates were surrounded by a transparent light shield. The missiles and artillery shells they fired were blocked by this barrier. The frigates within the barrier did not receive any impact at all. Pangbo, boss, you were also a human star before. Have you seen this kind of frigate? Pang Bo smiled bitterly. If he had this kind of frigate, would he have been conquered by Manxus? Obviously, this kind of frigate with its own protective cover and equipped with an unknown blue laser weapon is not something he can understand. Pang Bo shook his head, and now he is also confused. Don't say it's him. Even those large forces don't necessarily have this kind of technology. Check it out for me right away. See what type of frigate this is, and where are the weaknesses? Manxus said through gritted teeth. But soon Manxus was desperate. Boss, I have rummaged through the frigates in the trading house, and there is no record of this type of frigate at all. Pang Bo twitched the corner of his mouth bitterly and said, I'm afraid this is a frigate model independently developed by the other party. Independent research and development? Do not make jokes. Equipped with laser weapons, Manxus can understand how much. After all, although laser weapons are precious, they can also be seen on the main battleships of those large forces. It's just that the laser cannons are all red laser beams, not blue. It's not as powerful as a blue laser. But that defensive barrier, Manxus had never heard of it. What is this horse riding? Frigate version of the Golden Bell? Ironcloth shirt? Can something like this really exist? What the hell am I fighting? Manxus was completely stunned, and his brain completely lost the mechanism of thinking. If he is still awake, the best way to solve the problem now is to retreat. Although it is not a wise move to retreat in front of the dagger-class frigates with sublight speed engines. But it's always better than sitting here and waiting. It's a pity that the Manxus people are completely stupid. On the other side, Lu Ming applauded excitedly as he looked at the great results of the blue laser beam cannon. What is truth? Range is the truth. What is justice? Caliber is justice. In front of the Empire's newly developed blue laser beam cannon, the ship armor of the barbarian fleet is like paper. To be honest, Lu Ming has seriously underestimated the great power of the blue laser beam cannon. He thought that the blue laser beam cannon can penetrate a frigate is the limit. After all, how can I look down on the battleship of the barbaric fleet? It is also a serious frigate. However, the blue laser beam cannon shot down, but it directly pierced the barbaric fleet. Put it this way, seeing this scene, Lu Ming remembered a well-known dish of Blue Star. Lamb kebab. The laser emitted by the blue laser beam cannon is the iron stick, and the mutton is naturally the ship of the barbaric fleet. Deflector shield energy down. 78%, 77%, 76%, 75%. Lu Ming's shock was interrupted by the sound of the siren on the ship. Now is not the time to be emotional. Although the blue laser beam cannon is powerful, the number of savage fleets is there. Report. The blue laser beam cannon has been fired, and it takes 60 seconds to recharge. Hearing the soldier's words, Lu Ming calmed down. Ships, report the damage to the fleet. The number 2 frigate has no damage to the hull, and the deflector shield energy is reduced to 67%. The number 3 frigate has no damage to the hull, and the energy of the deflector shield is reduced to 71%. The hulls of the 3 dagger-class frigates were not damaged. The only difference is the degree of damage to the deflector shield. Pass my order. All ships release all carrier aircraft and raid the enemy fleet. Swarm missile launch. Space torpedo launch. The kinetic energy turrets fire randomly. The sublight engine starts, and the whole ship moves forward at full speed. As Lu Ming's orders were issued one by one, the 3 dagger-class frigates in the deep space began to move. From a distance, blue tail flames are sprayed from the rear of the dagger-class frigate. With the ejection of the blue tail flame, one after another terrifying fluctuations spread out. In the next second, the dagger-class frigate disappeared in place at a speed invisible to the naked eye. For flowers, the dagger-class frigate with the sublight speed engine turned on can be said to be full of firepower. As the speed of the frigate increases, the weapons of the Savage fleet simply cannot lock onto the fast-moving dagger-class frigates. Even if those precision-guided missiles can lock on, they simply can't keep up with the speed of the frigate. On the contrary, the ships of the barbarian fleet maintained their maximum speed. But in the view of the dagger-class frigate, it is no different from the turtle speed. Bang, bang, bang. The missile silo on both sides of the short sword-class frigate's blue laser beam gun was bounced off, and missiles with gorgeous tail flames were ejected from the silo. The reason why the swarm missile is called the swarm missile is that when it is close to the target, it is densely packed like a swarm. Boom, boom, boom. Gorgeous fireworks bloomed deep in the orbit of Terra. Every flash of fire represents the destruction of a barbaric fleet of ships. Retreat. The whole ship retreats. On the barbarian fleet's side, Minxis watched his starships being blown up one by one, and finally reacted. The recovered Minxis shouted frantically, causing the fleet to start retreating. This is all the property he has picked up for a long time, but now it has been destroyed so easily. Minxis no longer thinks about the bullshit task Zhou Xiaowang gave him. The reward is generous, and it is necessary to have a life to spend. Although Lu Ming only has a pitiful 3 frigates, this thing is not something he can defeat at all. Missiles can't catch up with each other's frigates. What else can he do? And there is also the blue laser that Minxis regards as a dream. If the other party comes back a few times, then his fleet will probably be completely damaged here. Boss, it may not be realistic to retreat now. What? The enemy's frigates are so fast that we can't escape. Puff. After listening to Pongwa's words, Minxis collapsed on his chair. He regrets it now. If he could, he would definitely not take Zhou Xiaowang's task, even if the other party offered a generous reward. The opponent is simply a monster. Duh. Chapter 96. Damn Zhou Xiaowang. You dare to pit me on a horse. Minxis hated Zhou Xiaowang in his heart. If it wasn't for him, he might still be in a star field with the barbaric fleet. Retreat. Minxis gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, Boss, we can't leave it all in the current situation, Of course I know I can't go. Mengxi's eyes were bloodshot, matching the wolf face. A lively beast that chooses and devours people. Seeing Mengxi's expression, Pongwa wisely chose to shut up. With the speed shown by the opponent's 3 mysterious frigates, under normal circumstances, of course, they would not be able to retreat. You can't beat it, you can't retreat, you can't retreat. But in this case, they must retreat. The barbaric September 17th added the entire team to the order and tried their best to fight against the opponent. Although the enemy's ships are very advanced, there are only 3. As long as we don't retreat in 4 battles, victory must belong to us. On the bridge, Minxis gave his own orders, encouraging morale with a long speech. Minxis then shut down communications with other ships. Turn around, leave the battlefield at full speed, and leave this galaxy. On the Horned Bull-class battleship, everyone looked at Minxis in shock. Or rather, shocked by this order from Minxis. Pangbo also looked at Minxis stupidly, a chill in his heart. Luckily, he and Minxis were both on the Horned Ox-class battleship. If not, you will not know if you have been sold. It is not difficult to see that the morale-boosting words of Minxis before are completely using the other ships of the barbaric fleet as cannon fodder. Use those ships to hold Lu Ming's frigates, and they quickly leave the battlefield. Although this is cruel, it is the best choice for Mensis to get out of the battlefield safely. There was one thing Mensis was right about. Although Lu Ming's frigates are very powerful, their number is a fatal flaw. Only 3. For the remaining ships of the barbarian fleet, Lu Ming also needs to spend time to clear it. And during this time, it was enough for the horned Ox-class battleship under their feet to escape from the battlefield that had left a shadow on them. Mensis' order came when the barbaric fleet was ready to die with Lu Ming. The only battleship on the battlefield turned around quietly and was retreating at full speed towards the direction outside the battlefield. Oh, a blue laser beam was shot out, and the 3 battleships of the savage fleet were instantly blown up. Seeing the blue beam of light, Mensis shivered all over. The speed of the battleships increased again. On the other side, Lu Ming is still commanding 3 frigates to surround and suppress the remnants of the barbarian fleet. Although Lu Ming knew that the dagger-class frigates were very advanced, but it was only on the battlefield that Lu Ming deeply understood what the dagger-class frigate meant. Offensive, the blue laser beam cannon is the sharpest cone. Defensive, deflector shield gives the dagger-class frigate the greatest confidence. As for mobility, the dagger-class frigate is built on fission-boosting technology and uses the Empire's latest sublight speed engine. Although the speed threshold of the dagger-class frigate cannot reach the speed of light, it cannot be locked at all for the savage fleet. For various reasons, the dagger-class frigate has become a bug-like existence in this battle. Your Majesty, the opponent's battleship escaped. Just when Lu Ming was commanding the fleet to fight, he suddenly said beside him. Hearing this, Lu Ming froze subconsciously. Looking up into the deep space, where can I see the shadow of the horned Ox-class battleship? Ran. Lu Ming's head was a little confused. Mensis left so many of his fleet and sneaked away alone. He said why the combat firepower of the battlefield was suddenly much weaker. The feeling is that the main battleship has retreated. Encircle and suppress the remaining enemy ships. Then catch up. Lu Ming didn't intend to let him go so easily. Here is the Terra Galaxy. It is the planet Terra, where the Empire is located. It's not a bus. You can get on and off when you want. Since you have the courage to come to invade, you must be prepared to pay the price for defeat. Not much to say. Faithfully implement Lu Ming's orders. As for Tang Si, who had been by her side, her brain had completely shut down at this time. In fact, when the short sword-class frigate's blue laser beam cannon fired for the first time, Tang Si always had this expression. Tang Si thought this battle would be a tough one. She thought that as long as the 3 dagger-class frigates could hold back the barbarian fleet, it would be a success. After all, there is still urgent production of dagger-class frigates at Star Harbor. As long as they wait for more dagger-class frigates to support the battlefield, then they will win. But what she never expected was that there was no need for the support of the follow-up fleet at all. Only 3 dagger-class frigates beat the opponent to the bottom of the water, and there was no way to fight back. Tang Si felt that she had only seen such a dreamlike scene in a movie. However, this scene completely happened in front of her eyes. Tang Si was completely shocked by the excellent performance of the dagger-class frigate. On the orbit of Terrastar 2, the savage fleet lost the firepower of the battleship and was no longer a match for Lu Ming. The ships of the barbarian fleet are being consumed all the time. On the other hand, Lu Ming's dagger-class frigate had no loss at all except that the energy and ammunition of the deflector shield were partially consumed. The savage fleet is threatening, and the losers are simply neat. It's hard to imagine this one-sided battle that was almost free, and the victor only had 2.23 frigates. After clearing the remnants of the barbarian fleet, Lu Ming immediately ordered the search for the escaped Mensis. Your Majesty, according to the direction of the other party's flight route, they should have returned the same way. On the holographic map on the bridge, 0 pointed to the 5th planet. Lu Ming nodded. Put yourself in his shoes and think. If it were him, he would also choose this course. At worst, he can still land on planet 5, waiting for an opportunity to find an opportunity to escape. 0. Let Xingang send a salvage ship over to clean up the battlefield. Lu Ming didn't want to let Mensis go so easily, but he was also not carried away by the victory. Also, what about the energy consumption of the frigates? Chapter 97. Your Majesty, The dagger-class frigate needs to replenish energy, and it is not recommended to pursue the enemy now. Hearing Lu Ming's words, he gave his own advice. It is undeniable that the previous performance of the dagger-class frigate was very dazzling. 3 to 50, still when the enemy has battleships. But don't forget, dagger-class frigates are just frigates after all. Although the dagger-class frigates are equipped with black technologies such as blue laser beam cannons and deflection shields. But these black technologies are all big energy consumers. This is also a shortcoming of the dagger-class frigate. In exchange for high attack and high defense, the blue laser beam cannon and deflection shield also consume most of the frigate's energy. This caused Lu Ming to have to supply energy to the frigate. Hearing Tao's words, Lu Ming nodded reluctantly. Although he had guessed the answer, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. At this time, the importance of logistics ships is reflected. If Lu Ming has a logistics ship at this time, there is no need to return to Star Harbor to replenish energy. 21-0 seemed to see Lu Ming's unwillingness and said after thinking about it, "Also, Your Majesty, if the enemy really escaped to Planet 5, it would be impossible to carry out a large-scale search with the frigate's current strength. We're going to need a massive corps to log on to Planet 5. If Menzies does land on Planet 5, relies solely on the Imperial Navy on frigates. There was simply no way to find Menzies' hideout. So many people searching for a planet, it's just a joke, even with the help of frigates." After listening to Zero's words, Lu Ming nodded. Menzies' Horned Ox-class battleships were not his dagger-class frigates. The opponent does not have a sublight engine. At the regular speed of the endless starship, Lu Ming's supply time, the other party could not escape the TerraStar system no matter what. As long as Menzies is not stupid, he will definitely not run away with his head covered. The whole ship returns to Star Harbor for supplies. Lu Ming ordered the fleet to return. On the other side, the Horned Bull-class battleship that escaped. "Zhou Xiaowang, are you treading the horse pit lousy?" "Horned Bull," from the bridge of your battleship, came the furious roar of Menzies. "Menzies, keep your mouth clean. Who do you think you're talking to?" Zhou Xiaowang's cold voice came from the other end of the communication. It's just that Menzies at this time can't care so much at all. In a battle, his family was wiped out. Only one Horned Ox-class battleship remained as a fig leaf. What else does Menzies have to worry about? If Zhou Xiaowang didn't tell him clearly about Lu Ming, would he suffer such a big loss? Even Menzies was guessing whether he had sinned against Zhou Xiaowang unintentionally, and this guy was deliberately cheating on him. "Lousy, clean your mother. How old are you on a horse? You didn't tell me before the mission that Lu Ming has such a terrifying warship. Now that Lousy has been beaten with only one battleship left, what do you say?" The angry roar of Menzies spreads across the bridge. When everyone on the bridge heard the angry voice, they all trembled, and no one dared to make a sound. "There's only one battleship left? What's going on?" Zhou Xiaowang's voice came from the communicator, making Menzies laugh angrily. "Fake. It's time for you to play dumb with Lousy, aren't you? Lu Ming's frigates are equipped with main guns that can fire blue lasers and shields that can resist attacks. Why didn't you say this earlier?" "Zhou Xiaowang, I shouldn't have offended you. Why do you want to cheat Lousy?" The other end of the communication was silent, as if digesting the news provided by Menzies. However, Menzies said directly regardless of what Zhou Xiaowang was thinking. "Zhou Xiaowang, others are afraid of your Zhou family, but I am not afraid of my barbaric fleet. You must make up for this loss, otherwise don't blame me for not following the rules." Menzies' tone contained a strong sense of threat. It is true that Zhou Xiaowang is the prince of the Zhou family, but Menzies is not a soft persimmon to be needed. The Star Master has a planet as a base, but at the same time it means that he must protect his planet. And Menzies is different. He is an interstellar pirate without a place to live. Come when you want, go when you want. Under normal circumstances, Star Masters would rather pay some price than provoke a group of lunatics such as interstellar pirates. Of course, this price cannot be too outrageous. Otherwise, the Star Masters don't mind fighting with one and fight to the death. Menzies' idea is simple. He came to find Lu Ming's trouble entirely because he was entrusted by Zhou Xiaowang. Moreover, it was because the information given by Zhou Xiaowang was not comprehensive, which caused him to suffer such a big loss. Therefore, Zhou Xiaowang must be responsible for the loss. Menzies does not expect Zhou Xiaowang to be fully responsible, but at least part of it. It's just that Mengsis overestimated Zhou Xiaowang's quality and morality. Hee. Mengsis, you just said that there is only one battleship left in your savage fleet. Why do you threaten me? You can't even beat a novice Star Master, and you're still a human Star Master. Why are you barking at me here? Waste thing. Think about how to get through this difficulty first. 920. You should have quite a few enemies. Guess how many people would offer you a reward if I released your current situation? When Mengsis heard Zhou Xiaowang's words, his steel teeth were almost crushed. Zhou Xiaowang, you are riding a horse. However, before Mengsis said anything, the communication was hung up. Fake. Mengsis smashed the red wine glass in his hand, and the whole person was like a raging bull. Zhou Xiaowang, if Lousy can hide, he will definitely kill you. From the bridge, the roar of Mengsis came. Pang Bo on the side shook his head helplessly. The end of Mengsis is obviously already 10 dead, and there is no such thing as escape. It's a pity that Mengsis is still holding unrealistic fantasies until now. If Zhou Xiaowang is willing to support them, their barbaric fleet might still be able to keep the seeds of fire. But obviously, Zhou Xiaowang is not a good person either. If the other party can burn the incense without falling into the pit, how can they send a fleet to support them? This is endless star universe. When you are strong, everyone is polite to you. Once you show fatigue, those people will immediately abandon you and hide away for fear of being implicated in you. It might even come and bite you. Chapter 98. At the same time, in the space of endless Xingyu T 3-star field K 7-star field. Father, Mencius has failed. Zhou Xiaowang stood on the bridge of a battleship, coldly watching the fleet battle in the distance. So say your plan to pull the dwarf Star Master failed. Father, I will think of other ways. Then what's the matter with you this time? Just tell me the news of your failure. No, it's the news about that Lu Ming, the Star Master of that human race. Mengsis called me just now and told me some information about Lu Ming. I think my father should be interested. What news? According to Mengsis, Lu Ming's ships were equipped with blue laser weapons, and the hull was protected by shields. Really? The savage fleet that can defeat Mengsis. This news should be reliable. What does it mean? Immediately determine the accuracy of the news. If Lu Ming really has this kind of technology and finds a way to get it, this may be an opportunity for our Zhou family to take off. I understand, my father, and I will confirm it as soon as possible. Zhou Xiaowang ended the communication with his father with an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. If what Mengsis said was true, Lu Ming defeated his barbaric fleet with just 3 frigates. Then Lu Ming must have very good technology. If he can master such technology, then the Zhou family, but no, the entire endless Xingyu will have his place. It is not impossible even to lead the Zhou family to become the top force of endless Xingyu. Uncle Zhong, send someone to check Lu Ming's latest information immediately. Zhou Xiaowang looked at an old man to the side. This is an old man in his family who has taken care of him since he was a child and is worthy of trust. Okay, sir. Wait, Uncle Zhong. During the investigation, we will focus on sending someone to find out if there are other forces behind Lu Ming. Old slave understands. When Uncle Zhong left, Zhou Xiaowang fell into contemplation. The blue laser weapon, the shield technology of the starship, and the incredible speed. Just taking any of them out is enough to cause the entire endless star universe to vibrate. Although his father did not instruct him to keep the news a secret. But Zhou Xiaowang is not a fool. He naturally knows what to do. It's just that Zhou Xiaowang doesn't understand. Where did Lu Ming get these top technologies? Are there other large forces behind Lu Ming? If it is those large forces, it is indeed possible to come up with such incredible technology. Just Lu Ming, a human Star Master. Why is he connected with those large forces? Zhou Xiaowang thought about this and fell into deep thought. On the other hand, Lu Ming didn't know that his frigate had been targeted by someone. I don't even know what kind of spokesperson for a large force that I was mistaken for. He has now led the fleet to the 5th planet of the Terra star system. This green and vibrant planet. Seen from space, Planet 5 is even more vibrant than Terra. The whole body is dark green, and this color is like the Amazon jungle photograph from high altitude. Minato, are you sure that Mengsis is hiding on Planet 5? Your Majesty, according to the monitoring of the Terra Star Orbital Space Station, The last signal source of the Horned Bull-class battleship disappeared on Planet 5. Lu Ming nodded, looking at the dark green planet outside the window, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Earlier, the Empire had detected that Manx's barbaric fleet took off from Planet 5, and Lu Ming thought that Manx's was a star master from the same star system as him. It made him nervous for a while. In the end, everything was a misunderstanding. Manx's is not a star master, but an interstellar pirate. In other words, this life-filled Planet 5 is an unowned thing. Lu Ming likes this kind of planet with life and no owner. Plant the flag of the Empire. Here is the territory belonging to the Empire. Guess who doesn't like it? 0. Let the fleet find a suitable landing spot to land. Planet 5 is not Terra Planet, and there is no specially constructed place for the fleet to land. So Lu Ming can only let the fleet find a suitable place to land. This time, the fleet section brought by Lu Ming is not only 3 frigates. After working day and night at Star Harbor, Lu Ming's fleet this time was much more luxurious. Among them, the main combat force is 10 Dagger-class frigates that performed well before. In addition, there are 2 Fox Axis-class transport ships and 100 Black Wolf-class small landing ships. Worth mentioning, at Lu Ming's request, both the Huron-class transport ships and the Black Wolf-class small landing ships are equipped with deflection shields. As a transport ship, the Huron-class transport ship is used to transport important materials of the Empire. Generally, such transport ships will be equipped with fleet escorts, so there is no need to equip blue laser beam cannons. Although it lacks firepower output, because of its positioning, it is more appropriate to allocate more energy to the deflector shield. In the same way, the Black Wolf-class small landing ship is for the Imperial soldiers to log in. In addition to the necessary firepower, it is also equipped with a deflection shield. In this way, it can effectively ensure that the Imperial soldiers it carries will land safely on the ground. Moreover, the Black Wolf-class small landing ships are used for landing as Imperial soldiers, and they will be transported by Fox-Dutch-class transport ships during space voyages. Therefore, the power of the deflection shield of the Black Wolf-class small transport ship is much smaller. Outer space of Planet 5, following Lu Ming's order. The hatch of the Huron-class transport ship was opened, and several small Black Wolf-class transport ships took off from inside, and then flew towards the 5th planet. These Black Wolf-class small transport ships will send the first soldiers of the Empire to Planet 5, then take charge of vigilance and open up a safe area suitable for the landing of the promised fleet. This is their main task. To build these big guys, Lu Ming's previous scavenging from the trading house has almost been consumed. He would not recklessly let the fleet land directly. In case of any accident, the loss of a ship would be enough to make him feel distressed. This is why Lu Ming cares so much about Planet V. In addition to the reason of Manxis, Lu Ming is actually mainly there to explore for minerals. The previous construction plan of the Empire had almost consumed the mineral storage of Terra Star. Moreover, as the mother star of the Empire, Lu Ming did not want to consume too much of the resources of Terra and destroy its ecology. At present, most of the logistics minerals of the Empire are supplied by Tangxi's dwarf star. Lu Ming now desperately needs to find a new star. Chapter 99. The 5 Black Wolf-class small landing ships wandered at a low altitude on Planet 5 for a long time, and finally found a place where they could barely land. Before looking at Planet 5 from outer space, it would only feel dark green. The entire planet has almost no other color except the dark green. However, it will only be discovered when it actually enters Planet 5 that the vitality of this planet is a bit excessive. Everywhere can be seen are towering trees hundreds of meters tall, with lush foliage. Looking down from a low altitude, you can't see anything on the ground at all. Fortunately, the Black Wolf-class transport ship is small in size, if it is replaced by a Dagger-class frigate or a larger Huron-class transport ship. I'm afraid the landing alone is a tricky one. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The 5 Black Wolf-class small landing ships searched for a barely open terrain and began to land. The bottom of the landing ship spewed out waves of reactive airflow, slowly lowering its height. At the same time, for the sake of safety, the Black Wolf-class landing ship opened its deflection shield in the low-altitude area. Prevent being attacked by unknown creatures. The appearance of the Black Wolf-class transport ship is the same as that of the Dagger-class frigate. The whole body is milky white as the main style, and then embellished with some gold 920 color lines, showing the nobility and glory of the empire. The armored positions on both sides of the Black Wolf-class transport ship also bear the logo of the Imperial double-headed eagle. Looks domineering. Finally, the Black Wolf-class transport ship landed on the ground, adding a little different color to this green jungle. Nourishing. The hatches were opened, and groups of Krieg soldiers emerged from the landing ship. After the cabin door of one of the Black Wolf-class transport ships opened, several Macarius main battle tanks drove out. Hoarse because it is unclear whether the atmospheric composition of Planet 5 is harmful to the human body. So what Lu Ming brought this time was the Krieg Death Corps. The Krieg Death Corps, which landed on the ground, began to clear the surrounding area under the command of the commander. The flamethrowers spewed hot fire snakes, burning large swathes of the jungle. Beginning even for efficiency, the Macarius main battle tank was dispatched. With the 5 Black Wolf-class landing ships as the center, Krieg soldiers quickly moved to clear the dense vegetation around. Preparations are being made for the landing of the follow-up fleet. Everything was fine originally, but at this speed, Krieg soldiers would soon be able to clear an open space. But at this moment, an accident happened. Planet 5, for the first time, opened its sharp fangs to Krieg soldiers. Wow, wow, wow. There was a sound of laser guns shooting, and the commander of the squad quickly rushed to the scene. I saw the dense large mosquitoes rushing out from the shadows that could not be cleaned up in the future. These large mosquitoes are about 1 meter in length. It is said to be a mosquito, but in fact it just looks like a mosquito. These terrifying creatures have sharp fangs, and their claws reflect a chilling black light. At its tail is also a poisonous needle flashing with cold light. According to preliminary estimates, the poisonous needle is about the thickness of an adult's small arm, and you can tell it's poisonous just by looking at the color. At the same time, the wings of this big mosquito are as thin as cicadas' wings, and it is accompanied by strange sound waves during the incitement. Those affected by the sound waves will experience headaches, nausea, and other symptoms. Over time, hallucinations may occur. The Krieg soldiers fired because of these large mosquitoes. At this time, several Krieg soldiers had fallen to the ground at the front line of the cleanup site. The military coat was loose, and the thick water covered under the military coat could be seen through the gap. And some large mosquitoes are lying there, opening their big mouths full of fangs, spit out a tube-shaped organ, and are sucking the thick water. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the squad commander's mask suddenly froze. CBCC, what a terrible toxin. To be able to melt the human body into thick water in such a short period of time is not poisonous. With the support of the other Krieg soldiers, the large mosquitoes were shot with a flamethrower. Amid the harsh shrieks, the situation was temporarily stabilized. On the other hand, in the space orbit of Planet 5, Lu Ming also received the news from Krieger's troops. The various creatures above made Lu Ming cautious about this seemingly vibrant planet. After a delay of about 7 or 8 hours, the Krieg soldiers on the ground, after paying a huge price, finally cleared an open space that could barely allow the fleet to land. Lu Ming did not hesitate. Although this planet is dangerous, Lu Ming also has his own reasons. If the situation is really difficult, the big deal is to mobilize heavy firepower to plow through these dense jungles. No danger can stop him from prospecting and mining the planet for minerals. The Dagger-class frigate and the Huron-class transport ship slowly landed on Planet 5. The huge fleet landed, causing quite a stir. But because of the simple fortifications built by the Krieg soldiers, nothing unexpected happened for the time being. After the fleet landed, the Imperial researchers quickly checked the surrounding environment and atmosphere. The answer he got took Lu Ming by surprise. What kind of planet is this? Under the protection of Krieg soldiers, Lu Ming, Tao, and the others came to an open space outside. There is a puddle here, which is full of water. The puddle is green throughout, like rain in a dense jungle. But when Lu Ming inserted the alloy bayonet produced by the Empire, the rising white smoke told everyone. This is no ordinary standing water. It's a highly corrosive venom. According to the researchers, this is the liquid secreted by the plants of Planet 5. Such a scene surprised Lu Ming. The planet was more dangerous than he had expected. Lu Ming ordered the soldiers to quickly clean up the venom around the fleet to avoid unnecessary damage to the ship. Lu Ming didn't know he was lucky. If he landed in an area near the swamp like Manxis before, it would be a real nightmare start. Because of the researchers' research on the ecology of Planet 5, Lu Ming put his actions on hold. In the face of this terrifying planet, when all dangers are unknown, sending Krieg soldiers will only increase casualties. Therefore, Lu Ming temporarily asked the fleet to renovate and collect more information and intelligence. Chapter 100. In the following half-month, the accompanying researchers of the fleet worked hard to study the ecology of Planet 5. As the research progresses, Lu Ming's assessment of the danger of this planet is getting higher and higher. Even the planet was named Green Hell by Lu Ming. To be honest, even Lu Ming felt troubled about this planet. Lu Ming thought it before, if this planet was too dangerous, then he had a big deal to mobilize heavy firepower to wash it off the surface vegetation. Of course, not the kind that washes the entire planet over. Lu Ming can't do that level yet. But after washing the surrounding area of the mine, Lu Ming could still do it. This is also the main reason why Lu Ming is not too worried about the danger of this planet. But in the past 2 weeks, Lu Ming slowly changed his mind. Without him, the vitality of this planet is simply terrifying. That is, Lu Ming is a typical materialist. If this is replaced by idealism, I am afraid he will doubt whether he has come to the lair of the goddess of life. In the past half a month, Lu Ming clearly realized how ridiculous the idea of sweeping the ground before he arrived. In the landing area of the fleet that had been cleaned up by Krieg soldiers before, the vegetation grew wildly, as if it had been hit with hormones. This is simply unimaginable in Terra Star. In the past life in the Blue Star, in the grazing area of the grassland, people would transfer from time to time. The purpose is to leave time to reply to this grassland. Otherwise, the cows and sheep will eat up the turf, and then there will be no way to recycle it here. But on Planet 5, Lu Ming found no such concern at all. Often the open space that is cleared today, the unknown weeds can grow to half a meter high the next day. And most outrageous, these weeds secrete corrosive venom. This forced Lu Ming to send people to clean up these wildly growing weeds and unknown plants every day. For half a month, Lu Ming has been fighting these ghosts. Now when he sees trees, grass, and the like, he wants to vomit. If Lu Ming knew what happened to Manxis at the beginning, he would definitely sigh with emotion. I also got up with the tree trunk when I stepped on the horse. Although Lu Ming was well prepared, he was not overwhelmed by the vegetation like Manxis. But such repeated things made Lu Ming very annoying. With this kind of strange vitality recovery speed, no matter how much heavy firepower he has, he can't stand such a waste. Recognizing the status quo, Lu Ming wanted to give up this planet. This is not a place for people at all. In the morning, Lu Ming received the latest submissions from researchers. Exploding toads, brain-eating lobes, spiny bulbous plants. Looking at the latest report of the researchers, Lu Ming felt numb. What is this all about? A toad that will explode? How could a toad explode? Etc. A toad that explodes. Lu Ming looked at the information in his hand with confirmation, and a flash of lightning suddenly flashed across his mind. He has an impression of this creature. Doesn't the famous Dead World Catachan have this shit? Lu Ming remembered that this thing was a very interesting stock that he saw on the forum in his previous life. It is said that the materials that the Empire supported Catachan were dropped into a swamp area due to a miscalculation. As a result, the residents of Catachan not only did not get a dime of supplies, but instead listened to the sound of firecrackers for 3 days and 3 nights for free. When the explosions subsided and the residents of Catachan rushed over, they only saw a bottomless crater. As for the supplies, as well as this swamp, it has long been bombed to the point where not even the slag is left. Gudong. Looking at this report, Lu Ming couldn't believe it. It won't be so coincidental. This is the endless Xingyu, not the despairing world of Warhammer at all. It stands to reason that there can be no Catachan at all, but the information in front of him made Lu Ming have to doubt. Could it be that this is the Infinite Stars version of Catachan? If that's the case, the fun will be great. Not to mention mining here, Lu Ming is about to put up his pants and run away. Catachan, one of the famous dead worlds among the Empire's many colonial stars. If the home planet of Krieg is a dead and wasteland planet that has been peacefully washed, then Katakan is the most primitive planet. For flowers. From the looks of it, Katakan is definitely a beautiful world suitable for travel and vacation. But don't be fooled by its looks. Katakan is a veritable world of death. Speaking of how dangerous Katakan is, let's just say that many planets colonized by the Empire will send military forces such as the Astral Army to station and defend them. But only Katakan does not need it, because Katakan planet's own ecosystem is the best defense system. Even those green skins with the power of I'm thinking are unable to move an inch in Katakan, which shows how dangerous Katakan is. The harsh environment in Katakan can be said to be to the point of being a dog. Even those noble Astartes are reluctant to step into this world for half a step. Knowing this, Lu Ming felt a little pained in an instant. Thinking of the situation where he could land the fleet before, Lu Ming felt that this might be the worst decision he made. Little Luzi, what's wrong with you? Why is this expression on? At this time, Tang Si walked in from outside. Looking at Lu Ming's tangled expression, he couldn't help but be curious. It's nothing. I just thought of some not-so-good things. Lu Ming shook his head, looked at Tang Si, and said, Is there something wrong? You're right, Xiao Luzi. You probably don't know that there are human natives on this planet. Puff. Lu Ming, who was just about to take a sip of water, was shocked. Hearing this, he just drank the tea he had just imported and sprayed it out. He was still thinking just now, since this place is so similar to Katakan, are there also those sturdy men? As a result, now Tang Si actually told him, there really is. Aboriginal human. Listening to Tang Si's description of these fierce men, Lu Ming didn't know for a while whether he should feel that Tang Si was ignorant or brave. Hey, how did you know? The other party found the gate of our fleet. I saw it. What? Lu Ming's eyes widened, and he looked at Tang Si in disbelief. This F***CK came to you? Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.